Hey, cheers to this 7 hours course on HTML. Before starting this course, I want to give you some instructions. Like if you are absolute beginner, you may need to watch this lecture twice. And I suggest you to practice writing after understanding. And sometimes try to write before me. I may feel going fast or slow. So use the video player settings to control the playback speed accordingly. And another thing is that you will find all the resource and useful links in the description of this video. Lastly, who am I? I am Adil and I will be the instructor of this course. You can subscribe to my YouTube channel, Programming with Adil, for upcoming awesome courses. You can follow my social accounts from description, and if you are feeling generous, you can buy me a cup of coffee or become a patron. So without wasting any further moment, let's get to the topic. Hello everyone, I'm glad to have you in this course on HTML. In this series, you will learn everything you need to know about HTML. So let's get started. So the first question is, what is HTML? HTML is a markup language. It stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It provides some titles, headings, paragraphs, lists, tables, embedded images, etc. to describe the structure of text-based and multimedia information in web documents. HTML was created by Sir Tim Berners-Lee in late 1991, but was not officially released. It was published in 1995 as HTML 2.0. HTML 4.01 was published in late 1999 and was a major version. But in 2012, HTML 5 was released, which is an extended version of that and being used worldwide. So let's talk about some advantages of HTML. So the first advantage is it is platform independent. So it can be run on Windows, Mac, Linux. So basically in any OS, because at the end of the day, HTML files happen to run on a browser, and every OS has their own browser like Edge, Safari, Chrome. So it is platform independent. And the second one is HTML is used to build websites. So if you research, then you will find that almost every website or web page is built with HTML. And the third one is it can be integrated with other languages like CSS, JavaScript, etc. And now let's talk about some disadvantages too. So the first one is HTML can create only static web pages. So by static, I mean the web page cannot interact with the user with their action, and for every user it looks similar. For dynamic web pages, other languages must be used. Second disadvantage is a large amount of code must be written to create a simple web page. So if you plan to create a web page with just only HTML, then you have to write more and more code because the page is not interactive and the page has no logic. And the third one is the security is not that much great. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can create your very first HTML document, and that is also without installing any software. But in the upcoming videos, we will set up a better development environment, so don't worry. Now just showing you the basic process. If you are on Windows like me, then you have Notepad to write HTML code and Microsoft Edge to render the files. If you are on Mac or Linux, you have a similar kind of text editor and browser. You just need to check that out. The process is pretty much same, so just follow along. Double click on Notepad to open this, and if you don't have Notepad shortcut to your desktop screen, just go to your Start menu and search for Notepad, hit enter. This interface will pop up. Here we will write our code. So let me zoom this a little bit so you can see properly. Every HTML document starts with a so-called HTML tag, and almost every tag has two parts, an opening part, which is called opening tag, and a closing part, which is called a closing tag. Opening tag starts with the less than symbol, then the tag name, then the greater than symbol. Hit enter for a new line. The closing tag also starts with the less than symbol, but before the tag name, we give a forward slash, then the tag name, then the greater than symbol. After opening a tag, make sure you close the tag immediately, because if you don't do that, when you will be working with a bigger file, it can be a mess. You may forget to close that tag later. HTML documents has two sections, the head section and the body section. So click on enter for a new line, then the tab key for extra space. The tab key is above the caps lock key. So write the first section, which is the head section. So opening head tag, then closing head tag. The second section is the body section. So opening body, closing body. The head section contains the information about our web page, and the body section actually contains the main content or the actual content. So now click on Ctrl+S together to save this file, or alternatively you can go to this file menu and click on save as, then give this file a name. You can call this anything like Superman, Mango, doesn't matter, but the convention is to call this file index. So I'm gonna stick with that, index. But the important thing here is the extension should be .htm or .html. I will recommend to use .html because everyone uses that. So .html, and choose a location where the file will be saved. So I'm going to choose desktop, then click on save. See, the file got created. Now right click on it and open with Microsoft Edge. You can see the output here. Let's say now you will visit Google. So google.com. After visiting google.com, you will see its title, its name on top of the bar. Google name on top of the bar. It's called title. So let's get back to Notepad and set a title for our web page. So as it is the information about our web page, so it will be inside the head portion. So click on enter for a new line, then click twice on the tab key for some extra space, then write the title tag, opening title, then the closing title. In between these, write your title. So I'm gonna write, let's say, Harry Potter, then file, save, go to browser and refresh. See, the title is now Harry Potter. Now let's say I want to add some content to the page. How will I do that? As it is a content, it will be inside the body portion. So click enter for a new line, then click twice on the tab key for some extra space. As a content, I will write the text, hello world. Ctrl+S save, go to browser, refresh. See, the hello world text got displayed. So now let me close Microsoft Edge and Notepad. After closing the document, now let's say you want to change something on the page. How will you do that? This is actually simple. Go to the file and right click on that and open with. If you don't find Notepad here on this list, Just click on choose another app, then more apps. You will find Notepad here. Select Notepad, then click on OK. See, our document got opened. So let me zoom this. Now let's say I want to change the hello world text to hello earth. Now Ctrl S to save. Now to see the output, go to the file again and right click on it and open with Microsoft Edge. See, the text changed into hello earth. So keep in mind that whenever you change something to the page, you need to save the file and refresh your browser to see the change. So that's all for now. See you in the next one. Majority of the people uses Google Chrome as their primary browser. So for the sake of user experience, from now we will be using Chrome in this course. But you can stick with the browser of your choice, though you should keep in mind that sometimes a browser can behave differently. You may have Chrome on your system, but if you haven't, just open Edge and in the address bar, simply write Chrome, then hit enter and open this first link from Google. Then click on this download Chrome button. The download will start shortly and it has been finished in a second. So let's open this setup file. Just click on this open file button. So it's asking for my password, so I'm gonna verify myself. And the installation process has been started. It will take some time and it will be simply installed on your system. So let's wait a little bit. A few more seconds. It can take 5 or 6 seconds more. So let's wait. Installing. See, the installation process has been finished. As easy as that. For a better coding experience, let's install Visual Studio Code on our system. So for that, just open Google Chrome and in the address bar, just write VS Code, then hit enter and open this first link, which is code.visualstudio.com, and download it for your preferred OS. In my case, it is Windows, so I'm gonna click on this download for Windows button. The download will start in a moment. It has been started. It can take a while, so I'm gonna pause the recording. So the download process has been completed successfully. You can see this here. Now double click on this setup file to run this and accept the agreement. Click on next. Click on next again. Leave everything default and click on next again and make sure to check these boxes. Then click on next and click on this install button. Now VS Code will be installed on your device automatically. You have to wait a little bit. So the installation process is complete. Now let me launch Visual Studio Code by clicking on this finished button. So this is the interface of VS Code. So the process is pretty much easy. Now let me close this. And that's all for now. See you in the next one. Okay, let's delete the index file we created some videos earlier. So right click on the file and click on this delete file icon. The file got deleted. Don't worry, we will create this file again, and this time with VS Code. So open VS Code, click on this new file button, or you can go to this file menu and click on this new file button. Give this file a name, which is index, then hit enter. Give an extension, which is .html, and choose a location where the file will be saved, and click on this create file button. See, our file got created. Right click on the file and open with Google Chrome. The output is empty because we don't have any code in our file. Let me put Google Chrome and VS Code side by side so it is easier to code and see the output. So opening HTML, let me zoom this file a little bit. Opening HTML. See, when I finish writing the opening tag, VS Code automatically writes the closing tag for me. It's called Emmet, which auto completes the tags and codes for me. So here is a tip. You don't have to write less than symbol, greater than symbol, or slashes. Just write the tag name, head, and click on the tab key, which is above your caps lock key. Then see, the opening tag and closing tag is auto completed by VS Code. That's cool. So again, write title and hit on the tab key. See, the opening tag and the closing tag is auto completed by VS Code Emmet. So we will put the title here, Harry Potter, and let's add some content. So we have to add the body tag. So write body and hit the tab key. See, the opening body and closing body tag is auto completed by VS Code Emmet. So let's add content, which is hello world. Control S to save and go to browser. Click on this refresh button. See, the title is now Harry Potter and the content is hello world. So let's change the hello world to hello earth. Control S to save. Go to browser and refresh. See, the content is now hello earth. So you can see whenever we make changes to our file, we have to go to the browser and click on this refresh button to see the changes. So this can be a hassle and time consuming for every time going to the browser and clicking on the refresh button. So to overcome this issue, we can install an extension in VS Code. So click on this square icon and search for Review on Web Server and install this extension, which is from UC Nukiyama. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, and click on this install button. Yeah, the extension got installed. So close this menu and close this panel also, and right click on the file. You will get an option which is launch on browser. Click on this launch on browser button. Yes, the file got opened with local server, which is localhost 8080 index.html. I closed the previous tab. This one is new. You can see hello earth. Now if you change the content hello earth to hello Adil and control S save, as soon as you click the save command, the browser refresh the page immediately and you can see the changes. Let's try again. If you change hello Adil to hello, let's say Thor, and click on control S save, see, the output is now hello Thor. Awesome. Open the index file that we created in the previous video. Right click on the file, open with Visual Studio Code. If you see this kind of warning, click on this manage button, then click on this trust button and close this window. Right click on your file, choose this option which is launch on browser. Your default browser will open. Change this title from Harry Potter to paired versus unpaired tag and add hello world, hello earth after the hello Thor text and save the file. See, now the output is hello Thor, hello world, hello earth. Now let's say I want the hello world, hello earth text in the next line. How will I push the text to the next line? If I click on the enter key, then the text goes to the next line in the editor, but after saving the file, there is no change in the output. If I add more empty lines by clicking on the enter key and save the file, still there is no change in the output. To push content to the next line, we have the br tag, also known as the break tag. So to write the break tag or the br tag, write br and hit the tab key. See, the br tag is auto completed by VS Code Emmet. Now you can ask that this is the opening tag, where is the closing tag? But my friend, keep in mind that we have two kinds of tags in HTML according to the structure, paired tag and unpaired tag. Any HTML tag with separate opening and closing tag is called paired tag. For example, this head tag. This head tag has a separate opening tag and a separate closing tag. So this is a paired tag. This body tag also has a separate opening tag and a separate closing tag. So this body tag is also a paired tag. But this br tag is an unpaired tag. It just tells the browser to break the line and move on to the next line. It has the opening tag and closing tag in a single tag. So save the file. You can see the hello world and hello earth text got pushed to the next line. You can write the break tag like this, or you can write like this. Both are correct. Now if I save the file, you can see there is another empty line between these two lines. So if I need more two empty lines, then I will copy these two break tags and paste them. Save the file. See, now we have 4 empty lines between these two lines. Now let's say I want to push the hello earth text to the next line. So between hello world and hello earth, I will add a break tag. Control save. See, the hello earth text is now in a new line. Add another break tag. Control save. There is an empty line between these two lines. And copy these two tags and again paste them. Control save. Now there are 4 empty lines between hello world and hello earth. There are many paired and unpaired tags in HTML. We will learn them in the upcoming videos. Welcome back. Today's topic is HTML entities. So change the title of the page to HTML entities. Delete the content from the previous video. Write hello Thanos. Save the file. You can see the output is now hello Thanos. So let's say now I want more spaces in between hello and Thanos. So how can we do that? If I click on the spacebar several times and save the file, there is no change in the output. So what's happening behind the scene? The thing is that whenever browser sees more than one space between two words, it collapses them and turns them into a single space. So no matter how many spaces you write in the code, but if you save the file, you can see there is no change in the output. So how can we add more extra spaces? For that, we have an entity in HTML which is NBSP. So what are HTML entities? HTML entities represent special characters. So these entities starts with an ampersand sign. This sign is called ampersand sign. You can write this by clicking Shift and the 7 key at the same time. And then you have to give the entity name. In this case, the entity name is NBSP. Then this entity ends with the semicolon sign. So if I give the semicolon sign, now it is a complete HTML entity. So now if I save the file, you can see the Thanos word got pushed to the right. So if I copy this entity and paste this again and save the file, you can see more space in between these two words. And let's say I want more spaces, so I will copy these two and paste them, and if I save now, I have 4 spaces in between hello and Thanos. So let me clear 2 of them and save. We have 2 spaces in between hello and Thanos. Let's add a break tag and learn about more HTML entities. Save the file. Let's say you have a company name in your page like Google. Here is Google, and you want to add the copyright sign before this Google text. How will you add the copyright sign? The easiest way is to use a HTML entity, and the entity name is the copy entity. So as always, the entity will start with the ampersand sign, then the entity name, and it will end with the semicolon sign. If you save the file, you can see that before the Google text, you have a copyright icon. If you add this entity after the Google text and save the file, you can see a copyright sign is after the Google text. And if you want to show the registered trademark, you can do that by another HTML entity. So write ampersand sign, then reg, and then write semicolon. If you now save the file, you can see the registered trademark sign after the copyright icon. So write the br tag again for a new line, and after that line, let's say you have a product price in your page in euro. So let's say the text is the price of the jacket is 20 euro, but the euro sign is not present on your keyboard. So how will you add the euro sign? For that, we have another entity which is euro entity. So as always, write the ampersand sign, then write euro, then write the semicolon sign and save the file. You can see the price of the jacket is 20, then the euro icon. This entity is responsible for this icon. So there are many entities in HTML. You can explore them by searching them in Google. So write HTML entities list and search, and open this first link from W3 Schools. Here you can find their detailed list of HTML entities. And one more thing, that you can write these entities in another way by using the entity number. here is the entity number for the copy entity. So if I copy this entity number and paste here instead of this copy entity and go to the output and save the file, you can see the copy icon is still present in the file. So if I copy this again and paste again, you can see that two copyright icon before the Google text. These two are responsible for these two icon. Let's learn some important text formatting in HTML. So change the title to HTML text formatting and delete the content from the previous file. Write hello Thor and save the file. See, now the output is hello Thor. Now let's say I want to make this hello Thor text bold. How will I do that? To make this text bold, we have the B tag. So before the hello Thor text, I will write opening B tag. The VS Code auto completes the closing tag, but I will delete the closing tag from here and write the closing tag after the hello Thor text and save the file. And you can see the hello Thor text is now bold. So the thing is that text between this opening B tag and closing B tag will be in bold letter. So now the question is it the only way to make a text bold? The answer is no. We have another tag which is strong tag. So let me write br tag for a new line, and after that let me write hello Iron Man, and to make this text bold we will use the strong tag. So opening strong and write the closing strong tag after the hello Iron Man text, and I will save the file. See, now the hello Iron Man text is bold. Add another br tag for a new line, and after that write hello Loki. The text is in simple format. So now I want to make this text italics. To make a text italic, we have I tag. So opening I, and after the hello Loki text, I will add the closing I tag. Then I will save the file. See, the hello Loki text is now in italic. Now the question is it the only way to make a text italic? The answer is no. We have another tag to make a text italic. So write br tag for a new line and write hello, let's say captain, and to make this line italic I will use the em tag. So opening em, and I will cut this closing em and write the closing em tag after the hello captain text. Then I will save the file. See, the hello captain text is in italic format. Add another br tag, write hello Superman. Now let's say I want to make this text underlined. So how will I do that? To make a text underlined, we have the u tag. So opening u, I will cut the closing u tag from here and add that after the hello Superman text and save the file. See, the hello Superman text is now underlined. Now again the question is it the only way to make a text underlined? The answer is also no. We have another tag to make a text underlined. So add another br tag and write hello Spidey. And to make this text underlined, we have another tag which is ins tag. So opening ins, I will cut the closing ins tag from here and write the closing ins tag after the hello Spidey text. If I save the file, you can see the hello Spidey text is now underlined. Add another br tag, write hello Hella, and in this sentence I want to make Hella bold without the hello. So before Hella, write opening B, and after Hella, close the B tag. And if you save the file, you can see the hello text in normal format and the Hella text is in bold format. So here is an exercise. Write more superhero names and make them italic, underlined, bold without the hello part. In the previous video, we learned how to make a text bold, how to make a text italic, and how to make a text underlined. In this video, we will learn how to make a text bold, italic, and underlined together. This will be done by nesting of tags. So change the title to nesting of tags and delete the content from the previous video. Write hello world, save the file. The output is now hello world. To make this text bold, write the opening strong tag, and after the hello world text, write the closing strong tag. Save the file. The hello world text is now in bold letters. Now we want to make this hello world text italic also. So how can we do that? For that, write the opening em tag before the hello world text and write the closing em tag after the hello world text. Save the file. Now the hello world text is bold as well as italic. And to make this hello world text underlined as well, write the opening u tag before the hello world text and write the closing u tag after the hello world text. Save the file. Now the hello world text is bold, italic as well as underlined. And remember one thing, which tag you open first, you have to close the tag at the very last. Which tag you opened at the second position, that tag you have to close at the second last position. You open the u tag at the third position, you have to close the tag at third last position. That's the basic concept of nesting of tags. So write a br tag for a new line, hit enter, and write hello Thor. And to make this text bold, we will write the opening B before hello Thor and write the closing B after hello Thor. Now the hello Thor text is in bold letters. To make this text italic, we will write the opening I tag, and after hello Thor we will write the closing I tag. Save the file. The hello Thor text is bold as well as italic. And to make this text underlined as well, let's use the ins tag this time. Opening ins and after hello Thor, closing ins. Save the file. The hello Thor text is bold, italic, and as well as underlined. At this moment, our code is a little bit messy and not that much readable. So for the sake of readability and easier maintenance, we should indent the code. So let's indent the code. You can see it took so much time to indent this much of code. So just think, if we had hundreds of code in this file, how much time it would take. So it is very time consuming to manually format the document. So to overcome this issue, let's install an extension in VS Code. Right click on the square icon and search for prettier. And install this extension. Click on install. The extension got installed. Close this tab. And after that, let's make our file a little messy and save the file. But nothing happens actually. To format the document, right click on the file and click on this format document option. See, the file got formatted in well structure. Let's try again. Make the file a little bit messy. Save the file. Nothing happens, but right click on the file and click on this format document option. See, our file gets well structured. But right clicking and then choosing the format document option can be time consuming as well. So to overcome that issue, click on this gear icon and go to settings and search for format on save and check this box, then close the settings. And now if you make the file a little bit messy, as soon as you click the save command like Ctrl S, see, the file gets well structured automatically by prettier. Let's try again. Make this a little more messy and click on Ctrl S to save the file. See, our code get indented by prettier nicely. So let's understand how to write mathematics and chemistry formulas in HTML. I have a simple HTML file with a basic structure. The title of this page is Beautiful Page. We have a very popular formula in mathematics, which is a plus b whole square equal to a square plus 2ab plus b square. So let's write that formula in HTML. So to do that, write a plus b whole square, and if you save the file, you can see the relation between a plus b and this 2 is multiplication, but we want this 2 as a power, so we have to push this 2 a little bit up of a plus b. So to do that, we have sup tag, which stands for superscripted tag. So before 2 write opening sup, and after 2 write closing sup. If you save the file, now you can see it is a plus b whole square. So let's complete the formula. Write equal, save the file, a plus b whole square equal a square plus 2av plus b square. Now again we have that problem. This 2 has multiplication relation with this a, but we want this 2 as a power. So to do that, write opening sup tag before 2 and write closing sup tag after 2. Now this is s square. And to write b square properly, add opening sup tag before this 2 and write closing sup tag after 2. If you save the file, now the formula is complete. You can see a plus b whole square equals to a square plus 2ab plus b square. So write a break tag for a new line, and let's understand how to write chemistry formulas. So there is a very famous chemistry formula which is H2O, which represents water. So let's write H2O and save the file. But chemistry formulas usually don't look like this. The 2 should be a little bit down of H. So to do that, we have sub tag, which stands for subscripted tag. So before 2, write sub, and after 2, write closing sub. And if you save the file, now you can see it is H2O with the correct format. Let's try again. So write a break tag for a new line, and let's write the formula of aluminium. So Al3. So to push the 3 to bottom, write opening sub tag before 3 and write the closing sub tag after 3. And if you save the file, you can see now it is aluminium in correct format. No matter what you write between this opening superscripted tag and closing superscripted tag, that text will be pushed to the top. So if I write Thor instead of 2 and save the file, you can see that a plus b whole to the power Thor. If I write mango and save the file, you can see a plus b whole to the power mango. In the same way, no matter what you write between this opening sub tag and closing sub tag will be pushed down. So if I write Thor here and save the file, you can see H Thor O. And if I write, let's say, banana and save the file, you can see H banana O. So let me correct that again. Now you can see a plus b whole square equals to a square plus 2ab plus b square, and you can see two chemistry formula which are H2O and aluminium. Let's assume we are building an online business site, and this page contains information about products. For example, the price of the laptop is $600. You save the file. This page has the output of the price of the laptop is $600. Add a break tag for a new line. Let's say after some days this product got some discount. So write discount, which is $20. You save the file. You can see the discount is $20. So now the new price would be new price equals to $580. Save. Add a break tag here. So there should be a new line. Cut this break tag from here and add after this dollar text. Now the output should be okay. So as the new price is now $580, the old price should be in deleted format. So to do that, we have del tag. So before this 600, write opening del and after this dollar write closing del tag. And if you save the file, you can see this $600 text is now in deleted format. No matter what text you put inside this opening del and this closing del, the text would be in deleted format. Write a break tag for a new line. Now let's assume for a weird reason this product got another $30 discount, so write another discount equals to $30, add a break tag, save the file. You can see the output here, another discount, $30. So now the new price would be new price equal to $550. To save the file, you can see new price $550. And now this text should be also in deleted format, so we can use the del tag again here, opening del here, and after this dollar text we can write the closing del. This text will be in deleted format, but instead of del tag we have another tag which is strike tag. Opening strike, and after this $580 text write the closing strike tag. And if you save the file, you can see this $580 text is now in deleted format. So this strike tag is now in the red letters because this tag is now deprecated, means you should not use this tag. You should avoid this tag and use the del tag. Or we have another tag which is s tag. So let's see how that work. So let's say last discount equals to another $50. Add a break tag here so everything looks fine. Yeah, and add a break tag here for a new line. And after that, last price $500. You save the file, $500. So if this is the last price, this price should be in deleted format. So we will make this text in deleted format using the s tag. So before this $550 text, write opening s tag, and after this $550 text write the closing s tag. And if you save the file, you can see this $550 text is now in deleted format. I suggest that use this del tag or use this s tag. Don't use this strike tag because it is deprecated and not recommended to use in your page. I have a basic HTML file with the title The Hero. So let's write a statement. He said, I am Thor. Thunder is under my control. Save the file. The output is now, he said, I am Thor. Thunder is under my control. We wrote this opening quotation and this closing quotation from the keyboard. But when you will work with real life projects, writing the quotations can lead you to errors. So there is a better approach. We can use the HTML Q tag. Q stands for quotation. So delete this opening quotation and the closing quotation, save the file. See, we don't have any quotations in the statement. So let's add quotations with the Q tag. So before I write opening Q tag, and after control write the closing Q tag. And if you save the file, you can see we have this opening quotation before I and we have this closing quotation after the sentence. In the sentence, we have two important words, this Thor and this thunder. So let's transform this text in a format so the users of the page should focus on when visiting our page. So let's make this Thor text more noticeable by using the mark tag. So before Thor, write opening mark, and after Thor, write closing mark, and save the file. You can see the Thor text has a yellow background, so whenever user will visit this page, this text will get their attention. Let's make this thunder text noticeable as well. So before this thunder, write opening mark tag, and after thunder, write this closing mark tag. And if you save the file, you can see the thunder text is also has a yellow background which attracts the user to focus on. So let's learn some more text formatting tags in HTML. Write hello world, save the file. The output is now hello world. Let's write another hello world, add a break tag and write hello world, save the file. Now we have two hello world in the output. So let's assume I want to make this world text a little bit bigger than this hello text. So how will I do that? To do that, write the opening big tag before the world text and write the closing big tag after the world text. You can see the world word is now bigger than this hello world. Now let's say I want to make this world text a little bit smaller than this hello text. How will I do that? For that we have the small tag, so write opening small tag before this world text and write the closing small tag after the world text. Save the file. Now you can see this world text is smaller than this hello text. Let's understand another important text formatting tag, which is the pre tag. For that, let me write two more BRs, means break tags after this hello world sentence. So we have 3 empty lines. Then write a hash, then tab, then write a $sign, then 2 tabs, write 8. And if you save the file, you can see the prettier does not allow me to add more spaces between these symbols. So no matter how many spaces I add in between these symbols, if I save the file, the prettier collapses them. And in the output, the browser also collapses the spaces. Now let's say you want to control the output according to your format of the code. So how will you do that? If you write the opening pre-tag stands for pre-formatted tag, and write the closing pre-tag after this. And if you save the file, you can see we have spaces before this. If I add more spaces between this and save the file, you can see the output in the format in which format we wrote the content. So this pre-tag actually tells the browser to render the content in a format in which format you write the content. We have two kinds of tags in HTML according to the amount of space those tags take: block level tags and inline level tags. So let's understand these after learning the heading tags. So in the body, write hello world 1 and copy the text, and after that paste this and make this 1 to 2, then paste again. Let's make this 1 to 3, paste again, make this 4, paste again, make this 5, paste again, make this 6. Save the file. You can see we have the output hello world 1, hello world 2, hello world 3, hello world 4, hello world 5, and hello world 6. Now we have 6 heading tags in HTML. Those are h1 tag, opening h1, and after 1 let me write closing h1. Save the file. You can see this hello world 1 text is bigger than the others. Then we have h2 tag, opening h2, closing h2. Then we have h3 tag, opening h3, closing h3. Then we have h4 tag, opening h4, then closing h4. Then we have h5 tag, so opening h5, closing h5, opening h6, then closing h6. Save the file. You can see that the first heading text is bigger than the others, and the last heading, or the 6th one, is the smallest among these, and in the middle other heading texts are in different sizes. Can you find something weird in the code that we have learned before? Yes, you guessed that right, that we are not using the break tag, but every content is in new line. This hello world 1 text is in a line, this hello world 2 is in a new line, this hello world 3 is in a new line. So we are not using the break tag. So what's happening? Why these texts are in a new line? The answer is these heading tags are block level tags. So what does it mean by block level tags? The block level tags take full amount of width of the parent tag. Now you can ask, what is parent tag? So the parent tag is the tag which contains other tags. So in this case, these 6 heading tags are child of this body tag, and this body tag is the parent of these 6 heading tags. Similarly, this head tag is the parent of this title tag, and this HTML tag is the parent of this head tag and the body tag. So let's get back to the topic. These block level tags take the full width of the parent tag. In this case, this body is the parent of this heading tags. So in this browser window, from here to here is the body. Focus on the cursor. From here to here, the full amount of the browser is the body. So as this body is now the parent, these heading tags are taking the full width of the body element. So let's say the browser window's width is now 4 inch. So the hello world 1 text's width is also 4 inch. If I increase the width of the body, then let's say now the width of the body is 8 inch or 10 inch, then this hello world 1 text's width also 8 inch. The hello world 2 text's width also 8 inch. And if I write hello world again, and after that let's write hello Thor, and if I save the file, you can see the output hello world and hello Thor. If I write the italic tag, then closing italic tag after hello Thor, you can see the hello Thor text is in the same line, in which line is the hello world text. So why the hello Thor text is not pushed to the down? Because this I tag or the italic tag is a inline level tag. The inline level tags only takes that much of space what is required to render the content, but this block level tags, they take the full width of their parent tag or the parent element. So usually they are in a new line. We don't have to use the break tag, but in the case of inline level tag, if we want that the text should be in a new line, we have to use the break tag. And inline level tags only takes that much of space that it requires to render the content. And one thing I forgot to mention, that these heading tags are used to give headlines to the articles and paragraphs of a page. Let's understand attributes in HTML. Before understanding attributes, let me write a heading. So opening h1 tag, then closing h1 tag, and inside the h1 tag write a heading which is Thor. Save the file. You can see the output is now Thor. And let's say this heading has an article which is Thor is a powerful avenger. He can control thunder. Save the file. You can see the output now has a heading which is Thor and an article which is Thor is a powerful avenger. He can control thunder. So let's get back to the topic and understand attributes. So what are attributes and how we write them? So attributes are extra settings for tags to extend their capabilities. A tag can have one or more attributes, but one attribute does not belong to every tag, but some selected tags. For example, this body tag has an attribute which is a text attribute. How we write the attribute? So after the opening tag name, we give a space. Then we write the attribute name. In this case, the attribute name is text attribute. Then we give a equal to sign. Then we write single quotations or double quotations. I am writing double quotations, and inside these double quotations we give a value. In this case, this text attribute expects a value of a color name. So let's write a color name, for example red, and if you save the file, you can see the text of the document is now in red letters. Let's change red to green, and if you save the file, you can see that the text of the output is now in green letters. So as I told before, that one attribute does not belongs to every tags, but some selected tags. So this text attribute belongs to this body tag, and we can't write this text attribute in this h1 tag, but this h1 tag has other attributes, for example the align attribute. Then we give a equal to sign and write double quotation, and inside here we can give a value to control the alignment of the h1 tag. So if I write here left and save the file, you can see nothing changed actually, because the default value of the align attribute is left. If we don't write this align attribute, behind the scenes the default value is set to left. That's why we see no change in the output. But if I change the value to center and save the file, you can see the Thor text is now in the center of the document. And if I change it to right and save the file, you can see the Thor text or the heading is now on the right of the browser or the document. So what we understand from this video is that attributes are extra settings for tags to extend their capabilities, and we write attributes inside the opening tag. After the tag name, we give a space, then we write the attribute name, we give a equals to, then inside single or double quotation we give value. That's it. Welcome back. Let's write hello world 3 times inside our body tag. So hello world 1, add a break tag for a new line, and copy this line and paste for 2 times. Save the file. You can see hello world 111 and make this 1 to 2 and make this 1 to 3. Save the file. You can see hello world 1, hello world 2, hello world 3. In the previous video, we saw that if we add the text attribute inside the body tag and give a color name as a value and save the file, you can see that every text of the document is now in red letters. So let's say I want the first text, which is hello world 1, in green letters. So how will I do that? To do that, we have the font tag. So before hello world 1, write the opening font tag, and after the hello world 1 text, write the closing font tag. And if you save the file, you can see nothing has changed, because this font tag has an attribute which is color. Give a value of green and save the file. Now you can see that the hello world 1 text is in green letters. So this font tag accepts more attributes beside color attribute. So let's understand them. So to write another attribute, after one attribute, write that attribute name. In this example, this font tag has another attribute which is size attribute, and we give equals to sign, and in the double quotation let's write 3. If I save the file, you can see nothing has changed actually, because the default value of this size attribute is 3. But if I give here 2 and save the file, you can see the first hello world text is in small letters, and if I give here 1, you can see the text got even smaller. And if I give here 3, now it is in its default size. If I give here 4, it gets bigger. If I give here 5, it gets even bigger. If I write 6 here, now it is more bigger. If I set the value 7, then it is more bigger. But if I set the value here 8, nothing changes actually. So we can understand the least value of this size attribute is 1, and the biggest value of this size attribute is 7. So we can give value 1 to 7. We have another attribute which is face attribute. So let me write face, then equals to sign, and we give here font family name as a value. So let's say I want the text font family to be Cooper. So if I write Cooper and save the file, you can see the text style is now Cooper font. Let's write the font tag in the hello world 3 text. So before hello world 3, write opening font tag, and after hello world 3, write the closing font tag. And here let's say I want the face attribute equals to Arial. So if I save the file, you can see the hello world 3 text is now in Arial font. And let's say I want the size to be 5. The text got bigger. And let's say I want the color yellow. Save the file. The color is yellow. As you can see, the font tag is in red letters in VS Code. That means this tag is deprecated. Now you might ask me, hey Adil, why you are teaching us deprecated tags and attributes? I'm teaching these because these were very famous tags and attributes. Let's say someday you get a chance to update an old site. That time this knowledge can be useful. So far we have learned many things. Now before moving forward, let's make some changes in our setup. So in the desktop, let's create a folder with the name first folder. Here you can see the folder, and we have this index.html from our previous videos. I moved this file to this folder, and I have a picture which is nice.jpg. I also moved this into this folder. I open Visual Studio Code, and here I'm gonna drag and drop this folder. Just double click on the folder, hold on it, and drag and drop this into the VS Code. The folder got opened. So authorize the editor. Yes, I trust the authors. Here you can see our folder, first folder, and here is our index file. Here is our picture. So let's make some changes into our file. Let's delete the content from the previous video. Now this is a fresh HTML file, and the title would be background versus bgcolor. Save the file. Let's launch this on the browser with the live server. You can see the index file got opened into the browser with localhost 8080. Now let's write a heading here, h1 tag, say Thor is awesome. Closing h1, save the file. You can see the text Thor is awesome. So here in the body tag, we learned that we have the text attribute where we can give a color name as a value. So if I write red and save the file, you can see the text is in red letters. Now this body tag has another attribute, which is bgcolor attribute. So if I write bgcolor, and this also accepts a value of a color name. So let's say I'm gonna give here green and save the file. You can see the background color of our document or web page is now green. If I, let's say, right here maybe blue, you can see the background of the document is now blue. So it's very hard to look at as the color is too much harsh. So let's write sky blue, save the file. Now the color is tolerable. Let me delete this attribute and write the background attribute, and let's see what that does. Now this background attributes accepts a value of a path of an image. So in our folder we have this nice.jpg. So in this background attribute, I'm gonna give the path of that image. So to do that, I have to write dot. Dot means the current folder, and then I have to give the forward slash, Then I have to give the image name, which is nice.jpg. Save the file. You can see the background has that jpg image. Now let's say in our first folder we have another folder with the name second folder. So click on this folder icon. If you want to create a file, click on this icon, or if you want to create a folder, click on this icon. So as I want to create a folder, so I'm gonna click on this icon, and here I will name the folder as second folder. Then hit enter. The folder got created. Let's say I'm gonna move this nice.jpg to this folder. Yes, I want to move the file. So the nice.jpg is now in this second folder, which is inside the first folder. So now if I refresh the page, you can see we don't have the image because the path has changed. So how we will give the new path? So let me delete this text. So write the dot. This dot means we are in the current folder, in which folder this index.html is, which is first folder. Then we give forward slash. You can see in this first folder we have two things. One is index.html file and another one is this second folder. So I'm gonna go inside this second folder. I'm gonna write here second folder, then I will give a forward slash, and after that I'm gonna write the image name. And now if I save the file, you can see the image is now visible. So let's say inside this second folder I want another folder, which is third folder, and I move the nice.jpg picture to this third folder. Yes, move. Now again, if you refresh the page, you can see the image has gone because the path has changed. So now we have to write the correct path. So dot means the current folder, then children folder, which is second folder, then inside that folder we have another folder which is third folder. So I'm gonna write third folder, and now we have the image name. So write nice.jpg. So if you save the file, the image is back. Now here is a catch. Let's say now I want to move this nice.jpg from third folder to first folder where the index.html is located. So this nice.jpg and index.html is now in the first folder, the second folder, and the third folder is empty. So now I'm gonna move the index.html to the second folder. Yes, move. Now this index.html is inside the second folder, and this nice.jpg is inside the first folder. So now if you refresh the page, you can see that we can't get the index.html because the location has been changed. So I have to close the browser and relaunch this on the browser. So you can see the page got opened. You can see there is no background image in our document. Why is that? Because as we have changed the location of this index.html, our browser can't find this location in the reference of this file. So we have to update that. So now we have to give the updated path of the picture. So the index.html is inside the second folder, and this nice.jpg is inside the first folder. So we have to go backward. The image is in backward location. So we have to write two dot. This two dot means go back. one folder, then we give /. So you can see we have the suggestion nice.jpg, because by giving this 2 we are going outside of the second folder. Now we are in the first folder. So in the first folder we have two things, which is the second folder and the nice.jpg. So I'm gonna click on this nice.jpg and save the file. You can see the image is back. Now let's say I'm gonna move this index.html to the third folder. Yes, move. If you refresh, you cannot get the document, so I have to close the browser again and relaunch this document on the browser again. So you can see that there is no background image, because as now the index.html is inside the third folder, so we have to update the path. So let's see how we will do that. So let's give 2 dots. Now we are in the second folder, which contains this third folder. So let's give another 2 dot. Now we are in the first folder, which contains this nice.jpg and this second folder. So I'm gonna click on this nice.jpg, and if you save the file, the image is back. In this video, you have learned that with the bgcolor attribute, we can set a color of our page, a background color actually, and with the help of this background attribute, we can set an image to our web page as a background image. Now you might ask, hey Adil, why the browser is not showing the full image? The image looks kind of distorted. Well, we can fix this with the help of CSS, but this is not the right time. We'll learn how to do that in future. Hey beautiful people, let's understand comments in HTML. So comments are future reference or notes for yourself and has nothing to do with our web page. And the text or codes inside the comment portion won't be rendered by the browser. So how we write a comment? In this page, I have 3 heading tags. Let's say I want to test that how our web page looks without this I liked Thanos. So before this h3 tag, I'm gonna write the opening comment. So less than symbol, then we give a exclamation sign, then we write 2-. So you can see as I write the opening comment part, you can see after that everything turned into green. That means this portion of the code is now comment, and if I save the file, this portion will be ignored or avoided by the browser. So I don't want that the closing body tag and the closing HTML tag to be avoided by the browser. So I'm gonna write the closing comment after the closing heading 3 tag. So I'm gonna write 2- after the heading 3, then I will write the greater than symbol. Now this part of the page is a comment and will be ignored by the browser. If I save the file, you can see the I liked Thanos text is gone. So let's say I want this text back, so I'm gonna uncomment this, save the file, you can see the text is back. Now let's say I want that these 2 lines should be a comment and should be avoided by the browser, so I'm gonna write less than symbol, exclamation sign, 2-, and after this heading 2, I'm gonna write 2- and a greater than sign, and if I save the file, these 2 lines are avoided by the browser. Now these 2 lines are comments. So what we can understand that with the help of comments, we can find out bugs or problems in our code. We can test our code, like how it is behaving or looking without a portion. and we can do that without deleting that portion of content or code. We just commented them, and we can write references here also for ourselves. That, let's say here I have a note that I will create 3 web pages tomorrow. So this portion, this comment portion, has nothing to do with our web page and will be ignored by the browser. In the meantime, let me teach you some shortcuts in a VS Code. So this portion of the code is commented. To uncomment this, I'm gonna select this portion and click on the control and / at the same time. You can see the code is now uncommented. If you save the file now, you can see everything is back. And to comment this again, when the cursor is at the line number 9, click on the control and the / key at the same time. You can see this line is now a comment. If I save the file, you can see the line is gone. If I want to make these 2 lines comment at the same time, I'm gonna select these 2 lines and click on the control and / at the same time. You can see these 2 lines are also a comment now. To uncomment this, I'm gonna click on the control and / at the same time. These are VS Code shortcuts, and there are more shortcuts in VS Code. Let me teach you 2 of them. So if you hold on the Alt key and click on the up arrow key on your keyboard, you can move a line upward or downward. Let's say our cursor is now on the heading 2 tag, which is line number 7. So let's move this line upward. So to do that, I will hold on the Alt key and click on the up arrow key in our keyboard. You can see the H2 tag is going upward. Now let's say I want to move this line downward again. So to do that, I will again put the cursor on that line and hold on the Alt key and click on the down arrow key. You can see the text moved to downward. If you save the file, you can see we have the heading 2 tag, then we have the heading 1 tag. Now let's say I want to make a copy of this heading 2 tag before line number 6. So how will I do that? To do that, I don't have to select this, then Ctrl C to copy, then Ctrl V to paste, but we can do this with shortcuts, which is hold the Shift and Alt key and click on the up button at the same time. You can see the text is duplicated upward or in the previous line. If I focus on the line number 8, which is Thor is awesome, and if I hold on the Shift and Alt key and click on the down key at the same time, you can see this line is duplicated in the next line. Line number 8 is duplicated in the line number 9. So we don't have to select the text, then copy, then go to another line, then Ctrl V to paste. We don't have to do that. Just hold on the Shift and Alt key and click on the down key at the same time. Save the file. You can see that we have our headings. Every day we visit so many websites. There we see thousands of colors, but we don't know the name of those colors. So for this, we use hex color codes while developing web pages. So let's understand what are hex color codes. So let me write the font tag, opening font, then closing font, and inside the font tag write Thor and give a attribute which is color, give the value red. You save the file, you can see we have the text Thor which is in red letters. Let me zoom the browser so you can see properly. Now inside a comment, let me tell you some theories. So computers work in a number system which is called binary number system. Binary, and its base is 2. We have two number 0 and 1. In binary, we have two numbers, 0 and 1. Computer works on these two numbers. The base is 2. We human use the decimal number system. The base of decimal number system is 10. We have 10 numbers like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. 0 to 9, 10 numbers. So we have so many number systems. One of them is hexadecimal number system. So hexadecimal, and its base is 16, and the numbers are, let me copy. In hexadecimal, we have 0 to 9, then we have A, then we have B, C, D, E, and F. So as it is a comment, this is ignored by the browser, so this won't be rendered. I am writing this part for your understanding. It's just a theory. So this A is equivalent to 10. This B is equivalent to 11. This C is equivalent to 12. This D is equivalent to 13. This E is equivalent to 14. And this F is equivalent to 15. There are 16 numbers or characters in hexadecimal number system. So if we see the relation between binary and hexadecimal, let's say it is 2 to the power 16, and the result will be 256. So the minimum value here is 0 and the maximum is 255. So instead of using the color names, we can use the hexadecimal codes as the value. So let me delete this text, save the file. You can see the text is now black, but let's make this red again, but this time with hexadecimal color codes. So to write hexadecimal color codes, give a hash. This hash means color codes. Then we have FF0000. If you save the file, you can see the third text is now red letters again. So what's happening here is this hash means hexadecimal color, and after hash, first two letters represents a red color, then these two letters represents green color, and last two letters or numbers represents the blue color. So here we can give 256 combinations. Here we can give 256 combinations, and here we can give 256 combinations by mixing these numbers. Let's say I can write here A, E instead of FF. You can see the text is red, but a little bit less red. So let me make this FF. The text is red, and if I make this 00 and in the middle if I write FF and save the file, you can see the text is green. So these two number or letters expresses green color, and if I give here 00 and make the last two letters FF, save the file, you can see the text is blue. So the last two digits, numbers or letter, whatever you say, those express blue color. And we can write here 0, 1, 2, C, D, E, F, and if I make all of them 0, you will see the text is black, because here we have no red, no green, no blue. So ultimately the text is in black color. And if I give here 6 Fs, this means we have full intensity of red, full intensity of green, and full intensity of blue. If we mix these three colors in full intensity, the text will be in white. So the background is white and the text is also white, so you can't see the text. But if I select the text, you can see the text is in white color. This will be visible if I use the bgcolor attribute here. Let's say bgcolor red. If I save the file, you can see the background is red and the text is in white color. Let me delete this and make this black again. 0 0 0 0 0. Save the file. You can see the text is now in black letters. Because in real world we have three main colors. Three main colors. They are red, green, and blue. We can produce millions of colors by mixing these three colors. So let's say first two digit represents red colors. So I'm gonna give here FF, and these two letters represents green color. So I'm gonna give FF. If I save the file, you can see the text is yellow. So what's happening is, if you have paint colors, you can mix red and green. You will see those red and green colors will produce yellow color. And if I make the green part 0 0 and blue part FF and save the file, you can see the text is now in magenta color. So if you mix red and blue, you will see that these two color produces magenta color. And if I make the red part 0 0, then green part FF, if I save the file, you can see the text is now in cyan color. So if we mix green and blue color, we will get the cyan color. So here in the place of two zeros, which represents a red color, we can give 56 combinations by using these numbers. And here in the green part, we can give 256 combinations, and we can give 256 combinations in the blue part also. So by using these combinations, we can produce millions of colors, and the color number would be 256 into 256 into 256. So the result will be 16777,216. So it's a huge number. We can produce this much of colors by combining these numbers, which is more than 1.5 CR. Let's use a imaginary color. Let's give AE239F. Save the file. You can see we get a magenta kindish color. So you can write the text attribute and give a value in a hex code. So let's say F461AA. If you save the file, you can see nothing changes because this is overridden by this one. Before the font tag, we write the hello text. You can see the hello text is in a pinkish color. So this is responsible for this color, and this is responsible for this color. So now you can ask that, are we gonna use colors like this in an imaginary way? So the answer is no. Go to Google Chrome and search hex color picker. You will get a color picker. So here you can see, if you move this slider, it will show many colors. So when you like the color, just pause there and you will get a hex color code here. You just copy the color code, Ctrl C, and paste on your code, Ctrl V. If you save the file and go to your output, you can see the text in that color. Let's say I'm gonna change the color to this color, copy this color and paste that here. Save the file, go to your output, you can see that text is in that color. So there are many color formats in the world, like RGB color format, RGBA color format, HSL color format, but HTML does not support them. HTML misbehaves if we use those color format. HTML just supports color names and this hex color codes. So we will understand those color formats when we will learn CSS. So subscribe to the channel and keep eyes on the channel, because more free courses on web development, Android app development, and iOS web development are coming to this channel for free. Keep liking and sharing. So let's understand the HR tag in HTML, which stands for horizontal rule and renders a horizontal line in the page. So let me write the HR tag, and it is an unpaired tag. So it doesn't have an opening tag or closing tag, but it contains the opening and closing part in a single tag. If I save the file, you can see a horizontal line under the Thor text, and it has attribute which is color attribute, and I can write here red. You can see the line is now in red color. I can give hex values here also. So hash, let's say 0000ff. Save the file. You can see the line is now in blue color. It has another attribute which is width attribute, which accepts a value in pixels. So let's say 200 pixel. You can see the width of the line got decreased. If I write here 300, you can see the width of the line got increased. I can give here percentage values also. Let's say I give here 20%. And if I save the file, you can see the line is now 20% of the browser window. It will respect the width of the browser window or its parent tag. So if I increase the browser window, you can see the width of the line gets increased too. And if I decrease the width of the browser window, the line gets decreased also. But if I write here a value in pixels and save the file, you can see if I make the browser window bigger or smaller, the width is same all the time. It is 200 pixel. No matter the window or the parent tag how much big or small, the width stays constant. So let's make this 20%. Again, you can see it gets increased when I increase the width of the browser window. It gets decreased when I decrease the width of the browser window. This HR tag has another attribute which is the align attribute. By default, the value of the align attribute is center. So if I write center and save the file, you can see there is no change. But if I give here right and save the file, you can see the line is now in the right side of the browser. And I can give here, let's say left. And if I save the file, you can see the line is now in the left side. It has another attribute which is size attribute, which represents the thickness of the line. So if I give here 1, you can see the thickness got decreased. And if I give here 10, you can see the thickness of the line got increased. But in this size attribute, we have to give value in pixels. We can't use the percentage value. But in this width attribute, we can use value in pixel format or percentage format. So let's understand the P tag, which stands for paragraph tag. I have 2 articles copied in my clipboard. I'm gonna paste them. This article is about sunflower. Then I have another article about rose. I'm gonna paste that as well. And if I save the file, you can see there is no spaces in between these 2 articles. The space is collapsed by the browser. So you can say we can use the break tag to overcome the issue. Yes, we can do that. But let's say I don't want to use this break tag in this case. So we have a paragraph tag for this situation. So opening P tag. Then we have closing P tag. Save the file. You can see the paragraph tag adds space in between 2 article or paragraph and pushes other paragraph to the next line. You can say For this, we can use the heading tags like h3 tag, opening h3, closing h3. And if I save the file, you can see that this h3 tag does the same, but in this case, the h3 tag makes the texts bigger and bold, means it implies some text formatting to the article. We don't want that. We want just the paragraphs should be separated, but there should not be any text formatting. So that's why we have this paragraph tag, which is a generic block label tag. So it takes the full width of its parent element, in this case, which is body tag. So let me write the p tag before rows and the closing p tag after word. Save the file. So we saw the align attribute with respect to the heading tags. So we have the align attribute with respect to the paragraph tag as well. So let me write align. The default value of this align attribute is left. So if I save the file, you can see nothing changes. But if I give here center, save the file, you can see the text is in the center of the body. And if I give here, let's say right, save the file, you can see the text is in the right side. So let me make this left again. Save the file, the text is aligned to the left, but you can see in the right, the text has some zigzagness. The lines are not equal. It has some zigzagness. So with respect to this paragraph tag, align attribute has another value, which is justify. So if I write justify and save the file, you can see now the lines has no zigzagness and every line is equal, which looks beautiful. So I'm gonna copy this. You can see the rows paragraph has zigzagness in the right side. The lines are not equal. But when I paste the align attribute here and give the value justify and save the file, you can see the lines are equal and has no zigzagness. So these two paragraphs now looks nice. Welcome back. Let's understand the img tag, which is also known as image tag, and this renders a picture to our web page. So I'm gonna write image. It's an unpaired tag, so it has the opening and closing part in a single tag. If I save the file, you can see there is no output because this image tag accepts an attribute which is src, which stands for source, and here we give a path of an image or picture as a value. So in our folder, first folder, we have a picture which is pic.jpg. So I'm gonna put the path of this picture in this double quotations. So ./ then pic.jpg. And if I save the file, you can see our image got displayed. This is me actually. I think it looks nice. The picture is nice. Then it has another attribute which is width attribute. So we can give here values in pixels. So 200. If I give here 200, the width of the picture is now 200 pixels. And if I give here values in percentage, let's say 20%, and save the file, you can see takes the 20% of width of its parent element or the browser window. So in this case, if I use the percentage value, this image will get increased if I increase the width of the browser window. And if I reduce the width of the browser window, the width of the picture will be reduced too. So it is relative to the width of the parent tag or the browser window. But if I give here value in pixels, then it will be absolute value. So every time the width of the picture is same, no matter how much the browser window is. So this image tag has another attribute which is height attribute. So I'm gonna write height, then I will give here 300. If I save the file, you can see the height of the picture is now 300 pixels. So the aspect ratio of the image is 1:1. So the height and width should be the same to show the image nicely. As the aspect ratio is 1:1, if we use height and width in different value, then the image will be distorted. So I'm gonna give here 200 pixel. If I save the file, now the image looks nice. Okay, so let me make this 400, the height also 400. The image is now bigger, and if I copy this image and paste it here, and I'm gonna make the height here 200 pixel and the width 200 pixel as well. And if I save the file, you can see we have two images side by side. So if I reduce the width of the browser window, you can see the second image got displayed in the next line, because the image tag is an inline level tag. So it doesn't take the whole width of the parent or the browser window. It takes as much as space it needs to render the content. So if it has more spaces available, then it will show the second image or the other contents next to the first image. So it has another attribute, which is title attribute. If I write here title and give a value, let's say Adil, and if I save the file, if I hover the mouse on the second picture, you can see here is a small text which is showing Adil, but this title attribute is not present in the first image tag. So if I hover the mouse on the first image, it shows nothing, but the second image has this title attribute which has this value Adil. So if I hover on the second image, you can see a little text which shows Adil. So it's called title of an image. So this image tag has another attribute which is alt, and alt means alternative text. So let's say for some reason the browser couldn't load the image, or there were some issues or errors in our website, so the image is not available. So in this case we will show a text. So for example, if I write here Adil dev, and if I save the file, you can see no change. But let's say I'm gonna delete this pic.jpg or change the location. Let's say we have another folder here which is second folder, and I'm gonna move the pic.jpg there. Yes, move. So in the first folder we have this index.html, and in the second folder we have that image. So this path is invalid, or the browser will interpret that this image is not available or deleted. It will treat this as a unavailable asset. So now if we save the file, the browser will not found the image in this location. So look here carefully that the first picture is not available and it is showing an empty image icon. The second image is also unavailable. It is also showing no image icon, but it is also showing the text Adil dev, which means this all has some description about the image. So we can give here a detail or a description about the image, which will be shown if the image is not available beside the no image icon. And this alt tag is also very important to the search engine crawlers. This may seem very simple, but it has some very useful use cases. So let me write the correct path here. So // then we have the second folder // then we have the pic.jpg. So I'm gonna update the path in the second image as well, and if I save the file, the two images are back. So let's learn a very cool tag in HTML, which is details tag. So I'm gonna write the details tag. It is a pair tag, so opening details and closing details. So this details tag has a mandatory child tag, which is the summary tag. So I'm gonna write opening summary and closing summary. So in between this opening and closing summary tag, we have to give a topic name. For example, let's say Adil, and if I save the file, you can see there is an expandable element in our page. So this is the topic name which we gave inside the summary tag. Then we can use every other tags here after the summary tag. Let's say I have a h3 tag and the text in this heading is I am a dev. So if I save the file and if I expand this Adil element, then we can see that heading here. So we can add an image also. For example, let's say I'm gonna write the image tag, and in the source I'm gonna give a value which will be a path of an image. So we have an image in the second folder. So let me write the path of that image. So I'm gonna go to the second folder. Then we have the pic.jpg. And for the alternative text, I'm gonna write Adil dev. So now if I save the file and if I expand this element, you can see we have the image, and we can close the element also. We can expand, we can close. So this is a very cool tag or element, you can say, because we can add some level of interactivity using this without JavaScript. I know JavaScript is important for other interactiveness, but this can do some interactiveness without JavaScript. So this is cool. So I thought I should show this to you. Hello beautiful people. Let's understand another cool tag in HTML, which is the marquee tag. So I'm going to write opening marquee, then I'm going to write closing marquee. And inside this tag, I'm going to write, let's say, Adil dev. If I save the file, it is a moving text which comes from the right and goes to the left. So we can set the background color as well with the help of bgcolor attribute. So I'm going to write the bgcolor attribute, and then I will give a value of a color name, let's say light blue. And if I save the file, you can see the background color of the moving text is light blue. I can give a width here also. Let's say width. I want the width of, let's say, 200 pixel. So you can see the width of the moving text is now 200 pixel. I can give here value in percentage. So you can see the element is now 20% of the browser window. Let me make this 40%, and I will copy this marquee tag. Then I will add some break tags for new line. Save the file. Then I will write the marquee tag again. You can see we have two marquee tag. So in here we can also set the height of the element. So height, I'm gonna write here, let's say 300 pixel. We can give value in percentage also. Let's say 30%. So it will take the 30% height of the browser window. We have another attribute which is behavior. So by default the behavior is scroll. If I save the file, you can see there is no change. The text comes from the right and goes to the left. Then we have another value which is alternate. If I save the file, you can see this second marquee element goes to the left, then it goes to the right, and it's a to and fro thing. Let's copy this marquee tag and this break tags as well, and let me write this again. If I save the file, you can see another marquee element, and this time let me set the behavior from alternative to slide. We have this value which is slide. So check this out. The text comes from the right and stops at the left. So let me refresh the page. Check this carefully. The text comes from the right and stops at the left side. This alternative behavior is it goes to left, then it goes to right, goes to left, then it goes to right. And the scroll behavior is it goes to the left, then it again goes to the left from right. And this happens again and again. So we have another attribute with respect to this marquee tag, which is the direction attribute. So in this alternate marquee tag, I'm gonna write the direction attribute. So we can give here left. So if I give here left, you can see it starts from right and goes to left. And if I give here, let's say right, then it starts from left and goes to the right. To understand this more, let's use this direction attribute in the third marquee tag, which has behavior of slide. So I'm gonna write here direction, then I will set the value right. So if I save the file, you can see the text goes to the right from the left. And if I write here left and save the file, look carefully, Ctrl S, you can see the text comes from the right and stops at the left. We can use images also in this marquee tag and move the image. So let me delete this Adil dev text, and inside the slide or the third marquee tag, let me add a picture. So I'm gonna write the image tag, and in the source I will give a path of an image. I have an image in the second folder, you can see pic.jpg. So in the source I'm gonna write the second folder, then we have the pic.jpg. Let's say I'm gonna remove this alternative attribute for this moment, and I will set the width 50 pixel. If I save the file, you can see the image slides from the right and stops at the left. If I change the direction from left to right and save the file, you can see the image goes to the right from the left. So in the second marquee tag, let's add that image again. So I'll delete the text which is Adil dev, and I'll copy this image, Ctrl C, and in the second marquee tag which has behavior of alternate, I will write the image in between that opening and closing marquee tag. So you can see the image goes to the right, then it goes to left. It goes to right, then it goes to left. So it is the alternate behavior. So you can see the marquee tag is very cool and useful. Without JavaScript, we can add movable elements to our web page by using this marquee tag. I forgot to mention that the direction attribute has another two values. So if I change the value of direction attribute in the second marquee tag from right to up and save the file, you will see the picture goes to the up and down. It goes to up, then it goes down. And if I make this down, then you will see that the picture first goes down, then it goes up. So let's understand the figure and fig caption tag in HTML. I have a picture in my first folder which is pic.jpg. So let's write the figure tag. So opening figure and closing figure, as it is a paired tag. Then in the figure tag we have to write the image tag. The source would be pic.jpg, and I'm gonna delete this alternative attribute for this moment and write the width attribute, and I'm gonna give the value here 200 pixel. Let me save the file. You can see my image got displayed. So in the figure tag we have a child tag which is figcaption. So let me write the figcaption tag, which is also a paired tag. So opening figcaption and then closing figcaption. So in between this opening and closing figcaption, we give a caption for this picture, and that will be treated as a card. So this figure element is used to build cards in web pages. So if I give here a caption which is Adil says WHO is great, and if I save the file, you can see the caption Adil says WHO is great. So let's copy this figure tag again, Ctrl C, then I'm gonna paste this again. If I save the file, you can see we have two card or two figure in our web page, and those contains an image which has a caption Adil says WHO is great. So let's understand another tag in HTML, which is ABBR tag, which stands for abbreviation tag. So this WHO is the abbreviation for World Health Organization. So before this WHO, I'm gonna write opening ABBR, and I'm gonna cut the closing ABBR from here and write the closing ABBR after the WHO text. So this WHO text is in between this opening and closing ABBR tag, means the WHO text is inside the abbreviation tag. This ABBR tag has an attribute which is title. So I'm gonna write here the title, which is World Health Organization. And if I save the file, you can see this WHO text has underline, which is a dotted underline actually. And if I hover on this text, WHO text, it shows World Health Organization in a little pop-up. But I haven't used the abbreviation tag in this caption, so there is no dotted underline in this WHO text. But I have used this abbreviation tag in the first image caption, so it has a dotted underline, and if I hover on this, it shows World Health Organization in a little pop-up. So we have this basic HTML file with a basic structure. Let's make this better by giving some declarations. So before this opening HTML tag, I'm gonna write the less than symbol, then the exclamation mark, then doc type, then I'm gonna give a space, then I'll write HTML, then the greater than symbol. So it is not a tag actually, it is a declaration for the browser. The declaration is doc type, means document type. So what kind of document the browser should expect from us, and it should expect a HTML document. So we are telling the browser that there will be a document type which is HTML. And in the opening HTML, we can give an attribute which is a lang attribute, which means a language. And here we can give EN, which stands for English, and we can give a country code as well. For example, US or maybe UK, I don't know, but let's stick with just English. So EN. If I save the file, you can see there is no change because these are just for the browser, not for our end users. And inside the head tag, we can give some meta information, so our page is more available to the search engines. So let me write the meta tag, and we have an attribute which is char set, which specifies character set, and the standard value for this is UTF-8. We can write this meta tag as many times we want with different attributes. For example, I'm gonna write the meta tag again, and I'll write the name attribute. So the name is, let's say, description, and the actual description we will give in this content attribute, which is free web tutorials. Then I'm gonna close the meta tag. Then we can write the meta tag again, and now the name would be keywords, and the content would be, let's say, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Then I'm gonna close the meta tag. So the search engine crawlers will see these meta tags. So if someone searches using these terms or these keywords, the search engine will match this with different websites metadata, and from them which are close to the search query will be displayed on the top. We can write the meta tag again. In the name attribute, we can give here, let's say, author, and in the content we can give the author name, let's say, for example, Adil. Then I'm gonna close the meta tag. Then let's write the meta tag again. This time name attribute will accept the value which is viewport, and the content would be width equals to device hyphen width, then a comma, then I'm gonna write initial hyphen scale equals to 1.0. Then I'm gonna close the meta tag. So you can see this meta tag is a little bit different from these. So this is very important actually, because it tells the browser to render the website with respect to the device width. So our users will use the website from different machines which has different sizes of screens. For example, laptop screens are bigger, phone screens are smaller. So when the browser will render our website, it will respect the device width. So it will be very helpful to make the website responsive. So it will be nice in every size of screens. So these are some important meta tags. There are several meta tags available, and there are open graph meta tags as well, which are very useful. I will discuss them later in this course. In the meantime, you can search in Google by writing HTML meta tags list, and you can visit this GitHub link. You will see basic HTML meta tags, open graph meta tags, custom meta tags. So we have discussed some important meta tags here, but I will discuss some really useful meta tags later in this course. In the meantime, you can check this article. So before finishing the video, I'm gonna delete this code from our file, and let me teach you a shortcut in HTML. Just write an exclamation sign, then hit enter. You will get this basic structure. You don't have to write this again and again in every file. Let me show you this again. You have this empty index.html file. Just write the exclamation sign, then hit enter. You will get this basic HTML file. So that's all for now. See you in the next one. There are three kinds of lists in HTML: ordered lists, unordered lists, and description lists. Let's understand the ordered lists in this video. So to write an ordered list, we have to use the OL tag. OL tag. This OL tag is a paired tag and a block label tag. This means it will push the next content to the next line. So if I save the file, you can see there is no output because there is no list item. We have this ordered list, but we don't have any list item. So to add a list item, we have to use the li tag. So li tag, opening li and closing li. Li stands for list item. This is also a block label tag. So let's say here I'm gonna write ball, then I'm gonna write the li tag again. Here I will write bat, then I'm gonna write the li tag again, then I'm gonna write phone. If I save the file, you can see we have a ordered list which has three list item: ball, bat, and phone. The ordered lists are preceded by decimal numbers. So you can see before ball we have the decimal number 1, before bat we have the decimal number 2, and before phone we have the decimal number 3. So we can change this list type by using the type attribute, and we can give here capital A. And if I save the file, you can see the items are preceded by capital A, capital B, and capital C. If I give the value small a in the type attribute and save the file, you can see these items are now preceded by small a, small b, and small c. We can give here Roman numbers as well. Let's say I'm gonna give here small I, and if I save the file, you can see the Roman numbers small I, small 2i, and small 3i. And we can give the capital I here. So if I write here and save the file, you can see now we have capital Roman numbers. Let's make this type to 1. So by default the type is 1. If we don't give this attribute, still it will show decimal numbers. So let's write type then 1. So it is showing decimal numbers. So in ordered list we have another facility, which is we can tell the browser from which number it should start listing by writing the start attribute. So let let's write the start attribute, and we can give a value. Let's say now the list has the first item preceded by decimal number 1. The second item is preceded by decimal number 2. So we can tell the browser that it should start from number 6. So if I save the file, you can see the first item is preceded by decimal number 6. The second item is preceded by decimal number 7. And the third item is preceded by decimal number 8. And let's say if I set the type here capital A and tell the browser it should start from the fourth number. If I save the file, you can see it starts from D, then bat is preceded by E, and phone is preceded by F. And if I give here small I, and let's say I'm gonna tell the browser it should start from 3, so you can see the ball is preceded by Roman number 3. Beautiful. So let's understand unordered lists in this video. To write unordered lists, we have to use the UL tag. So opening UL and closing UL, as it is the paired tag. This is also a block level tag. This means it will push the next content to a new line. So we have this unordered list, but we don't have any list items. So the output is empty. So let's add list items by using the li tag. Opening li and closing li. This is also a block level and a paired tag. So the first item would be in this list ball, then the second item would be bat, and the third item would be phone. If I save the file, you can see we have an unordered list ball, bat, and phone. And this list is preceded by disk icons. These are circles filled with black color. We can set the type here, type, and give a value disk. The default value is disk. If we don't write this under the hood, the browser interpret the type as a disk. So if we save the file, you can see there is no change, but we can give here, let's say circle. If I save the file, you can see the list items are preceded by circles. These circles are not filled with black colors. Also, we can give here another value, which is square. And if I save the file, you can see the list items are preceded by square symbols. And we can give a value none as well. So if we write none and save the file, you can see the list items are not preceded by any symbol. We can use this none value in the ordered list as well. So in the OL tag, we can write this type attribute and also give this none value. So in the unordered list, we have another facility that we can use an image as a symbol. So in our first folder, I have this pic.jpg. So let's use this as a list symbol. So in between this opening and closing li tag, before the ball text, I'm gonna write the image tag, and I'm gonna give the source here pic.jpg, and I will give the width 10 pixel. If I save the file, you can see there is a picture before the list item. So if I want to add the image to other list items, I have to copy the image tag, then I have to paste this in those list items. If I save the file, you can see the list items are preceded by that image. Awesome. As we have learned the ordered and unordered lists, let's learn how to nest a list inside another list. So first, I'm gonna create an ordered list using the OL tag. Inside the ordered list, we will have some items. First item would be languages. Then we have, let's say, editors. Then we have browsers. If I save the file, you can see there is an ordered list in our web page. Ordered lists are preceded by decimal numbers. So you can see the lists start with a decimal number 1, 2, 3, like that. So let's say here in the languages list item, I want another list of some languages. So after languages, let me put a colon, then hit enter. Here I'm gonna write another list by using the OL tag. So opening OL and closing OL. And here we can give list items. Let's say here I'm gonna give HTML. Then let's say I have another language, CSS. Then we have JavaScript. If I save the file, you can see we have a list which has list items, languages, editors, and browsers. And this language list item has another list which contains HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We can also change the type of the list by writing the type attribute. So in the first ordered list, or the main ordered list actually, I'm gonna put the type attribute and give a value capital A. And if I save the file, you can see the main list is preceded by capital English letters. I can set the type in the sublist as well. So I'm gonna put the type attribute here, and let's say I'm gonna give here small I, which will show Roman numbers. So here is the example. We have ordered list inside another ordered list. We can have unordered list inside ordered list. We can have ordered list inside unordered list. We can have unordered list inside unordered list. Every kind of nesting is possible, but you can think of. Let's say in the editor's list item, I want another list. So I'm gonna put the colon here and expand the list item. Let's say I want unordered list here. So I'm gonna write the UL tag here, and inside the UL tag, I'm gonna give some lists. For example, we have Notepad, then we have VS Code, then we have Atom. And if I save the file, you can see we have an unordered list inside the editor's list item. So we can change the type here as well. So I'm gonna write the type attribute, and here I'm gonna give the value, let's say square. And if I save the file, you can see the list items are preceded by square symbol. Let me copy the main ordered list and paste that. Let me make the main ordered list unordered list, closing unordered list, and change the type here to disk. If I save the file, you can see we have another main list, which is an unordered list with disk symbol, and then we have sublists. This is the ordered list, and this is the unordered list. So you can see we can also make unordered list as the main list, then we can nest ordered list inside that unordered list. So let's say in this third list item, which is browsers, we want to add another list which will be ordered list. So I'm gonna put the OL tag, and here let's say we have a list item which is Chrome, then we have Firefox, and then we have Edge. Let me set the type here small a. If I save the file, you can see this browser unordered list item has another list inside it, which is a ordered list, and those are preceded by small English letters. So like this, you can nest ordered or unordered list inside a ordered list, or you can nest ordered and unordered list inside a unordered list. So any nesting you can think of is possible. You just need to try that out. We have another kind of list in HTML, which is definition list. So let's understand that. To create a definition list, we have to use the DL tag. So DL, which stands for definition list. And inside the DL tag, we have to give the DT tag, which stands for definition term. So we have to give a term to this list item. So let's say the definition term is rows. If I save the file, you can see rows got displayed. Let me put a colon here. If I save the file, you can see the output rows colon. So for this definition term, we have to give a definition data. So for that, after the DT tag, opening and closing DT tag, we have to write the DD tag, which stands for definition data. So for this term, we have to give a data here. So let me write rose is a beautiful flower. It is a symbol of love. So we are adding dummy text here. So manually writing dummy texts consume time. So let me teach you a shortcut. So let's say you want to test a layout with some dummy text. So for that, you don't have to write dummy text or collect them from internet. You just need to write a lorem. Let's say you want 20 dummy words. So after lorem, just write 20, then hit enter. You will get a dummy text of 20 words. So this is a shortcut in VS Code. So we don't have to write dummy texts manually. It is handled by VS Code. So save the file. You can see automatically this definition data has some indentation before itself. The browser adds some indentation before the text, which looks nice. So let's say we have another item, and with the definition term sunflower colon, and which has definition data, let's say lorem, and the text would be of 30 words. So lorem 30, hit enter. So we have a text which contains 30 words. Save the file. You can see sunflower and definition data which contains 30 words. So basically this was the definition list item, and we have successfully learned 3 kinds of lists available in HTML. So let's learn the Blockquote tag and understand why we need this tag. Let's say we have a paragraph with a text free code camp says, then we have a quote. So I'm gonna write the Blockquote. What free code camp says is programming is awesome. And let's say it says other things as well. So I'm gonna put a dummy text of 20 words. If you save the file, you can see the paragraph text here and the Blockquote text is here. This Blockquote text is indented by the browser. So you can say that it looks like a definition list. Yes, it slightly looks like definition list, but the use case of definition list and this Blockquote tag is different, because in definition list we give a definition term, then we give definition data, and here we are adding this paragraph separately and this Blockquote separately. We use the definition list while we show data from our side, but we use this Blockquote tag when we give data to the user from other sources. In this case, the source is free code camp. So this text is not provided by us. This is told by free code camp. So we do not own this. It is from different source. So while we will provide some data or content from different source, we will use the Blockquote tag. It looks like definition list, but a definition list has some other use cases, because in the Blockquote tag has another attribute which is a site. Here we can give reference of the source to the browser. So in this case, the reference would be https://www.freecodecamp.org. So this is the source. So we tell the browser this content is from another source and the source is this. So if I save the file, it is, you can see the output. So let's say we are working on a web page and you have thousands of lines of code in your file and your page is not behaving correctly. It's showing some errors and you can't find the error. In this case, how to know what is the error actually? So in this page, I have a heading which is Adil. I have a paragraph which is I am a dev and a picture of mine. Let's say I make some changes to the file which will cause some errors. I'm doing this intentionally to show you the problems, then how we can solve that. So I made 2 mistakes. Let me save this. So we don't know the errors, and let's assume this file is bigger, we can't find the errors. So how to fix that? So for that, we have a website called validator.w3.org. Write this in your address bar of your browser, then hit enter. This website will be popped up. So here, let me maximize this browser window. So you can see we can give a address of a website. So if your website is live in a server, you can give the URL of your website. So as our website is not live yet, so we can validate by uploading our index file. So we have to click on here. We can also validate by writing code here in this box. Validate by direct input. So let's validate by uploading our file. So in the second tab, then choose file. So I have to choose our file. The file is in the desktop, then it is in the first folder, and the file is index.html. So I'm gonna open this, then I'm gonna click on this check button. So here you can see the errors. This site is telling where we made some mistakes, and it is telling how to correct them. Let me zoom this so you can see properly. See the errors, it is showing. So after you check the errors here, go to your file, then fix those errors. Save the file. Now as we have fixed the errors, let's go to the website again. Let's check this again. So let me go back and choose the file again, index.html, then click on this check button again. Now you can see there is no error. So by this you can check if your site or your web page has any kind of error and quickly fix them. This website is cool. Make sure to bookmark that. So in this HTML file, I have a text which is coding is awesome. So the direction of this text is normal, which is left to right. We can change this by using the BDO tag, which stands for bidirectional override. So write the BDO tag, and I'm gonna cut this closing BDO tag from here and write the closing BDO tag after this coding is awesome text. If I save the file, you can see there is no change because this BDO tag accepts an attribute which is dir, which stands for direction, and we can give here 3 values. So the default one is LTR, which stands for left to right. If I save the file, still there is no change because already the text direction is left to right. We can give another value which is right to left. So this R stands for right, and this T stands for to, and this L stands for left. So now if I save the file, you can see the text direction has been changed. You can see the coding is awesome text is in right to left direction. So if I set the value here auto and save the file, then it will respect the language and its directional terms. So if it is English language, then the value would be left to right. If it is Arabic language, then it will be right to left. So we have another interesting tag which is BDI tag. So write the BDI tag. What's the use of this BDI tag? Let's say I have a text hello before this BDI tag. We use this BDI tag whenever we don't know the direction of the text. Let's say our website has user generated text and the direction of that text may be left to right or maybe right to left. We don't know that. So the English word is left to right, but the user generated text can be left to right or right to left. So in this case, we put that user generated text into the BDI tag. So let's say the text is this Arabic word. So you can see the output hello and this Arabic word which I copied from internet. This BDO tag is used for changing the text direction, and this BDI tag used when we don't know the text direction that may be generated by any user of our website. And let's say we have a text that is outside of this tag and we know that text's direction. So we have a word which has direction of left to right, and this text has direction right to left. So the whole sentence is bidirectional. So in this case, we use the BDI tag, and this BDI tag is stand for bidirectional isolate, which can be very useful while using with the text which are generated by our users. So let's understand one of the crucial and very important tag in HTML, which is a tag, and this stands for anchor tag. So let's say we have this HTML file and this is our home page. This is the home page of our website. If I save the file, you can see the output. This is the home page of our website. Now, the website can have multiple web pages. So this is our home page. So let's say our website has another web page which is profile page. So let's create that page. So click on this icon, then this create new file icon, and here let's say the name of our file is profile.html, and let's create a basic structure by using the VS Code shortcut and change the title here, which will be profile page. So in our folder we have two web pages or HTML file. One is index.html, which is our home page, and this profile.html, which is our profile page, and this is pig.jpg, which is a picture. Let's ignore this in this video. So I want an element where our user can click and he will be navigated to the profile page. So let's say we have the text go to profile page. Let me add a break tag here. So there is a new line. If I save the file, you can see go to profile page. So I want that if our user click on this text, he should navigate it to the profile page. So to do that, we use the anchor tag or the a tag. So before this text, I have to write the opening a tag. Then after this text, we have to write the closing a tag because it is a paired tag. And this is also an inline level tag. So it only takes that much of amount space that it need to render its content. So if I save the file and if I click here, you can see nothing happens actually, because this anchor tag accepts an attribute which is href, which stands for hyperlink reference. And here we give a path of our other web page. So we give a path of the web page where we want our user should be navigated to. So as we want that our users should be navigated to the profile page, so we will give here the profile page path. So for that, write dot, then / then profile.html. And now if I save the file, you can see the text is now blue and it has underline. And look here carefully that whenever I hover the mouse on the text, the mouse turns into hand cursor from a normal cursor. See, the cursor is now normal. Whenever I hover on the text, it is now a hand cursor or hand symbol, you can say. Now if I click on this, we are in the profile page. So we don't have any content in the profile page. So let me go to the profile page and write this is profile page. And if I save the file, you can see the text, this is profile page. We can go back to the home page. And again, if we click on this text, we are navigated to the profile page. So let's say we want another element here where our user can click to navigate it to the home page. So after this text, write a break tag for a new line. Then here, write the text go to home page. And before this go to home page text, write the opening anchor tag. Then after this text, write the closing anchor tag. And if I save the file, you can see still there is no change because we didn't give the href attribute. So href, and we give the location or path of our home page, which is // then index.html. If I save the file, you can see the text is now blue and it has underlined. If I hover on the text, you can see a hand cursor. If I click on this text, you can see now we are in the home page. If I click on this, now you can see we are in the profile page. Click on this home page, click on this profile page. So congrats, we have learned a very important tag in HTML. See you in the next one. In the previous video, we created two pages. One is home page, which is this index.html, and we created another web page, which is this profile.html. And in the output from home page, we can go to the profile page by clicking on this go to profile page link. And from the profile page link, we can go back to the home page by clicking on this go to home page link. So with respect to this anchor tag, we have an attribute which is target attribute. So look this carefully. If I click on this go to profile page link, it goes to the profile page in the same window or tab. We can open as many window or tab we want in Google Chrome or any other browser by clicking this plus icon. So if I click this plus icon, you can see we have a new window or tab, you can say. If I click on this plus icon again, we have another new window or tab. So by clicking on this plus sign, we can open as many tab or window we want. So let me close these tabs. So when we navigate to the home page, it stays in the same window or tab. And when we navigate to profile page, it stays in the same window too. But let's say we want that when I click on this home page link, the home page should open in a new tab. So how will I do that? So for that, we use the target attribute. So we are in the home page, which is index.html, and here in this anchor tag, write the target attribute. And here we can give a value which is _self. If I save the file and click on this go to profile page, you can see the same behavior. It opens the profile page in the same window. If I click on this go to home page, it gets navigated to the home page, but in the current tab, because the self value is default in this target attribute. But we can give here _blank. If I save the file, and now check that out. If I click on this go to profile page, the profile page is opened in a new tab or window. But in the profile.html, we didn't set the target attribute. So if I click on this go to home page link, it goes to the home page, but in the current tab or window. But let's say again, I want to go to the profile page. So if I click here, you can see it goes to the profile page, but in a new tab. If I go to home page, it goes to the home page, but in the current tab. If I want to go to the profile page, it goes to the profile page, but in a new tab. So let's say now I want to go to the home page and it should go in a new tab too. So for that, in the profile.html file, in the anchor tag, we give the target attribute and set the value _blank. Now if I save the file and click on this go to home page, you can see the home page is opened in a new tab or window. Let me close these tabs and show this from beginning. So if I click on this go to profile page link, it goes to the profile page in a new tab. And if I click this go to home page link, it goes to the home page in a new tab. Look here carefully. In the first folder, we have two HTML files. One is index.html, one is profile.html, and we have one image in this folder. So let me close this menu. In the index.html, we give the title, which is homepage. And in this profile.html, we give the title, which is profile page. Let me add an image in this index.html. And in the source, I'm gonna give the source of my pic.jpg. The alternative text would be profile of Adil. And let me set the width of this image, which will be 200 pixel. If I save the file, you can see my image got displayed. Now in the previous video, we saw we can create hyperlinks. By clicking on those hyperlinks, we can navigate one page to another page. So let's say I want to make this image as a hyperimage. So if I click on this image, I should navigate to another page. In our case, that would be profile.html page. So to make this image a hyperimage, before the image tag, I'm gonna write the anchor tag or opening a tag. And after the image, I'm gonna close the anchor tag. Save the file. If I click on the image, you can see nothing happens because we have to give the hyper reference, which is the href attribute. And in the value, we have to give a path of our profile.html page. So we will give profile.html. Now if I save the file, you can see if I hover the cursor on my image, it turns into a hand cursor. Look carefully. Now the cursor is normal, but when I hover the cursor on the image, it turns into hand cursor because the image is now hyper image. And if I click on this file, you can see we are navigated to the profile page. You can see the title profile page. We don't have any content in the profile page. So let me go to the profile.html file and add a content. This is profile page. Save the file. You can see this is profile page. So let me go back and check that out. If I click on this image, it goes to the profile page. So the image is now a hyperimage. We can set the target attribute here and give a value which will be underscore blank. If I save the file, and now if I click on this image, the profile page gets opened in a new tab. We can add some texts after the image also. So if I write here profile and save the file, you can see the profile text after the hyperimage. So if I click on this profile text, this also navigates me to the profile page. So if I click on this image, takes me to the profile page, and if I click on this profile text, this also takes me to the profile page. So this is how we can turn an image into a hyperimage. Let's understand how to navigate from one section to another section within the same page. Let's say I have a heading 2 with the text top, then I have a paragraph with 100 words. So let me write 100 dummy words with lorem 100 shortcut. If I save the file, you can see I have a heading which is top and I have a paragraph. I can scroll the page to go to bottom, and I can scroll the page to go to up or top. So let's say without scrolling, I want to go to another section of the page. So for that, let me create another section. For that, let's say here I have another h2 with the text bottom. Save the file. You can see the heading bottom, and it has a image source and give a path of an image which is pic.jpg. Let me cut the alternative text for this moment. Then let's say we have another paragraph and it has a lorem 50 dummy words. save the file, you can see in the bottom we have a image which is very big. So let me reduce the width of the image. Let's say the width of the image is 300 pixel. So still it is too much. Let me make this 200. Now it looks better. So we have two sections, top section which contains a heading and a paragraph. Then we have bottom section which contains an image and a paragraph. So to navigate between this top section and bottom section, we are using this scroll bar. Let's say I want to get navigated to the bottom section by clicking on an element. So how will I do that? We can do that, but before that we have to give the sections some name. So we have this top section. We can give a name to this section by using the anchor tag. So I'm gonna write the anchor tag, and I will not give the href attribute. I'm gonna cut this. Instead of that, I'm gonna give an attribute which is name, and the name would be top portion, and I'm gonna give this bottom section a name which will be bottom portion. If I save the file, you can see nothing happens. So after this h2 tag, let me write the anchor tag again, and in the href attribute I'm gonna write the hash symbol, and inside the opening and closing anchor tag I'm gonna write the text go to bottom. If I save the file, you can see a link, go to bottom. So this hash means do not navigate. We write this hash when we don't know where to navigate, and this also means do not navigate to another page, stay on the same page. So if I click on this go to bottom, nothing happens actually. So we want, by clicking on this go to bottom button or link, we should go to the bottom section. So remember, we gave the bottom section a name which is bottom portion. I'm gonna copy this bottom portion, the name of the bottom section, and after hash I'm gonna paste that. Remember that after hash this text should match the name value, otherwise this will not work. So if I save the file, now if I click on this go to bottom link, I am navigated to the bottom portion or bottom section. So how cool is that? We don't have to use the scroll bar, but just by clicking on this go to bottom button, we are navigating to the bottom of the page. So here after the bottom section heading, I'm gonna write the anchor tag again, and in the href attribute I'm gonna write the hash. Then what we named the top section, yes, the name was top portion. I'm gonna copy the name, and after hash I'm gonna paste that, and in the opening and closing anchor tag I'm gonna write go to top. And if I save the file, you can see above the image we have a text which is go to top, and it is a hyper text. So if I click on this text, we are navigated to the top portion or top section. We didn't have to use the scroll bar. So if I click on this go to bottom, we are navigated to the bottom section. If I click on this go to top, we are navigated to the top section. How cool is that? In our first folder, we have two HTML file and one image. So let me close this file menu. In this index.html, we have the content which is this is homepage, and in the profile.html we have the content which is this is profile page. So let me go to the index.html file, add a break tag, and here write an anchor tag, and in the href attribute give the path of our profile.html file, and in between opening and closing anchor tag write go to profile page. Save the file. You can see a link which says go to profile page, and if I click on this, we are navigated to the profile page. Let me go back, and in the profile.html file, let's say we have a heading which is a h2 element with a text top, and it has a paragraph with 100 dummy words. So lorem 100, then hit enter. Let me enable the word wrap by clicking on the Alt and Z key at the same time. So the text is wrapped inside a VS Code window. After this paragraph tag, let's assume we have another h2 tag with the text middle, where let's say we have an image. Let me give the path of our image, which is pic.jpg, and let me cut this alternative text and add the width attribute, which would be 200 pixel. And after the image, let's say we have another paragraph with 50 words. So lorem 50, then hit enter. I save the file and go to the profile page. You can see we have a top section, then we have a middle section. We will add the bottom section later. First, let me tell you what I am planning to teach you in this video. So let me go back to the home page and look carefully. If I click on this go to profile page link, I am navigated to the profile page. I am in the top section. Let's say I want that I should be navigated to this profile page and in the middle section. So how will I do that? Let me go back to the home page again. So to go to the profile page and in the middle section, first we have to give a name to those sections. So I'm gonna write the anchor tag, and here I'm gonna give a name which will be top portion. I'm gonna give a name to this middle portion as well. So write the anchor tag, give a name attribute, and the value would be middle portion. If I save the file, there will be no change. As we have added name to those sections, now we can navigate to that page and that section at the same time. For that, let me write this path again. So first I'm gonna tell the browser to go to the profile page. So I'm gonna give the path, which is profile.html. Our browser went to this location and rendered the profile page. Then I'm gonna tell the browser be on that page and find a section with the name middle portion. And if I save the file, so the browser will first go to this location and try to find an anchor tag with the name middle portion. So if I click on this link, you can see I am in the profile.html page and directly navigated to the middle portion. Let me write another heading in the profile.html with the text bottom. We will have a paragraph with 100 dummy words. So lorem 100, then hit enter. If I save the file, you can see in the profile page we have another section which is bottom section with a 100 words paragraph. We have to name this section. So I'm gonna write the anchor tag and I'm gonna write the name attribute, and I will give the value which will be bottom portion. Save the file and let me copy this anchor tag in the index.html and paste this after the first anchor tag, and between these two anchor tag let me write a break tag for a new line. Let me go back to the home page and refresh the page. You can see we have two links, go to profile page, and another link which is go to profile page. I'm gonna replace this middle portion with bottom portion, and I'm gonna change this text as well, middle portion, bottom portion. Save the file. You can see two links. First link is go to profile page middle portion, then we have another link which is go to profile page bottom portion. If I click on this go to profile page middle portion link, I am navigated to the middle portion of the profile.html file. Let me go back, and if I click on this profile page bottom portion, I am navigated to the bottom section of profile page. So this is how we can directly navigate to a section of another page. Let's assume you offer some services through a website and you want your users should send feedback to you by email. So how will you do that? For that, write the anchor tag and in the href attribute, write mail to, then give a colon. So after this mail to, write an email address where the email will be sent. So for example, you will give your email address, let's say abc@gmail.com, and in between opening and closing anchor tag, write send feedback. Save the file, and if you click on this send feedback button, it will open the default email app on your system. So in Windows it will open Outlook, and in Android it will open Gmail. Let me close this. We can give as many as email address we want in this mail to. For that, we just need to use the comma. So after abc@gmail.com, write a comma. Then let's say I have another email address which is tre@gmail.com. And if I save the file and click on this send feedback button, you can see in the to field we have two email addresses. One is abc@gmail.com and another one is tre@gmail.com. Like this, we can add as many as email address we want by giving a comma. We can send carbon copies as well. For that, write the question mark symbol, then CC stands for carbon copy, and give equal, and here write the email addresses where you want to send the carbon copies. So let's say we have def@gmail.com. Save the file and click on the send feedback button. You can see in the to field we have abc@gmail.com and tre@gmail.com, and in the CC field we have def@gmail.com. We can add more email addresses in this CC part by giving the comma symbol. Let's say we have another email address where we want to send carbon copies. That email is arw@gmail.com. By the way, these are just imaginary email addresses. These are not real addresses. Save the file and click on this send feedback button. You can see in the to field we have abc@gmail.com and tre@gmail.com, and in the CC field we have def@gmail.com and arw@gmail.com. So we can set as many as email addresses in the to field and in the CC field. We can set the subject as well. So from this question mark till the end, it is called a query string. So in a query string, we can give key value pairs. So this is a key value pair. This CC is a key, and from def from this.com, these two emails are value. So this is a key and these are a value. So we can add another key value pair, but before writing that key value pair, we have to write the ampersand sign. Then the key would be subject and the value for the subject would be about colon or hyphen or colon, as you wish. About feedback. Save the file, and if I click on this send feedback button, you can see in the to field we have abc@gmail.com and tre@gmail.com, and in the CC field we have def@gmail.com and arw@gmail.com, and in the subject field we have that subject which is about colon feedback. So in this process we can send mail, carbon copies, and set the subject directly from a link. You can write this with a shortcut. If you write A, then colon, you will get a mail part, and if you hit enter, you will get this auto completion. Then you just write the email address. So by this procedure, you can easily get feedback from your users or send mails to yourself or to your users. Assume that you made a website for a freelancer who offers his services to his clients. So he wants a feature in his website so that his clients can call him directly from the website by clicking on a link. So to create that feature, we will write the anchor tag opening A and closing A, and in between these write the text call me, and in the href attribute we are gonna write tel, which stands for telephone, then write the colon, then write a phone number where the users will call. You should write the country code. So let's say the country code is 880, then 17, then let's say the number is 11223344. Save the file. You will see a link on your web page which says call me. If you click on the link, you will see a pop-up. The pop-up says open phone link. HTTP localhost 8080 wants to open this application. So I'm gonna open phone link app. Let me close this. So basically this link will try to open an app which app can make a call. So in Windows I don't have any app which can make calls. So it's trying to open the phone link app which links Windows PC and Android or iOS. But if your users or you open this page on an Android phone or an iPhone, then after clicking on this link, it will open the dialer of your phone. And in the dialer, you will see this number typed. Then you just need to click on the dial button. Then a call will take place. So keep in mind that if you click this link from an Android phone or an iPhone, this will open the dialer app. Or let's say you have Chrome on your Android phone and you have Chrome on your Windows device, and these two devices are logged in with the same Google account. Then if you click on this link, you will get an option where you can click and that will open the dialer app on your phone. So you will click on the link which will be on Windows laptop, and if you click on the link in Windows, it will open the dialer app in Android or iOS where you have logged in. So I can't showcase this at this moment, but let's see, if we make any project in this course, then I will make sure that this feature is available in our project, and then we will publish this website to the server. Then we will visit that website with our phone, and then I will showcase you that how clicking on this link opens a dialer app on your phone. So for that, keep eyes on this channel. So make sure to subscribe to this channel. I have one video and one picture in my desktop. I'm gonna move these two files to my first folder where the index.html is located. So the video and the picture is now in the first folder. I'm gonna open this folder in Visual Studio Code or VS Code. You can see our index.html file got opened here. And in the first folder, we have the video which is nature.mp4 and the picture which is pic1.png. I'm gonna close the file menu and launch this file with live server on our browser. So let's understand the video tag, which is used to add a video to our web page. So I'm gonna write the video tag. It is a paired tag. So opening and closing video tag. The video tag accepts an attribute which is src, which stands for source. And here we give an URL of a video or a path of a video. So I'm gonna give the path of this video which is nature.mp4. So I'm gonna write // then nature.mp4. If I save the file, you can see we have a video in the output, but we can't play this video at this moment. Let me minimize the browser. Before playing the video, let me resize this video with the height and width attribute. So I'm gonna set the width attribute and it would be 400 pixels, and I'm gonna give the height which will be 300 pixels. I save the file. Now you can see the video has 400 pixels of width and 300 pixels of height, but we can't play this video we don't have any controls. So for that, we can use the controls attribute. Controls, and to this attribute, we can give a value which is true. But this is optional. If we don't give a value here or just write this control attribute, automatically the controls attribute will have the value set to true. So we don't have to write the value manually, like equals to then true in quotations. We just have to write controls. The value is automatically set to true. So if I save the file, you can see now we have a play pause button, a sound button, a full screen button, a menu icon where we have the download button. We can control the playback speed. We can go to the picture in picture mode as well. So if I click on this play button, the video gets played. Let me reduce the sound. If I click on this button, the video gets played, and if I again click on this, it gets paused. We can control the sound as well from here. Check this out. If we refresh the page, the video is paused when we load the page. If you want that when the user loads the page, the video should be automatically played, then we can do that with the autoplay attribute. So write autoplay, and here you can give the value true as well, but you don't have to write this. It is already set to true by default. So now if I save the file, the page will be loaded and the video will be started automatically. So check this out. Control S save. You can see the video started automatically. So for this, I'm gonna remove this autoplay attribute because it will keep playing the video whenever we save our file. So for this moment, I'm gonna remove this attribute. And check this another thing. If we finish the video playing, then it stops. It does not replay. So let me show this to you. I'm gonna play this video. Let me turn off the sound. Go to the end. See, when the video is over, it stops. It does not replay the video. So if you want that the video should be in loop and after it is over, it should be replayed, then you can use the loop attribute. So here we have loop. The default value here set to true. If I save the file, let me play this video and go to the end. You saw that after the video was over, it started playing again. Now one thing you can observe that whenever we load the page or play the video, the sound is enabled. So in some cases you want that the video should play but the sound should be disabled, and the user should enable this manually by clicking on this mic icon. So for that you can use the attribute which is muted. The default value is set to true. If you write the attribute muted, then it will have the value set to true. If I save the file, you can see when our page got loaded, the mic icon is disabled. That means if the user plays the video, he should have to click on this mic icon to play the sound like this. We have another attribute which is preload, and the default value here is auto. That means the browser will try to preload the video. So if I save the file, you can see the auto behavior which is preloading the video. We didn't play the video, but it is preloading. You can see the white progress bar, but we can change this. So if we set the value in preload attribute and give the value metadata, then it will load the metadata. You can see the progress bar is still white because the video is cached. That's why it's showing, but it will only fetch the metadata or preload the metadata before playing the video. And we can set the value here none. If we set the value none, it won't preload the video or the metadata. It won't preload anything. If I save the file, you can see it does not have any frame in the thumbnail, or it hasn't preload any data. You can see there is no white progress bar in this gray progress bar. So let me remove this preload attribute for this moment and save the file. You can see the thumbnail is the first frame of our video, but we can change this and set a better thumbnail, which is this pic1.png. We can set this as a thumbnail. For that, we had to write many CSS and JavaScript if we use the image tag, but in the video tag we have a facility that we can use the poster attribute and give a path or URL of an image so that it will be the thumbnail of the video. So I'm gonna set the attribute which is poster, and here I will give an URL or path of an image. So for this moment I'm gonna give this pictures path, which will be // then pic1.png. If I save the file, you can see the picture is now the thumbnail of our video. And let me tell you one more thing, which is this video is not owned by me. This is downloaded from pexels.com and the owner is Jo Dong. I can't pronounce that correctly, so I'm sorry for that because the name is in Chinese maybe. So I'm sorry for that, but I give credit to pexels.com and Jo Dong for this video. So you can see by using the poster attribute, we can easily set a thumbnail to our video without writing much CSS and JavaScript. So in between the opening and closing video tag, we can give a fallback value. So inside the opening and closing video tag, I'm gonna write your browser does not support video, please upgrade. So if a user visits our website with a browser which does not support a video tag or video, and the browser is unable to load this video and the source, then this fallback value will be shown to the user that his browser does not support video, he has to upgrade his software. So it is a fallback value which will be shown to the user when his browser can't load the video or does not support a video tag in HTML. So I hope you understand the video tag and its attributes, and you understood the fallback value when it will be shown to the user. So that's all for now. See you in the next one. So we have this basic HTML file in which we were working on, and this is located in the first folder, and we had a video, a picture from previous video, and I added an audio file. So you can add an audio file in your folder. Let me close this file menu and let's discuss about the audio tag which we use to add an audio to our web page. I'm gonna write the audio tag. It is a paired tag, so opening and closing audio tag, and it accepts an attribute which is source or src, and to this attribute we give an URL or a path as a value. So I'm gonna give the path of our audio file, which is // then gregor.mp3. This audio is not owned by me. I downloaded it from pixabay.com and the author's name is Gregor. So you can check his audios. I'm gonna save this file. You can see there is nothing in our web page. Let me write the controls attribute. Controls, save the file. Now you can see our file, the audio file. So without this controls attribute, we can't see the audio or play the audio. So this controls attribute adds the controls like this play pause button. Let me reduce the sound, or this sound button. We can disable this or enable this, reduce this, increase this, or we have another menu icon from where we can control the playback speed. So in the audio tag, we must have to use the controls attribute. Now look carefully. When we refresh the browser, the audio does not start automatically. We have to click on this play icon. Check this out. We have to click on this icon. So if you want that whenever the web page loads, the audio should be played automatically. For that, we can use the autoplay attribute. So autoplay, and we can give the value true, but automatically the value is set to true. We don't have to write this manually. It is optional. In here also, in the controls attribute, we can write the true value, but this is optional. Automatically the value is set to true. If you write this attribute, then it will have the value set to true. So I wrote this autoplay attribute. So now look carefully. When I will save the file, the browser will reload and it will automatically start to play the audio file. I don't have to click on this play button. So I'm gonna save this file, Control S. You can see the audio started automatically. So I'm gonna remove this autoplay attribute for this moment because it will keep playing whenever we save our file because the live server is running. So I'm gonna remove this autoplay attribute for this moment. Save the file. And one thing you can see that if I play this audio and go to the end of this audio, and the audio will be finished, it will stop. It won't replay. So let me play this and go to the end. Whenever the audio will be finished, then it will stop. It does not replay. So if you want that the audio should be in loop and whenever it finishes, it should get replayed. So for that, you can use the loop attribute. If you write the loop attribute, the default value will be set to true. You don't have to write that manually. So if you save the file, now if I play the audio and go to the end, it will replay the audio. You can see after the audio was over, it started playing the audio again. And one thing you can observe as well, whenever we play the audio or load the page, the sound is enabled by default. But in some cases, let's say you want that the sound should be disabled at first when the user loads the page or play the audio, and he has to click on this sound icon to enable the sound. And for that, you have to use the muted attribute. So if I save the file, you can see when the page loads, the sound icon is disabled. If I play this audio, still the sound icon is disabled. User has to click on this to enable the sound. Then he can disable, then he can enable. If you use this muted attribute, then the sound will be disabled for users. Then we have another attribute which is preload, and the default value is set to auto. This means the browser will try to reload the audio file. If I save the file, the browser will try to preload the audio because it is the default behavior. And we can set the value here metadata. If I save the file, then the browser will not preload the whole audio but only try to preload the metadata. And I can set the value here none as well. If I write none, then it won't preload anything. You can see the sound icon and the progress bar is in light gray color. If I play the audio, then it will start to load the audio. You can see now it is in gray color. Before playing, it was in light gray color. So if our user visit our website with an outdated software or browser, maybe his browser does not support the audio tag, then we have to show him a warning that his browser does not support that. For that, in between the opening and closing audio tag, we give a fallback content. Let's say I'm gonna write your browser does not support audio, please upgrade. So if user's browser does not support this audio tag and has a problem with this tag, then as a fallback content, this text or warning will be shown to him. I hope you understood the audio tag and its attributes, and you understood how the fallback content is used to notify the user that his browser does not support the tag. Look this carefully. In our first folder, we have our index.html file. We have audio file which is gregor.mp3. I downloaded this audio from pixabay.com. The author is Gregor. We have a PDF file which is introduction to HTML. We have a video file which is nature.mp4. I downloaded this from pexels.com. The owner of this video is Dojong, his name I guess. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. His name is in Chinese or some kind of language that I can't understand, so sorry for that. And I have another picture which is pic1.png. I'm gonna close this file menu. Let me write the image tag. So image tag. In the src we can write the pic1.png, and in the alternative text I'm gonna write it is a picture. Save the file. There is a picture. Let me reduce the width and height. Width should be 300 and the height should be 200. Let me give a border here. Border, let's say 2 pixels. So we have a border of 2 pixels. Let me add a break tag for a new line, as the image tag is an inline level tag. Let's understand the embed tag. The embed tag is also an inline level tag. It is an unpaired tag, so it will have the opening and closing tag in a single tag, and it is a universal tag. With this tag we can add image, HTML file, video, audio, PDF to our web page. So if I write the embed tag, you can see we can give a source here. So in the source I'm gonna give the same pic1.png type. The type attribute is optional. We don't have to write this attribute or give any value, but let me show you an example. We can write here image/png as the picture type is png. If I save the file, you can see another image in our file. We can set the width here, let's say 300, and the height 200. Save the file, you can see the image. Let me remove this type attribute. This is not necessary actually. This does not make any difference. You can see everything is same, but we can't set the border here with the embed tag. Let me add another break tag and let me write the video tag. And here I'm gonna give the source of our video, which is nature.mp4. I'm gonna write here controls. So our video has controls to play or pause. Then I'm gonna set the width here 300 and the height would be 200. Save the file. You can see the video. We can play this here. We can use so many attributes. We can set a poster. We can give the image source here. Save the file. You can see the video has the thumbnail, which is enjoy nature. And here we can add a fallback value, which is this browser does not support video, please upgrade. So if our user's browser does not support video and it is unable to load the video tag, then this warning will be shown to him. We can add a video to our web page with the embed tag as well. So I'm going to write the break tag for a new line, and then I'm going to write the embed tag. I'm going to remove the type attribute, and in the source I'm going to give the source of our video. If I save the file, you can see this video is added by the embed tag, but we can't give a fallback value here like this one, and we can set a poster like the video tag. So without controls, embed is adding controls to the video, so that is okay, but you can check other attributes. Many are supported, many are not supported, which are supported with respect to the video tag. And the other thing is we can't add any fallback content to the embed tag. So let me write a break tag again for a new line. And to add a PDF, we don't have any dedicated tag, but we can add PDF using the embed tag. So for that, let me write the embed tag. Let me delete this type attribute, and in the source I'm gonna write the path of our PDF file, which is introduction to html.pdf. I save the file. You can see we have the PDF file with a scroll bar. The PDF is small, but let me increase the width. Let's say it will be 500 pixel. Save the file. You can see the width of the PDF is now 500 pixels. We can also set the height. Let's say it would be 500 also. Save the file. Now you can see we have other controls that we can download the PDF, we can print the PDF, Then we have other options here. We can zoom out, zoom in, many other features. We can rotate. So with the help of this embed tag, we can add PDF files to our page as well. Let me add a break tag. With the help of the audio tag, we can add audio to our web page. If I give the source of gregor.mp3 and write the controls attribute, we can see audio in our web page here. We can set a fallback value here. This browser does not support audio. Please upgrade. Save the file. Now if the audio is not supported by the browser, then this fallback value will be shown to the user. We can add audio to our file using the embed tag as well. I'm gonna write the embed tag, delete the type attribute, and in the source we give the source of our mp3. If I save the file, you can see another audio is added to our web page and the audio starts automatically. So the default behavior of this embed tag that it starts playing the content whenever the page loads, but this embed tag does not support every attribute of this audio tag. You can check them out. Though the embed tag is an universal tag, it can add any kind of files to our web page. Still, it is not recommended to use the embed tag. If you want to add a video to your web page, use the video tag. If you want to add an audio, use the audio tag. If you want to add a picture, use the image tag. Because the embed tag is not recommended, it is losing its support day by day. So use the respective tags for your works. And in case of PDF file, we can use the anchor tag. So in the next video, we will see how the anchor tag behaves with different types of files. So in the anchor tag, we can give the path of any kind of files like this embed tag. While adding PDF, you can use the anchor tag, and how that will work, we will see that in the next one. We use the anchor tag to navigate between web pages. Besides that, we can work with different type of file format with the anchor tag. So if I go to the file menu here, you can see in our first folder, we have our index.html file. I have a files.zip file, a mp3 or audio file. Then I have a Word document, which is intro.docs. Then I have introduction to HTML, which is a PDF file. Then I have a video, which is nature.mp4. And I have one picture, which is pic1.png. This nature.mp4 video I downloaded from pexels.com. The owner of the video is Dojong. You can check his contents. And this mp3 I downloaded from pixabay.com. The owner is Gregor. So let me close this file menu and let's see how the anchor tag behaves with different file format. So I'm gonna write the anchor tag, and in between the opening and closing anchor tag, I'm gonna write view picture. Then in the href attribute, I'm not gonna give a path of a web page, but I'm gonna give a path of a picture. So the path would be // then we have the picture, which is pic1.png. Let me save the file. You can see we have the link view picture. Let me zoom this a little bit so you can see properly. You can see the link view picture. Let me maximize the browser. Now let's see what happens if I click on this link. So click on this. You can see our picture got opened in the browser. If I minimize the browser, you can see we have our picture, and where the picture is not available, it has black background. You can see if I minimize the browser, where the picture is available, you can see the picture, but where the picture is not available, you can see a black background. So browser opens the picture in a full window or the full page. If you use the anchor tag and give a path of a picture in the href attribute. Let me make this browser a little bit bigger. Then As the anchor tag is an inline level tag, so I'm gonna use the break tag for a new line. Save the file. I will go back to the home page. Now let me write the anchor tag again. This time I will give a path of an audio file. So // we have the audio, which is gregor.mp3. Then in the opening and closing anchor tag, I'm gonna write view audio. Save the file. You can see we have another link, which is view audio. If I click on this audio, you can see the audio starts playing in a new page and it has a black background. It opens the audio in a full screen or in the full page. Here you can see the audio starts playing. Let me minimize the browser and go back. Let me write the break tag again and the anchor tag. And this time I will give a path of a video, which is nature.mp4. And the hypertext would be view video. Now if I save the file, you can see we have another link, which is view video. It will open the video in a new page. You can see the video starts playing in a full page, and where the video is unavailable, that place has background color of black. Let me go back, write the break tag again, then anchor tag, and this time in the href attribute, I'm gonna give a path of a Word document, which is intro.docs, and that text would be view Word document. Save the file. We have the link, which is view Word document. If I click on this link, you can see the browser downloads that file, which is intro.docs. So the default behavior here is the browser will download if we give docs file in the href attribute. Let me write the break tag again, then anchor tag, and this time I will give a path of a zip file, which is files.zip, and the hypertext would be view zip file. Save. You can see we have the link view zip file. If I click on this link, you can see the zip file is also downloaded by the browser. So if we give docx file or zip file in the href attribute, the browser will download those files. Let me add the break tag again, then anchor tag, and this time I will give a path of a PDF file. So I have a PDF, which is introduction to HTML.pdf, and the hypertext would be view PDF. Save the file. You can see we have the link view PDF. If I click on this link, you can see the PDF got opened in a new page. Let me maximize the browser so you can see properly. You can see here is a preview of the PDF, and here is the reading version of that. So we can zoom out, zoom in here. We can rotate the PDF, then we can fit to page, then we can fit to width, any other features, Then here is a page count. We can hide the menu, then we can download the PDF file by clicking on this icon. We can print the PDF, then there are many other options. So let me minimize the browser. So this is how the anchor tag behaves differently with different type of files. You can check with other type of files with this anchor tag and experiment that how it behaves. It is a cool trick and used heavily in web development. So I hope you understood these concepts in depth. So that's all for now. See you in the next one. Let's understand how we can add more than one links to an image. So in our folder, we have index.html, then a picture which is pages.png. The title of our index.html is homepage. I'm gonna create two more pages. One will be content.html. I'm gonna create a basic structure with a VS Code shortcut. So exclamation sign, then hit enter. We have a basic HTML file. The title would be content page. And in the body, I'm gonna write this is content page. Save the file. And I will create another file which will be profile page. So profile.html. Save the file. Write exclamation sign. Hit enter. We have basic HTML file. The title would be profile page. Inside body, I'm gonna write this is profile page. Save the file. I'm gonna go back to our index.html file, and here let me write the image tag. So image tag, and here I'm gonna give the path of my image, which is pages.png. Let me delete the alternative attribute for this moment. Save the file. You can see we have our picture. Let me maximize the browser. So this is our picture. I'm gonna minimize this. So if we want to turn this into a hyperlink, we can write the anchor tag. So before the image tag, I'm gonna write the anchor tag, and after this image tag, I'm gonna write the closing anchor tag. And in the href attribute, I'm gonna write ./content.html. I save the file. You will see that the whole image is a hyperlink. So no matter where I hover the mouse, it turns into a hand cursor. So let me maximize the browser, and if I click on this image, it takes me to the content page. Let me go back. If I click on this content page, it navigates to the content page. Let me go back. If I click on this profile page circle, this also takes me to the content page. So I don't want this behavior. I want if someone clicks on this rectangle, he should be navigated to the content page. And if someone clicks on this circle, he should be navigated to the profile page. So how we will do that? For that, we can create hotspot areas in our image. So for that, we don't use the anchor tag, but we have another tag, which is map tag. So before the image, I'm gonna write the map tag. It is a paired tag, so it has opening and closing tag. It accepts an attribute, which is name, and here we give a name to this map. So the name would be picture map. You can give any name here, that doesn't matter. And inside this opening and closing map, we will create hotspot areas for our image. So to create hotspot areas, we have to use the area tag in HTML. So I'm gonna write the area tag, which is an unpaired tag, and it accepts multiple attributes. So the first one is the shape. So the first shape of our image is a rectangle. So here I'm gonna write rect. And in the second attribute, which is chords, we gave coordinates of that rectangle. So here we give a value of left coordinate, then top coordinate, then right coordinate, then bottom coordinate. You can think in another way, like you should give a value for x axis, then y axis, then x plus width, then y plus height. You can give these 4 coordinates to this chords attribute. I'm gonna come to this attribute later. Let me tell you about the other 2 attributes. So the href, here we give a path of a web page where our user should be navigated if someone clicks on this rectangle. So if some user clicks on this rectangle, he should be navigated to the content page. So I'm gonna give the path of our content.html page. And if the picture is not available, we can give the alternative text, which will be rect image. So we understood shape, href attribute, and alt attribute. Now it's time to understand the chords attribute. So in the chords attribute, we give coordinate of this rectangle. So we have to find the coordinate of this rectangle. For that, we need to take help of some softwares. So if you have Photoshop, you can do that, but there is an easy way. You can open another tab in Google Chrome and write photop.com. And here, create a new project, click create, and then go to this file menu and open. You can see we are in the first folder. Here I will upload my image, which is pages.png. You can see we have our image. We have rulers in the top and our left side. If you don't see them, go to the view option and make sure you check this rulers text. So now let's find out the coordinates of our rectangle. So first I'm gonna find the x coordinate. So it would be, you can see 0 pixel. So you can see the value of x coordinate is a 0. So I'm gonna write here in place of x, I'm gonna give 0. Then I'm gonna go to the browser again. Then we have to give the y value. So the value of y will be, you can see it is 500 pixel or 501 pixel. Let's write 500. That should be okay. Right here 500 and go to photopea again. Now let's add the value, which will be x plus width. So I'm gonna draw this ruler and you can see it is nearly 288 pixel, or we can just write 290 pixel, but for this moment just write 288 pixel. Then we have to write the y plus height coordinate. So that will be 215 pixel. So instead of this text, I'm gonna write 215. I save the file and go to our file, which is home page. And now check this out. Whenever I hover on the image, you can see this is a normal cursor. But whenever I hover on the rectangle, nothing happens. So what's happening? Let's find out. Minimize the browser. So to use this map and this area as a hotspot area, we have to give an attribute to this image tag. The attribute is use map. And here we give a value with a hash sign. We write the hash symbol, then this name of the map. So the name of our map is picture map. I'm gonna copy this. These two should match. So if this text and this text will not match, then this is not gonna work. So I'm gonna save the file. Let me maximize the browser. You can see if I hover on the image, nothing happens. But whenever I hover on the rectangle, you can see the cursor turns into a hand cursor. When I hover on the other part of the picture, it stays the normal cursor. But when I hover on the rectangle, it turns into a hand cursor. This means this area, this rectangle is now a hyperlink or hyper area. This is now a hotspot. If we click on this part, we are navigated to the content page. And if we click outside of the rectangle, nothing happens. But if we click on this rectangle, this takes us to the content page. So it is a hotspot area. We can add another hotspot area. For that, inside the opening and closing map tag, we write another area tag. So area, this time the shape would be circle and the href would be profile.html and the alternative text would be circle image. And here in the chords, it is different from the React shape. So for circle, we have to give coordinate of center x, then center y, then the radius of our circle. So let's find the center x, center y, and the radius with the help of photopea. I'm gonna maximize the browser, go to photopea. So let's find the center x by drawing a ruler. So this would be 1140. Go to VS Code and instead of center x, right here 1140. Go to photopea. Let's find the center y. So that would be 340. So instead of center y, I'm gonna write here 340. Now let's find out the radius. So from this common point to this end of the image, this would be the radius. So I'm gonna draw another ruler. I'm gonna draw another ruler which shows 1280. So if we minus 1140 from this 1280, the radius would be 140. So the radius would be 140. So here I will write 140. If I save the file and go to our output, you will see if I hover on the image, it is a normal cursor. But whenever I hover on the circle, it turns into hand cursor. This means it is a hotspot area or a hyperlink. So we have two hotspot area or hyperlink in one image. So if I click on this circle, it takes me to the profile page. So congrats, we have learned how to add two links or hotspot area in a single image. So finally, if I hover on the other part of the image, it is normal picture. If I click on those parts, nothing happens. But if I hover on the rectangle, it is a hyperlink or hotspot area. If I click here, it takes me to the content page. Let me go back. And if I click on the profile page, it takes me to the profile page. How cool is that? So that's all for now. As always, see you in the next one. In one of our previous video, we saw that how the anchor tag behaves with different types of file format. We can slightly modify that behavior with the download attribute. So let me show you that in this video. So I'm gonna write the anchor tag, and in the href, if I give a path of an image which is pic1.png, and in between the opening and closing anchor tag, let me write the hypertext which would be view picture. If I save the file, then in the output, if I click on this view picture link, it will open the picture in a new page. Where the picture is available, you can see the picture, and where the picture is unavailable, you can see a black background. Basically, it is opening the picture in a full page. So let's say I want, if I click on this link, the browser should not display the image in a new page, but I want that the browser should download the picture. So how we will do that? For that, we can use the download attribute available in HTML. So I'm gonna write download. Let's not give a value for this moment and save the file. If I click on this view picture link, you can see the pic1.png file got downloaded by the browser. So this is how we can modify the behavior of the anchor tag while working with different types of file format. Now we can give some values in this download attribute, like let's say in our server the picture's name is pic1, but if we want that when our users download this picture in his device, this picture should have another name like beauty, then we can write the name here. So whatever we will write in this place, that would be the name when the user will download this file in his computer. So let me show you that, but the extension would be same. The file extension would be .png. If it was a video file, then it would be .mp4. So Ctrl S save. Now if I click on this link, you can see the image has name beauty.png. So when the user will download this file in his computer, the image name would be beauty.png. But in our server, the name is pic1.png. Let me give you another example. Let me write the break tag, and this time in the anchor tag, I'm gonna put the hyper reference of a video which is nature.mp4, and the hypertext would be view video. Save the file. If I click on this video, it will open the video in a new page. So where the video is not available, you can see a black background because browser is opening the video in a full page. Let me go back, and if I give the download attribute here, let's not give any value and save the file. If I click on this view video link, you can see the video got downloaded. The name of the video is nature.mp4. But let's say when the user downloads the video in his computer, the name should be something else. So that we can set here. So if we write a text here like nice video, save the file. Now if I click on this link, this video will be saved with the name nice video, but the extension would be .mp4. So let me click on this link. You can see the video got downloaded with the name nice video, and the extension is .mp4. So it will respect the extension and change the name. So I showed this download attribute to you because sometimes it can be useful. Let's understand the base tag. Before that, let me add anchor tag to our web page. And in the href attribute, I'm gonna write https://www.freecodecamp.org. So before this video, we saw that we can give hyperreference to our web page, and we can also give reference to other websites. So in this case, I am gonna give the reference of freecodecamp.org, and inside the opening and closing anchor tag, I'm gonna write FCC. Save the file. You can see the link. Let me zoom the browser, and if I click on this link, I'm navigated to the FreeCodeCamp website. Let me go back. You can observe, if we give a link of another website to this href attribute, the link opens that website. But if we don't include link of another website and just write the path of some web pages, then it tries to open that page from our website or our server. We can change this behavior. So for that, the head portion, I'm gonna write the base tag, and here the base domain or link would be, let's say, https://www.w3schools.com. So this is the base URL. So if we add this base URL to our web page, then if we have other links or anchor tags in our page, browser will first try to go to this website. Then for every anchor tag, it will find some web pages in that website. So it will try to find a web page which we will give here after going to this website. So let's say I'm gonna write here tags, then slash, then tag underscore audio dot asp, and here the text would be audio tag. If I save the file, you can see audio tag. So now if I click on this link, the browser will go to this website. So this is the base URL. So it will try to load this website. Then for this anchor tag, it will try to find this web page, which is /tag underscore audio.asp. The browser will try to find this web page inside this website. So check that out. If I click on this audio tag, you can see it opened w3schools.com/tag underscore audio.asp. You can see the audio tag and read about that. Let me minimize this and add another anchor tag to our page, and this will have /tag underscore video.asp as a value for this href attribute, and this text would be video tag. Let me add a break tag here, so there is a new line in between these two links. Save the file, go to our web page. For output, let me refresh the page. You can see we have two links, audio tag and a video tag. So if I click on this anchor tag, the first one, which is audio tag, the browser will first go to this website. Then it will try to find this web page. So if I click on this audio tag, it goes to this web page in w3schools.com website. Let me go back, and if I click on this video tag link, it will go to this website, then try to find this web page. So let me click on this video tag. You can see we are in W3 Schools website and in the video tag web page. So this is how you can use other website as a base URL, and if you add anchor tag in that web page with base URL, then every anchor tag will try to open web page in that website. Let's assume you are building a website where users can learn programming languages, markup languages like HTML, JavaScript, etc. So there you have some codes or keyboard shortcuts in your web page. So let's understand how to show those elements. So let's say in the body tag you have a text that the video tag is awesome. Save the file. You can see the output, the video tag is awesome. But while building a learning website where user can learn programming, it is convention to use the code tag and include the coding parts in that tag. So the video tag is an element, so the video tag should be inside the code tag. Before the video text, I'm gonna write opening code, and after the video text, I'm gonna write the closing code. Now if I save the file, you can see the video tag is in another font and in different style. So this is convention while we build websites where users can learn programming. We put the coding parts or coding reference in this opening and closing code tag. Let me add a break tag and show you another tag which we use while building this kind of websites, that is kbd tag or keyboard tag. So let's say you are showing a shortcut in your website. For example, the text is press ctrl, means control plus C to copy the audio tag. To save the file, you can see the text, press Ctrl plus C to copy the audio tag. And this is okay actually, but the convention is while you are showing some keyboard shortcut or tricks to your web page, you should use the kbd tag. So before this control, I'm gonna write opening kbd, and after the control text, I'm gonna write the closing kbd. Before this C, I'm gonna write the opening kbd, and after C, I'm gonna write the closing kbd. If I save the file, you can see the Ctrl plus C text is in another font and has a different design. So keep in mind that while we put some coding stuffs in the website, we use the code tag, and while we add some keyboard shortcuts or tricks, we use the kbd tag. So let's see how we can work with tables in HTML. For that, we need to write the table tag. This table tag is a paired tag, so we have opening table tag, then we have closing table tag. It is also a block level tag, so this means it will push the next content to a new line. In a table, we have some table rows and we have some table data cells. So for that, we need some table rows first, and we are gonna write the tr tag, which stands for table row. And in every table row, we have some table data cells. So for that, we are gonna write the td tag. This stands for table data cells. And here I'm gonna write serial number and save the file. You can see a normal text which is serial number. This doesn't feel like it is a table. That's why I'm gonna write the border attribute and give the value 1. Save the file. You can see we have a border outside the data cell. So we need more data cell to this table row. So I'm gonna write the td tag again, and here we will have month. Save the file. We have another data cell with the text month. Let's say we have another data cell with the text expenses. Save the file. You can see we have another data cell with the text expenses. After this table row, we need another table row. For that, I'm gonna write the tr tag again, and inside this table row, we will have some more table data cell. For that, I'm gonna write the td tag and give a decimal number which is 1. Save the file. You can see we have a serial number which is 1. Then we have another data cell with the month name, and that would be January. Save the file. You can see we have the cell with the text January. We have another data cell, and here we write our expenses which is $100. Save the file. You can see we got the data cell. So I'm going to copy this table row or the tr tag and paste this after this tr. And let me change this content. So make this 2. Then this January will be February. The expense would be $80. Save the file. You can see we have another table row. Let me copy this again and paste this and make this 3. Then we have the month name, which is March, and the expense would be $120. Save the file. You can see we have another table row. We can also set the caption for this table with the caption tag. So caption, it is also a paired tag, so opening caption, and then we have closing caption, and in between these two we give a caption or a title to our table. So the caption would be expense table. Save the file. You can see our table has a caption which is expense table, and this is aligned to the center of our table. So the caption will be on the top of the table and it will be aligned to the center. So this is how we work with table tags in HTML. So we have this table from our previous video where we have a table row with some table data cell, serial number, month, and expenses. Then in the following table rows, we have some serials, months, and expense list. So we can make this table better with the th tag. Th stands for table heading. So this serial number cell, this month cell, and this expenses cell is a heading actually. Instead of this td tag, we use the th tag, opening th, then closing th, and save the file. You can see the serial number text is in bold letters. So as these are headings, we can wrap them inside the th tag, so these feels like these are headings. So I'm gonna make the second td to th, closing th, save the file. You can see the month text is in also bold letters. We can make the third td to th, save the file. You can see the expenses text is in also bold letters. Now this looks nice, and we can also make these serial numbers in bold so it looks nice. So for that, I'm gonna change this td to th, closing th, save the file. You can see the one is in bold letters and it is aligned to the center of the cell. I'm gonna leave those two td's as it is, and I'm gonna make this td to th. Save the file. You can see the 2 is in bold letters and aligned to the center. I'm gonna leave these two td's as it is, and I'm gonna make this td to th, closing th, save the file. You can see the 1, 2, 3, these 3 decimal numbers in bold character or bold letters. So now the table looks more beautiful. So let's make this table more colorful with the bgcolor attribute. So in the table tag, I'm gonna write the bgcolor attribute, bgcolor. Then I'm gonna give a value which is orange. Save the file. You can see the color of our table is orange. And if you want to set a color for the table row itself, then you can give the bgcolor attribute to this table row. So inside this table row opening tag, I'm gonna write the bgcolor attribute, bgcolor, then the value would be sky blue. Save the file. You can see the color of the table row is sky blue. Then I'm gonna write the bgcolor attribute here also, and here the color would be, let's say, gray. Save the file. You can see this table row is in gray color. I'm gonna copy this attribute and paste this in this tr tag. Let me write here light gray. Save the file. You can see this February month row is in light gray color. I'm gonna paste this here also, and let's say it is gray. Save the file. You can see the March month row is in gray color. Let me create another table row. So copy this, and after this tr tag, paste that. Make this serial to 4. The month name would be April, and the expense would be $130. Save the file. You can see we have another table row. Now this is okay actually, but let's say you want that this the serial numbers data cell should be in sky blue color too. So for that, in the th tag, which contains the decimal number 1, write the bgcolor attribute and give a value sky blue. Save the file. You can see this one data cell has background color of sky blue. So I'm gonna copy this attribute and paste in this table heading and in this th tag and in this th tag. Save the file. You can see this serial number data cell has sky blue color. You can set this attribute to td tags as well. So I'm gonna copy this, and for example I'm gonna paste this in the $130 data cell. Save the file. You can see the $130 data cell is in sky blue color. Let me cut this because this does not looks nice, and save the file. You see the table kinda looks nice, but it will be great if the heading text have a white color. So for that we have to use the font tag. So I'm gonna hit enter for a new line here, and before this serial number text I'm gonna write the font tag, and after serial number I'm gonna write the closing font tag, and here I'm gonna write the color attribute and the color would be white. Save the file. You can see the serial number text is in white color. Let me make this pink. Save the file. Pink. This also does not look nice. We can make this green. Save the file. This is okay. Let's not waste time with just changing colors. Let's stick with this color, and I'm gonna copy this font tag, and here I'm gonna paste this. Let me cut this font tag, which is closing font tag, and paste after month text. Save the file. You can see the month text is in green color. Let me have some new lines, then copy this font tag, paste here, then after expenses text I'm gonna write the closing font tag. Save the file. You can see the expenses text is in green color also. We can make the decimal numbers green as well. For that I'm gonna have some new lines and paste the font tag before 1. Then after 1 I'm gonna write the closing font tag. Before 2 I'm gonna write the opening font tag also. Then after 2 I'm gonna write the closing font tag. Before 3 I'm gonna write the font tag, and after 3 I'm gonna close the font tag. Let me have some new lines, and before 4 I'm gonna have the font tag, and after 4 I'm gonna write the closing font tag. Save the file. Now the decimal numbers are in green color too, so the table looks nice, you can say, but the colors are not that much great. You can research with the colors and use more beautiful colors. I just showed you with basic colors. So that's all for now. See you in the next one. We were working with this table in the last couple of videos, so let's understand the table attributes more. In the output you can see we have a table, but if you observe carefully you can see this table tag has two borders. One is a table border, then we have cell borders. So every cell has its border, then we have another big border around the table. So let me make the border bigger, which is the table border actually. Let me give the value in the border attribute. The value would be 10 pixel. Save the file. You can see the table border got increased, and in every cell we have cell borders. You can see around the cells we have cell borders. We can set a border color as well to this outside border. To set a border color to this outside border, we are gonna write the border color attribute, and let's say the color would be yellow. Save the file. You can see the table has a 10 pixel border with the border color yellow. Let me delete this border color attribute for this moment and make the border to 0 pixel. Save the file. You can see how it looks. We have another attribute which is cell spacing. So I'm gonna write cell spacing. So in between two cells you can see some spaces. So we can control these spaces width using this cell spacing attribute. So write the cell spacing attribute and give a value, let's say 10 pixel. If you save the file, you can see in between two cells we have 10 pixel of spacing. We can make this 0. Save the file. You can see there is no spaces in between the cells. Let me make this 1. Save the file. We have another attribute which is Cellpadding. Cellpadding, and what it does is it will add some space around the text. So it will add some space before the March text. It will add some space to the top of this March text. It will add some space after the right of this March text. It will add some space below the March text. So to this Cellpadding attribute, I'm gonna give a value which will be 10. Save the file. You can see before this January text we have 10 pixel of space, and in the top of the January text we have 10 pixel of space, and below of this January text we have 10 pixel of space, and in the right we have the similar case. So the padding means it will add some space around the text. We can make this 20 if we want. Save the file. You can see the cell padding is now 20. Let me make this 5. Save the file. This looks nice. We can also set the width of the table. So let's say it is 400 pixel. You can see the width of the table is now 400 pixel. We can set the height also. So the height would be, let's say, 350 pixel. Save the file. You can see the height of the table is 350 pixel. We can also give these values in percentage. So I'm gonna write here 100%. If I set the width of the table 100%, let's see what happens. So if I increase the browser width, the table's width gets increased too. If I reduce the browser width, it gets reduced too. So let me set the height to 200 pixel. Save the file. Now the table looks nice. Then let me set the border to this table, which will be 10 pixel, and let me set a border color, and the value would be, let's say, cyan. Save the file. Now this looks ugly. Magenta. Okay, for this moment let's stick with this. So that's all for now. See you in the next one. We created this table in previous couple of videos. This table has width set to 100%. I'm gonna change this to 300 pixel. Save the file. You can see the table has the width 300 pixel. Let me maximize the browser. You can see the table is aligned to the left of the page. We can change this with the align attribute. So I'm gonna write the align attribute here and give the value center. Save the file. Let me maximize the browser. You can see the table is now in the center of our page. We can give the value right. Save the file. Maximize the browser. You can see the table is aligned to the right. Let me make this center. Center. Save the file. Okay. We can use this align attribute in the tr tag as well. So in the first tr or table row, which has 3 headings, one is serial number, another one is month, another one is expenses. So this first table row should have its text aligned to the left. So for that, I'm gonna write the align attribute and give the value left. Save the file. You can see the text serial number, month, and expenses moved to the left of the cell. If I give here right and save the file, you can see these texts moved to the right of the cell. Let me go to the second table row, this tr tag, and here let me write the align attribute, and let's say it should align to the left. You can see in the table that this one, as it is a table heading, it is in the middle of the cell, but this January and this $100 text is aligned to the left. So as I set the align attribute and gave a value left, so now if I save the file, you can see even the one is a table heading, it also moved to the left of the cell. Let me go to the third table row, which is this one, and it has a serial number 2. And in the table row, I'm gonna write the align attribute and give the value right. Save the file. You can see the 2 February and $80 text moved to the right. Let me go to the fourth table row, which has serial number 3. And in the table row, I'm going to write the align attribute and set the value center. The 3 is in the center, but this March and $120 text is in the left. When I will save the file, look carefully that this March and $120 text will also move to the center. If I save the file, you can see the March text and this $120 text is also in the center of the cell. Let me go to the second table row, which has the serial number 1. And after the align attribute, we can write the v-align attribute. V-align means vertical alignment, and set the value middle. Save the file. You can see in the second table row there is no change because this v-align attribute has the default value set to middle. And if I change this to top, look carefully. When I save the file, you can see this January and this $100 text moved to the top. To showcase you this clearly, I'm gonna increase the height of our table. So let me make this 300. Save the file. You can see the height of our table is now 300 pixels. Now you can see clearly that the January and the $100 text moved to the top. And again, if I make this middle, save the file, you can see these texts are in the middle of the cell. I can make this bottom, save the file. You can see these are moved to the bottom of the cell. Let me set this v-align attribute in the third table row, which has the serial number 2. So write the v-align attribute here and the value would be top. Look carefully. When I will save the file, the February and the $80 text will be moved to the top. So Control S, you can see these texts move to the top. We can use these attributes in th and td tags as well. So I'm gonna go to the last table row, and in the th tag I'm gonna write the align attribute. The value would be right. I'm gonna save the file. You can see the 4 moved to the right. I can set the v-align attribute and the value would be top. Save the file. The 4 moved to the top. And in this td tag, which contains the text April, I'm gonna write the align attribute and the value would be center. Save the file. You can see the April text moved to the center of the cell. And I'm gonna write the v-align attribute, v-align, and let's say it should be in default area, which is middle. Save the file. You can see it is already in the middle. And I'm gonna write the align attribute in the third data cell. So align, the value would be right. Save the file. You can see the $130 text moved to the right. And I can set the v-align attribute as well, and the value would be bottom. Save the file. You can see the $130 text moved to the bottom. So that's how we can use the align and v-align attribute to control the alignment of table rows and table data cells in horizontal direction or in vertical direction. Let's learn 2 crucial attributes while working with tables. Those are colspan and rowspan. Before that, I'm gonna create a table. So write the table tag, hit enter. Then inside here, let's say we have a table row. Inside the table row, we have table data cell with the text 1. Then we have more 2 data cells. Let me change this 1 to 2 and this 1 to 3. Save the file. You can see we have a table, but this does not feels like a table. So for that, we have to use the border attribute, border, and give a value of 1 pixel. I'm gonna save the file. You can see the width of the table border is set to 1 pixel. I'm gonna give a width attribute. The width would be 200 pixel. Let me copy this table row or the tr tag and paste it after the current table row. Save the file. Let me change this 1 to 4, then this 2 to 5, then this 3 to 6. Let me copy this and paste it. Let me make this 4 to 7, 5 to 8, then this 6 to 9. Save the file. Let me copy this again, paste this, make this 7, 10, this 8 to 11, and this 9 to 12. Save the file. Now we have a table with 4 table row, and those rows contains 3 data cells. Now let's say I want to merge these 3 data cells and make this one data cell. That means I want to give the width of these 2 data cells to the first data cell. So for that we have to use the colspan attribute. So write colspan, and here we should give a value which will tell the browser how many columns it should span. So it should span 1 column, 2 column, 3 column. So we are gonna write here 3, and we have to delete these 2 table data cell. Let's not delete this. Let me show you what happens if we don't delete these 2 data cells. I will delete these later. So save the file. So you can see the first data cell stretched and got width of 3 data cell, but the second and third data cell got squeezed and took extra width after the 1 data cell. So if we want that the first data cell should get the width of the second and third data cell, and the table should be in a proper structure, then we have to delete these 2 data cell. So delete these, save the file. Now you can see the second and the third data cell got removed, and those spaces are merged into the first data cell. So let's go to the 4th table row, which contains 3 data cell, 10, 11, 12. Let's say I want to merge this 3 table data cell, and the width should be merged into this 10th data cell. For that I have to write the colspan attribute to this 10th data cell. So colspan, so how many column it should span? 1 column, 2 column, 3 column. So we are gonna write here 3. Save the file. You can see the 10th column got stretched and got width of 3 columns, but still we have the 11th and 12th column which are squeezed and aligned to the right. So for a proper structure we have to remove those 2 data cells, and then if you save the file, you can see the table is in a good structure. So if you want to align this 1 to center and this 10 align to center, you can use the align attribute in the td tag and give the value center. Save the file. You can see the 10 is now in the center of the cell, and here also I'm gonna write the align attribute and the value would be center. Save the file. You can see the 1 number is in the center of the cell. Now let's say I want to merge this 4th cell and this 7th cell. So how will I do that? For that, in the 4th cell in the td tag, I'm gonna write the rowspan attribute, and how many row we should span. So we have to span 1 row, then 2 row. So the value would be 2, and we have to remove the 7th data cell. If we don't remove this and save the file, you can see the table is not in a good structure. The 4th data cell got the height of 2 row, but the 9th data cell got pushed out from the table structure. So if you want that table structure should be in a good format, you have to remove the 7th data cell which you merged with the 4th data cell. So remove the 7th data cell and save the file. You can see the table is in a well structure. You can set the align attribute here also and set the value center. The 4 is in the center of the cell. You can set the valign attribute as well and give the value top. You can see the 4 text or the 4 number got moved to the top. Now let's say I want to merge this 6th and this 9th cell. So for that, in the 6th cell td, I'm gonna write the rowspan attribute and give the value 2 because we want to merge 2 rows. So this row and this row. So as we are merging the 9th cell with the 6th cell, we have to remove the 9th cell. Then save the file. You can see we merged the 6th and 9th cell. We can set the align attribute here. The value would be center. You can see the 6 number is in the center of the cell. We can set the valign attribute as well, and it should align to the bottom of the cell vertically. Save the file. You can see the 6 number moved to the bottom of the cell. So that's how we can merge cells in column direction or row direction as we wish. So this colspan and this rowspan attribute is very important while working with tables. Let's create our expenses table again. So for that, I'm gonna write the table tag. Now let me write the caption, which is expenses table. Then I'm gonna make a table row using the tr tag, which will have a th with the text serial number. Then we will have another th with the name month. Then we will have another th with the name expenses. Save the file. You can see our table got created. Let me give a border to this table so you can see properly. The border would be 1 pixel. Save the file. Now it feels like a table. Let me create another table row. Now let's create some table data cells. In the first data cell, let me write the decimal number 1. Then we'll have another data cell with the text January. Then we'll have another with the text $100. Let me copy this, then paste. Let me make this 1 to 2 and this January to February, and let me make this $100 to $80. Let me copy this again and paste this. Make this 2 to 3. This would be March and the expense would be $120. Let me paste that again. Make this 2 to 4, and here let's say we have the total, and the total would be $300. Save the file. You can see we have another 4 table row. In first 3 table row we have 1 2 3 and January, February, March, $100, $80 and $120. And in the 4th table row we have a total and $300. Let me delete this serial number, which is 4. Save the file. You can see total 300, but the total data cell should be spanned. So I'm gonna use the colspan attribute and it should span 2 columns. So the value would be 2. You save the file. You can see the total data cell has the width of 2 data cell. I'm gonna use the align attribute here and give the value, which is center. You save the file. Now the total text is in the center of the data cell. Now you can ask that why I am creating this table again, as we have created this table in a previous video. So I'm creating this again because I would like to show you that we can make this table better with 3 tags. Those are thead tag, tbody tag and tfoot tag. So this table row has some table headings. So I'm gonna wrap this table row inside the thead tag, and I'm gonna write the closing thead tag after this closing tr tag. So This means this table row is the header portion of the table. With this thead tag, we express a header portion of a table. So this is more readable and maintainable code. And these 3 table rows indicates the table body. So I'm gonna write the table body tag here. So before this opening table row tag, I'm gonna write the tbody tag, and after this table row, after this closing table row, I'm gonna write the closing tbody. And this total and this $300 text is a footer to our table. So we will wrap this table row inside the tfoot tag. So before this tr tag, I'm gonna write the tfoot tag, and after this closing tr tag, I'm gonna write the closing tfoot tag. Save the file. You can see there is no change in the table. We didn't write this thead, tbody or tfoot tag for any change. We write these tags because it is a better approach to work with tables. When you have bigger tables and much codes, then it will be helpful, and it is more readable and maintainable to other developers. Moreover, it is a better approach. So we are gonna use the thead tag whenever we add a table row with table headings, and we will use the tbody tag for table data cells, and we are going to use the tfoot tag in the final table row. So this is a better approach, and we can follow this. So you can see we have our index.html file. The title of the page is home page, and we have a content inside the body tag, which is this is home page. Let me open a new tab in Google Chrome and visit google.com. Let me maximize the browser. You can see before the Google title there is a G logo or icon. So if you visit some websites, you will notice that before this title, every website has their logo or icon. Let me close this. So we want that before the home page title, we should have a favicon like Google. This icon is called favicon. So for that, first we need a picture or a logo. So let me minimize this VS Code and open my file manager. Inside the downloads folder, I have a picture, or you can treat this like a logo, which is myicon.jpg. Let me close this file manager and maximize the Google Chrome and open a new tab. Here write favicon generator, then hit enter. Open this link, which is favicon.io. In this website you will get an option which is PNG to ICO. Click on this link, then here you will get a converter. Click here, then select your image, which is myicon.jpg. Then click on this open button. You can see the image is in the website. Then click on this download button. You can see the website downloaded favicon.io.zip file. Let me close this tab, minimize the browser, and go to my file manager. And in the downloads directory, you can see that zip file. I'm gonna unzip this by right clicking on this, then click on this extract all button. Yes, extract. You can see the zip file got extracted and the folder got opened in a new window. Let me close this and show you the folder. Here it is, favicon.io. Open this folder. So here are many files, but we are interested in this one, which is favicon.ico, this one. If you hover on this, you can see the dimensions are 48 into 48. So the dimension of any favicon is 48 into 48. So I'm gonna choose this icon and move this to our first folder where our index.html file is located. Let me close the file manager and open the VS Code again. And if I go to the file menu, you can see our index.html file, then the favicon.ico file. Let me close the file menu and maximize the Google Chrome browser and put this beside the VS Code. To add a favicon to the page, we have to use the link tag. So I'm gonna write link. It is an unpaired tag. So the opening and closing tag will be in a single tag. Save the file. Nothing happens because this link tag accepts many attributes. But in this video, we are interested in 3 attributes. Those helps adding favicon to our page. First one is rel, which stands for relation. The relation is shortcut icon. Then we have to give another attribute, which is href, and the value would be the path of our favicon. So favicon.ico. Then we have to give the type attribute, and the type attributes value would be image/x-icon. Save the file. You should see a favicon, but there is nothing you can see. This may happen because sometimes while adding favicon to our page, the browser gets stuck. So I'm gonna close the browser or the local server and try to relaunch this on our browser. Let's see what happens next. Oh, you can see that we have our favicon just before our title. So that's how you can add a favicon to your web pages, which looks nice. I forgot to show you a shortcut, which is if I delete this link tag, then let me rewrite this with a shortcut, which is link. Then I'm gonna write the colon. Then we have the option which is favicon. If you hit enter, you can see this code is automatically generated for you by VS Code. In some of my previous videos, I told you that CSS, which stands for cascading style sheets, is used to make our web pages beautiful. We use CSS to add colors, styles, transitions, animations to our web page elements. So now let's understand how we can work with CSS in this video. So at first I'm gonna create a heading with the h2 tag. The heading is, let's say, Thor. Then let's say we have a paragraph with 20 dummy words. Save the file. You can see the heading and the paragraph got displayed on our web page. So there are 3 types of CSS that we have. Those are inline CSS, then we have internal CSS, then we have embedded CSS. So let's understand how we write inline CSS first. So in this h2 tag, I'm gonna write an attribute which is style. So we can add CSS to this style attribute. We can write CSS properties and the respective values here in the double quotation. So let's say I'm gonna give the color to this heading text, and this color is a CSS property which will have a value. So after this property, we have to give a colon. Then we can give a value. In this case, the value would be color name or hex code. So let me write a color name which will be aqua. Then after giving a value, we have to close this with the semicolon sign. If you save the file, you can see the Thor text is in aqua color. We can write another CSS property here. After the semicolon, I'm gonna write the CSS property which is background color, and that would be, let's say, brown. If I save the file, you can see the heading has the background color brown. So this is called inline CSS, which we add to a tag with the help of style attribute. We write the style attribute, and as a value we give some CSS properties and respective values for those properties. So as mentioned before, we have another kind of CSS available, and that is internal CSS. To write internal CSS, we have a tag named style tag. That style tag we have to write in the head section. So after the title tag, I'm gonna write the style tag. So style, and it is a paired tag. So it has an opening style tag and a closing style tag. And in between these two tags, I'm gonna write the CSS codes. So let's say I want to apply some styles to this heading. So I'm gonna select this heading. So I'll write h2. Then I will write the opening and closing curly braces, and inside these two curly braces I can write CSS properties and their respective values. So let's say I want a padding around the heading. So I am gonna write the colon, and let's say I want a padding of 10 pixel. Then I will write the semicolon sign. Now if I save the file, you can see that the Thor text has 10 pixel of padding to the left, 10 pixel of padding above itself, and 10 pixel of padding below itself. We can write another CSS property. Let's say font size colon. Be careful, it is font hyphen size. Then write colon, and let's say I want the font size to be 30 pixel. Save the file. You can see the Thor text got bigger. Let me make this 50 pixel so you can see properly. You can see the Thor text is more bigger now. Let me apply some inline style to this paragraph as well. So I'm gonna write the style, and let's say it will have a background color which is, let's say, cattle blue, and it will have a padding 8 pixel. Save the file. You can see the paragraph has background color of cattle blue and it has padding of 8 pixel. We can select the paragraph tag and apply some internal styles as well. So I'm gonna write the P here, and in the opening and closing curly braces I will write some more CSS properties. So let's say I want a text color, so I'm gonna write the color property here, and the color would be, let's say, this barley wood. Save the file. You can see the text color is now barley wood. We can set the font size here, so font hyphen size. Then we can give value in pixels or these pre-formatted values. Let me give here large. Save the file. You can see the text got bigger. So this is how we can work with inline CSS with the style attribute, and this is how we can work with internal CSS with the style tag. So the style tag would be in the head portion of our file, and in between the opening and closing style tag we write CSS properties and their respective values. So let's understand another kind of CSS, and that is embedded CSS. So for that we have to create a CSS file in our folder. So let me go to the file menu and create a file with the name style.css. Hit enter. The file got created. Let me close the file menu, and we have to add the path of the style.css to our page to embed the CSS code. For that, before this style tag, I'm gonna write the link tag. So link, you know, it is an unpaired tag, so it will have the opening and closing tag in a single tag. Then we have an attribute which is a rel, means relation, and here we write style sheet. Then we have another attribute which is href, and here we give a path of a CSS file. In our case it is // then style.css. Save the file. Now our CSS and HTML file are connected. The CSS file is embedded in our HTML code. So now we can design our page from outside. So let me go to the style.css file, and here let's say I'm gonna target the heading 2 tag. Let me give the opening and closing curly braces, and we have a CSS property called text align. So I'm gonna write text align and give the value center, and if I save the file you can see the Thor text moved to the center of the page. And we can target the paragraph as well, and let me write a CSS property which is border width, and that will be 1 pixel. Let me save the file. So we can see the border. Let me give a color to the border so we can see that. So the CSS property is border color, and we give a value here which is aqua. Save the file. Still we can't see the border, so let me write the border style attribute, border style, and that would be solid. If I save the file, you can see we have a border around the paragraph text. Let me increase the border width. Let's say it is 5 pixel. Save the file. You can see the border is 5 pixel, and let me change this color to brown. Save the file. You can see it has a brown 5 pixel border. We can mix these three CSS properties in a single property, which is simply border, and here we can write 5 pixel solid black. Save the file. You can see we have black border of 5 pixel around the paragraph text. So this is the border width, this is the border style, and this is the border color. We can give these three values to the border property. So I hope you understand the three kinds of CSS we have. We have inline CSS that we can write with the style attribute. Then we have internal CSS that we can write with the style tag in the head portion. Then we have embedded CSS or external CSS, which we can link with the help of link tag. So the CSS code stays in a different file, but we can embed that in our HTML document. Let's understand one of the most used tag in HTML, which is the div tag. So before that, I'm gonna write a heading with the text Thor. Then let's say I have a paragraph with 20 dummy words. Save the file. You can see we have the heading and the paragraph. Let's say we have another heading with the text Iron Man, and we have another paragraph, let's say 30 dummy words. Save the file. You can see we have two headings and two paragraphs. Let me write the style tag in the head section and add some styling to these headings and paragraphs. So I'm gonna write the tag name, which is h2, to apply some CSS styling. Let's say I want that the heading should have a background color of black and it should have a text color of white. Save the file. You can see the heading has background color of black and the text color is white. Let me select the paragraphs. So P, then opening and closing curly braces, and here I want background color light gray, or let's say light blue, and the text color gray. Save the file. Or we can use the white color as text color. Let me delete the gray color, it does not look nice. Save the file. Still this looks ugly, so I'm gonna use light coral. Save the file. Okay, let's stick with this, whether it's beautiful or not. So let's say I want some common styling in this paragraph and heading tag. So how will I do that? For some common styling, we need to turn these two tags into a section. So for that, we use the div tag. It is a paired tag and a block level tag. So I have to write the opening div tag. As I want to make these two tags a section, then that's why I will close the div tag after the closing paragraph tag. Save the file. Now this heading and this paragraph is a section. So this div tag is a generic container tag which is used to divide the web page into some sections. So we can make flexible layouts. So I will turn these two tags into a section. So I'm gonna write the opening div tag before h2 tag. Let me cut this closing div tag from here and write the closing div tag after the closing paragraph tag. Now these two tags are in a different section. Save the file. So these are now different sections. Now we can add some common stylings to these elements. For that, I'm gonna select the div tag. Let's say I want the background color orange. Save the file. You can see we have the background color orange. So that's why the white gap turned into orange color. You can say For this, we can use the bgcolor attribute in the body tag. But let me show you where is the catch. Let me cut this portion, save the file. You can see we have no styling. If I write the bgcolor attribute in the body tag and set the value orange, save the file, you can see the whole body turns into orange color. But we don't want that. We want that the sections should be in a orange color. So that's why we have to divide them into sections. So let me bring back that code, save the file. You can see we have the styling. Remember that the div tag is a paired tag, it is a block level tag, and it is a generic container tag which helps us creating sections by putting 2 or more HTML element inside itself. We can create layouts using table tag or other tags, but it is recommended to use a div tag to create web page layouts. Let me add some more CSS properties here. For example, I want some padding, let's say 10 pixel, save the file. You can see we have 10 pixel of padding. We can add some margin here, margin 2 pixel, save the file. You can see we have 2 pixel margin in between two divs. Let me change the background color of the paragraph. It should be gray, save the file, and the text color should be black. We can add some paddings here, let's say 5 pixel. We can add padding to the heading also, so padding 5 pixel, save the file. Now this kinda looks good. If I maximize the browser, you can see the div tag is taking the full width of the browser, but we can change this with the width property available in CSS. So I'm gonna write the width property, which will be 500 pixel. So now if I maximize the browser, you can see the width of the div tag is 500 pixel. Let me reduce this more and set this 300 pixel. And now if I maximize the browser, you can see it is 300 pixel. So as the div tag is the parent tag of the heading and paragraph, those are taking the width of the div tag. Though they are block level tag, they are not taking the full width of the browser window, but the width of the parent tag, in this case the div tag. So that's why sectioning is important while creating layouts. In our index file, let me create a heading which is Thor is awesome. Save the file. You can see we have the output which is Thor is awesome. And let me apply some styles with the style tag. So I'm gonna write the opening and closing style tag and select the h2 tag. Then in between opening and closing curly braces, I'm gonna apply some CSS styling. The first property would be background color. Let's say it is aqua. Save the file. You can see Thor is awesome. Text has a background color aqua. And let's say I want the text color antique white. Save the file. You can see the text color is now antique white. But let's say you want that this Thor text should have background color of gray and a text color brown. So how will you do that? You can say we can use the font tag. So opening font, then after the Thor text, I'm gonna close this font tag. And here we can use the color attribute and give the value which is brown. Save the file. You can see the Thor text is in brown color. But as I mentioned earlier that this font tag is deprecated. Deprecated means we can use this, but it is not recommended to use this. Instead of the font tag, we should use CSS styling. But if we don't use the font tag, how we can make the Thor text brown? If we use the paragraph tag here, opening P, then after Thor, I'm gonna write the closing P. If I save the file, you can see the is awesome text gets pushed to a new line. But I don't want that behavior. I want that the whole sentence should be in a single line. you can say that we can use the italic tag, so opening I tag before Thor and closing I tag after Thor. If I save the file, you can see the Thor text is now in italic format. But I don't want that the text should be in italic format. I want the text should be in a normal format. So that's why we want a generic inline level tag which does not implies any text formatting, but it's just a simple generic inline level tag. That's why we have the span tag. So I'm gonna delete this opening I tag and closing I tag, and before Thor I'm gonna write the opening span tag, and after Thor I'm gonna write the closing span tag. If I save the file, now you can see the Thor is awesome text is in a single line and there is no style implied to the Thor text. Now we can target this span tag in CSS, and in between the opening and curly braces we can write the color property and give a value brown. Save the file. You can see the Thor text in brown color. We can have some padding in the heading. The padding, let's say 5 pixel. Save the file. You can see the heading has 5 pixel of padding, and let's say I want the Thor text in sans serif font face or font family. So we can write the font family property available in CSS and give a value which would be sans serif. If I save the file, you can see that the Thor text is in sans serif font. So this is how we can work with inline contents with the help of a span tag. Forms are one of the crucial aspects of websites. We sign up users, login users, get their feedbacks, entry data with forms. So it is very important to clearly understand the form tag and the process how we work with forms. So let me write the form tag is a paired tag and it is a block level tag also. It has an attribute which is action. Here we give a path of another page where the data of the form would be sent for processing. So let me create another file. Click on this icon. The name would be, let's say, content.html. Let me close the file menu, and here let's create a basic structure of HTML file with the VS Code shortcut. And here I'm gonna write the content, which is this is content page. Save the file. Let me close this. So whenever someone submits the form, it will go to a page that's path available in the action attribute. So let's write the path of our content.html file. So whenever the user submits the form, it will go to this file with the form data. We can give here another files like PHP or ASP files. We can give another attribute to the form tag, and that is the name attribute. So we are gonna give a name to this form, and this name is very important because we are gonna access the data of this form or access this form in this file by this name. So let's say the name of the form is sign up data form. So you can see the first words, every letter is in small letter. The second word has its first letter in capital letter and other letters in small letter. The third letter also has the first letter in capital letter and other letters in small letter. This is called camel case notation. So in camel case notation, the first words, every character is in small letters. Then every word has their first letter in capital letter and rest of the letters in small letter. And there is no spaces in between the words. And we have another important attribute with respect to this form tag, which is method. So there are two main methods to send the data of the form to the server. So one is get and another one is post. So let's stick with the get method for this moment. So let's recap that we use this form tag to create forms in our web pages. With the help of forms, we sign up, sign in users, make data entry systems, we get users feedback, etc, etc. And this form tag has an attribute which is action, and here we give a path of a file where the form data will be sent, and we give a name to this form. With the help of the name attribute, we can access the form in other languages like JavaScript, PHP, etc. And we have the method attribute, in which method the data will be sent. We can specify that in this attribute. So there is more to learn about the form tag. That's all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one with more details, because we have wrote some codes but there is no visible output to the page. These are just under the hood concepts of form and how it will work, but we haven't created the form. We have to create them, and we will do that in the next one. In the previous video, we created a form, but the form is empty. We don't have any system or functionality where our user can type something and fill the form. In this video, we are gonna create text boxes so our user can type some data. So let's begin. To create a text box, we have the input tag. So if I write the input tag, by the way, it is an unpaired tag, so it will have the opening and closing tag in a single tag. Now if I save the file, you can see there is a text box where our user can type something like this. Before going forward, let's give a heading to our form. So let's write the h2 tag, and here we write that it is a sign up form. So our form has a heading which is sign up form. And after that, let's write a paragraph tag, and it will have the text user name colon. Save the file. You can see the text username colon. So now the user understands that he has to enter his username in this text box. So by writing the input tag only, we get a text box where user can type something. But there are many kind of input types we have in HTML. By default, it is set to text box. So it has an attribute which is type, and by default the value is text. This means it should be a text box. There are many other types as well. By default it is set to text. So if we don't write anything, still it will render a text box in the web page. But it is a good practice to write the type attribute, as we have another values for this type attribute and we will understand them and work with them. So it is a good practice to write the text value for this type attribute. Then we can give a name to this input. So the name would be user name. So by this name attribute, we can access this input field in server-side languages like PHP, JavaScript, and other languages. We can give a ID. By the way, you can give here any name, and in the ID you can also give any ID. But let's say we have same name and same ID. So I'm gonna copy the name value and paste this in the ID attribute. This ID is also used to access this input field in other languages. So now we have two attributes, and with them we can access the input field in other languages. We have another attribute which is value, and if I keep the double quotation empty and give nothing, save the file, you can see there is no change. But if user writes something, let's say Thor, then under the hood this Thor text is set to the value attribute. Let me clear the text. So as you can see that the value attribute has nothing in between the quotation, that's why the text box is empty. But let's say if I write here Thor and save the file, you can see after the page loads, the text box has a text which is Thor. If I write here iron, save the file, you can see after the page loads, the text box has a text which is iron. Now user can delete this or write here man. Then under the hood, this iron man text will be set to the value attribute. Let me clear this so that text box stays empty and user can write his name. We have another attribute which is placeholder. This is very important attribute because here we write some instructions for the user. For example, enter your name. Now if I save the file, you can see there is a gray text in the text box which says enter your name. When user will write his name, the gray text will disappear. So if I clear the text, the gray text is back, but when the user will start writing again, the gray text will be gone. So this is placeholder for user input. We can give another attribute which is min length. Let's say I write here 3. If I save the file and then user have to write minimum 3 characters to submit the form. If he writes AR and try to submit the form, he can't submit the form. He has to write at least 3 characters. Let's say ARI. So then it will be a valid text to submit. So what do you understand? That we give a decimal value to this min length attribute, that how many characters a user should enter at least. So he has to type 3 or more characters. He can't write less than 3 characters and submit the form. We have another attribute which is max length, and here we give a value in decimal number in between the quotation, and this will tell the user or browser that this is the maximum characters he should enter. So let's say I write here 6 and save the file. Now if a user comes to this text box and try to write iron then man, so I'm clicking on the A key on the keyboard, but I can't write because here we have 1 character, 2 character, 3, 4, and here is a space, so 5, and this M 6. So user can write 6 characters maximum. Then he will try to write anything in the keyboard, but the browser will not allow him to enter the text in the text box. As you can notice that I am clicking on the A key on my keyboard, but the A is not showing in the text box. But if I clear the M text and the space, now I can write something else. But when it becomes 6, I'm clicking on the S key in my keyboard, but it does not adding the S key after the Y. So we have another attribute which is required. So if you write this attribute, then user has to write something in the form, otherwise he can't submit the form. It is required. If this field is empty, the form won't be submitted. You can see after hovering on the text box, a little title which is please fill out this field. Let me refresh the page. So after refreshing, you can see I have to click on this text box before writing anything. So I want that after refreshing the page, user don't have to click on this text box. It should be in autofocus. So how will I do that? For that we have an attribute which is autofocus. So if I write this attribute and save the file and refresh the page, you can see automatically the text box is in focus. User don't have to click on the text box. He can start writing right away. So refresh the page, the text box is focused. Another thing you can notice that when user writes, browser tries to autocomplete the text box for user like this. You can control that with the attribute autocomplete, and here are many values available. You can see that you can help the user auto-completing mobile number, telephone number, address line, birthday, many other values. By these values you can help the user auto-completing his form with respect to his previous behavior in the web page. You can also turn the autocomplete off with the value of, by default it is 1. If you write here off and save the file, and now whenever user will start writing, the browser won't try to autocomplete the text. You can see it does not try to autocomplete. Then we have another attribute which is disabled. In some cases you might want that your user should not able to write in the text box. There might be some use cases. For that you can write the disabled attribute. Now if I save the file, you can see the text box is now in a light gray color, and if I click on the text box, I am not able to write here something. The text box does not get focus, so user won't be able to write anything in the text box. So I hope you understood the input tag and these attributes with respect to the type text. We were working on this form in our previous videos. We have a text box here with the type text. It has a name, username. It has ID, which is also username. Then the value attribute, and then the placeholder attribute. These attributes are very useful, but for this moment, I will delete them so the file does not look messy. Save the file. Now the code looks clean. Let me add a break tag, as the input tag is an inline level tag. Then I'm gonna write the paragraph tag, and here let's say we will ask user for their password. So the text would be password : then we will have another input field. I'm gonna close the input field as it is an unpaired tag, and here the type would be password. So now if I save the file, you can see we have another text box, and here if user writes something, the text will be shown in the form of dots. Behind the scene it is in plain text, but in the web page it will be shown as dotted text. So whenever we accept passwords from our user, we should use the input field with the type password. Then we can give this field a name, which would be user password, and we can give an ID, which will be also user password. Save the file, and keep in mind that two input field should not have same name, and two input field should not have same ID. This name, there should be different. This ID and this ID should be different. So I'm trying to say that every input field's name and ID should be unique, and we can write the value attribute here, which will be empty, and we can give a placeholder as well. For example, enter your password. Save the file. You can see the placeholder, which is enter your password, and we can give other attributes we learned in the previous video, like min length. It should be 6. That means user has to write at least 6 characters here, otherwise he won't be able to submit this form. We can give other attributes like disabled, then we have required, and those other attributes. This is how we get sign up data or other kind of form data with the help of input tag and its attributes. So we were working on this form in our previous videos. This form has an input field for taking name of our users. Then we have another input field to take password data from our users. Let me delete these attributes for this moment so the file looks clearer and you can understand properly. Let's add a break tag, as the input tag is an inline level tag. Then write a paragraph tag with the text gender : In this video we are gonna understand the radio buttons. What are radio buttons and why we use them? We use radio buttons in cases where multiple choices are available, but user has to select one. For example, user has to select their gender, so he has to select his own gender from multiple choices. And let's say there is a field in our form which asks the user if he is physically challenged or not. Then he has to choose from yes or no. In this kind of situation, we have to use the radio buttons. So let's see how we work with radio buttons. For that, we write the input tag. I'm gonna close the input tag in the same tag as it is an unpaired tag. The type would be radio. Save the file. You can see there is a radio button in our web page which we can select, but we have to specify that what does the radio button meant for. So we have to write something so the user understand for which reason this radio button is. So I'm gonna write mail. Save the file. You can see there is a mail text after the radio button. Then we can give a name to this input field. Let's say the name would be gender male, and we can give an ID which will be also gender male. We can give a value and that would be male as well. And keep in mind that while working with text boxes and passwords, we may set the value attributes value empty, but while working with radio buttons, we should not put the value attribute empty. So while working with text boxes, we may put the value attribute empty, but while working with radio buttons, we should not put the value attribute empty. We must have to give a value to this value attribute. Then let's say we have another option which is female. So I'm gonna write the input tag. The type would be radio. The name would be gender female. The ID would be also gender female and the value would be female. Save the file. You can see another radio button, but we have to specify what does the radio button meant for. So let's write female. Save the file. You can see we have two radio buttons with the text male and female. We can select these radio buttons, you can see, but here is a problem that user can select both of these radio buttons, but the actual behavior should be when someone selects this male radio button, automatically the female radio button should be deselected, and when someone selects this female radio button, automatically the male radio button should be deselected. So for this behavior, we have to group these two input fields. So to group these two input fields, we have to make their name same. So both of them should have same name. So let's make them same. Here I'm gonna write gender value, and here also I'm gonna write gender value. Save the file. Now if I select male, male gets selected, and if I select female, male gets deselected and female gets selected. And if I again click on male, male gets selected and female gets deselected. This is the actual behavior that we want. And keep in mind that while working with radio input types, we have to give some values to this value attribute. While working with text boxes, password fields and others, we can give some values to the value attribute, or if we wish, we can leave that empty what we want. But while working with radio buttons, we must give a value to this value attribute. And one thing I would like to show you that when we load the page, both radio buttons are deselected. But let's say when user loads the page, the male radio button should be selected. For that, we can use an attribute in the male radio button which is checked. So if I write the checked attribute and save the file, you can see when the page loads, the male field is selected. In the same way, if I delete the checked attribute from the male input field and write this in the female input field and save the file. When the page loads, you can see the female radio button is selected. So I hope you understood radio input fields and why we use them. Till now, in our form, we have a text box for taking name of our users, another text box for taking the password of our users, and a group of radio buttons to know the data of their gender. Now let's understand checkboxes. What is checkboxes and why we need to use them? Let's say in our form we want to know that how many languages a user know, like English, Spanish, Bangla, like this. He can choose multiple items from these lists. Let's take another example. Let's say we want to know the hobbies of our user. The user can have multiple hobbies like playing, drawing. So he should able to select more than one values. So in radio buttons, he can choose only one value from different choices. But while working with checkboxes, users will be able to select multiple items from the choice list. So let's understand how we work with checkboxes. So let's add a break tag, and after that again I'm gonna write the input tag. The type would be checkbox. Save the file. You can see a checkbox. Before the input tag, let me write a paragraph tag with the text hobbies. Save the file. You can see the text hobbies, then a checkbox. Now what this checkbox meant for? So we have to indicate the user what does it mean by the checkbox. So let's write here playing. Save the file. You can see the playing text next to the checkbox. We can give a name, and that would be user hobby, and we can give ID also, and that would be also user hobby. And like the radio buttons, these checkboxes should also must have value attribute with some value in double quotations. So playing. Save the file. You can see the out. So there should be other options. So for that I'm gonna write the input tag again. Input. The type would be again checkbox. The name would be user hobby, and the ID would be user hobby, and the value would be drawing. And to indicate the user, we are gonna write drawing after the input tag. So you can see the checkbox and the text drawing. Let's add another option. So I'm gonna write the input tag again. The type would be checkbox, name user hobby, ID would be user hobby, and the value would be singing. And to indicate the user, we are gonna write singing after the input tag. Save the file. We have three checkboxes: playing, drawing, and singing. So user can select multiple items from these choices. We can also set the checked attribute. So some values should be selected when the page loads. So if I write the checked attribute in the first checkbox and save the file, you can see when the page loads, the playing checkbox gets selected automatically. So as we understood before that we can access these input fields in JavaScript or in other languages by the name attributes value, which is this one. In case of checkboxes, when user will select these two items like playing and drawing and will submit the form, these two values will be sent to the server as an array, and these two values will be separated by comma. We can access these checkbox values with this name in this file, and the values will be sent as an array separated with comma. So I hope you understood the checkbox input fields, how and why we use them. In our form, we have two text boxes where user can write their username and password. We have radio buttons where they can select their gender, and we have checkboxes where they can select their hobbies. Now let's understand selection list available in HTML forms. There are two kinds of selection lists, so we can put a selection list in a drop-down menu or in a lists box. These are the two kinds of selection lists available in HTML. So let's understand them. Let me add a break tag, and here let me write a paragraph tag with the text qualification colon. Save the file. You can see we have a text qualification. Let's write the select tag. This will have a name which will be user qual means qualification. I'm gonna copy this, and this will be the ID too. So we can access the value of the select field in the code by this name and ID attribute. If I save the file, you can see there is a drop down box here, but there is no option which user can select. For that, to this select tag we have to give some options. So for that we have option tag. Option tag is a child of this select tag. It is a paired tag, so I'm gonna write option, opening option and closing option. The first option would be BSC, then I'm gonna add another option which would be MSc, then I'm gonna add another option which would be PhD. Save the file. So you can see there is a drop down list, and here we have three options, which is BSc, MSc and PhD. We can give this option some values, so I'm gonna write the value attribute. The value would be BSc, and here I'm gonna write the value attribute and write MSc, and here I will write the value attribute again and give the value PhD. Save the file. Now if user selects MSc, this value will be sent to the server, and we can access this by this name. And one thing you can see that when I refresh the page, BSc, the first option, is selected. If you want that the MSc should be selected, then you can use the selected attribute. Now if you save the file, you can see when the page loads, MSc option is selected. So this is the drop down selection list. We can put this selection list in a list box. And how we do that? We do that using the attribute which is multiple. If we write the multiple attribute in the select tag and save the file, you can see that it is now a list box. And for this selected tag, the MSc option is selected when the page loaded. The list box has a facility that user can select multiple options from this list. So he can select BSc, MSc, and if he clicks on the shift key on his keyboard and click on PhD or BSc, he can select multiple options. He can click on the control or shift key and select multiple options. And if he selects multiple options and submits this form, then these two values, this BSc and PhD, will be sent to the server or to the code as an array separated by comma. Let me remove this multiple attribute and save the file. You can see now this is a drop down selection list, and this selection list is very important while working with websites and specifically forms. In our previous videos, we learned how to create text boxes, password box, radio buttons, then checkboxes, then drop-down menus. In this video, we are gonna learn how to work with the datalist tag. The datalist tag is a bit similar to this select tag, but slightly different. So for understanding the datalist tag, I'm gonna write a break tag for a new line. Then I'm gonna write a paragraph tag with the text countries. Then I'm gonna write the input tag, and here I'm not gonna give the attribute type, but I'm gonna write another attribute which is list, and it will have a value which would be countries. It will have a name, country, a ID of course, that would be country also. Then I'm gonna write the data list tag. This will have an ID too, and keep in mind that this value what we gave to this list attribute should match this ID. So I'm gonna copy this and paste in the ID attribute value. Then in the data list we will have some options, so I'm gonna write the option tag. Here I'm gonna give a value which would be America. Then I'm gonna write the option tag again, and I'm gonna give the value Africa. I'm gonna write the option tag again, the value would be Bangladesh. Then I'm gonna write the option tag again, and the value would be Spain. Save the file. You can see we have output which has a paragraph with the text countries. Then we have a text box where we can write, and also this text box include a drop down menu. Here you can see if I expand the drop down menu, you can see the options like America, Africa, Bangladesh, Spain. But it is somewhat different from the select tag that also shows a drop down menu. But here we have a facility that we can write in the box. Like if I write AM, you can see it suggests me America because America includes A and M, these two letters. If I write SP, then it will suggest me Spain. We can select that, or we can just clear the text and expand the menu and select one of these like this. In the select tag, while working with the options, we gave a value and a text in between opening and closing option tag. But here we don't give anything in between opening and closing option tag, because if we do that, like if I write here America and save the file, when I will expand the menu, you can see everything is same. But if the value here and this text does not match, let's see then what happens. So I'm gonna make this small a and save the file. And now if I expand the drop down menu, you can see we have America with capital A, and after that we have America with small a. But if I write everything same, then it will show only one, which is America with capital A. So I like the data list because it gives the user power to write in the input box, and according to his writing, it suggests him contents like this. While we expect multi-line text should be entered by our users, at that time we use the text area tag. So let's understand that in this video. So we were working in this form. I'm gonna add a break tag after our data list tag and write a paragraph tag, and it will have a text which is bio data. Then I'm gonna write the text area tag, text area. It is a paired tag, so it will have opening and closing tag. And here I'm gonna give an ID which will be bio. I will give a name which will be also bio. Save the file. Let me scroll the page. So you can see we have a text area box where users can write multi-line texts like this. You can see this text box allows users to write multi-line texts. When the text box gets filled, the other text go to up and we get a scroll bar to write more texts. Here we can control the height or how many rows we want in the text box using the rows attribute. So I'm gonna write rows. Let's say I want 10 rows. I'm gonna save the file. You can see the height of the text area got increased, and we can increase the width or how many columns we want in our text area using the calls attribute. So I'm gonna write calls. Let's say I want 6 columns and save the file. Actually it got reduced, so I'm gonna make the value bigger. So let's say it will be 20. Save the file. Now you can see it got bigger. And one thing you can observe that while we write something, if there is no space in the right, the words get wrapped, means other texts move to the next line. If you don't want this behavior, then you can write the wrap attribute, wrap, and write the value of. If you make this off and save the file, while you will write something, it will not wrap the line or break the line. The whole text will be in a single line and it will continue going to the right, and you will get a scroll bar at the bottom of the text box. If you write here virtual, then save the file, you type something here, the word will wrap to a new line. But one thing you should keep in mind, that while the user will submit the form, the data will be sent to the content.html, and there this text box data or text will not have any wrapping or line breaking or word breaking, so it will clear the formatting. So when the data will be sent to the content.html file, that will basically have the wrapping off. But if you write here physical, save the file, you can see if I write something, the word gets wrapped to a new line. And here the benefit is, if you give the value physical, then it will be sent to the processing file, which is content.html as it is. So if there is a text formatting or line breaks, word breaks, or maybe other formatting, those will be sent with the text as it is. So this is how you can work with text areas where your users can write multi-line texts. We created this form in our previous videos. Our form has a text box where user can write his name. It has another text box where user can write his password. It has radio buttons where user can select their gender. It has checkboxes for selecting their hobbies. It has drop-down menus for selecting their qualification. It has datalist for selecting their country. It has text area to write their biodata. But there is no button to submit this form. We need a button where the user will click and his written data will be sent to this content.html file for processing. So let's understand how we can add buttons in our web pages. So after our text area, I'm gonna write 2 breaks for new lines. Then we will write the button tag. So button, it is a paired tag, so it will have opening and closing part. Save the file. You will see a button, but there is no text in the button. So in between the opening and closing button tag, I'm gonna write submit. Save the file. You can see now the button has the text submit. So in a form, if you have a button, by default, if any user clicks on that button, it will submit the form. We can create buttons using the input tag as well. So I'm gonna write here input. The type would be submit. If I save the file, you can see another button with the text submit. So this first button is the result of this input tag, and the second button is the result of this button tag. Let's say I want to change the text of the first button. So for that, I'm gonna write the value attribute, and I'm gonna write submit in capital letters, submit. Save the file. You can see the first button's text is in capital letters. And in the button tag, by default, the type is set to submit. Save the file. The result will be same. But in case of the input tag, we can create submit buttons with images. So how will that work? Let's see. So I'm gonna write the input tag again, and the type would be image. And here it will accept an attribute which is src. Then I'm gonna give a path of an image. If I save the file, you can see there is a image. The height and width is too much, so I'm gonna reduce them. So width would be 20 pixel. Save the file. You can see there is an image. This is a button. You can see the cursor is now a hand cursor. If I click on the image, the form gets submitted. So basically the submit button and the image button is same. Both of them submits a form, and in this form you can give pretty much every attribute of the image tag. For this moment, I'm gonna delete the image button and the input button as well. Let's stick with the button tag. Save the file. We have one button. Let's fill up this form. Our username would be Adil. Password would be 1234. I know it is a terrible password, but let's stick with this for this moment. And the gender would be male. My hobbies are playing and singing. Then qualification, let's say BSc. Countries, Bangladesh. My biodata, let's say I'm gonna write I am Adil. Now if I submit the form, the browser asks me to save my password, so I'm not gonna save the password. Let me maximize the browser. You can see after submitting the form, we are navigated to the content page. So in the action attribute in our form, we gave the path of this content.html page. So we are navigated to that page. And if you observe carefully the URL, it is localhost 8080/content.html. Then it is a very long string. It is called a query string. So you can see it has a question mark. So from this question mark till the end, it is a query string. Now what is query string? Query string means a list of key value pairs. So after the query string, you can see a key which is username, then equals to sign, then Adil. So if you can recall that in our username text box, we write Adil. So why the key name is username? Because in the input field, we give the name username. So the key is username, and while submitting the form, in the text box, we write Adil. Then after this key value pair, we have a ampersand sign. So this is used to separate two key value pairs. After this ampersand sign, we have another key which is user password, and this key we gave to this input field. You can see the name user password. And while submitting the form, we write the password which is 1234. Then we have another ampersand sign. Then we have another key which is gender value, and while submitting the form, we click on the radio button and selected male. So the value here is male. Then we have another ampersand sign. Then we have user hobby, which is this checkbox. So in the checkbox, we selected two hobbies. So you can see user hobby equal playing, ampersand sign, then again user hobby equal singing. One user hobby equals to playing, another user hobby equals to singing. Then we selected from the drop down menu that our qualification is BSc. So the name here is user qual. You can see we have another key which is user qual, and the value is set to BSc. We have another key which is country, which we gave the name to our data list here, country. Then we selected the value Bangladesh. Then in the bio, which is the name of our text area, while submitting the form, we write I am Adil. So you can see the value I plus M plus Adil. So this is how the form got submitted to the content page for processing. Now here you can see that the user details are visible in the address bar, and the password also. User wrote the password 123, but it is a sensitive information and should not be displayed in the URL box. We must hide this. So why is that? Why we are seeing the user entered values in the URL box? Because in our form, the method is get. It is not secure for sending sensitive data. While we are sending some sensitive data, then we are gonna write the method post. Now if I save the file, go to our index file, and let's say I'm gonna submit this file again. Let me refresh this file and fill up again. Adil 1234. I know it's a terrible password. Qualification, BSc, countries, Bangladesh. I am Adil. Now let me click on the submit button. If I submit, you will see an error. This is because we are using an live server extension, which is preview on server. This is causing this error. So I'm gonna close the live server or our Chrome browser, minimize the VS Code. Then I'll go to our first folder, and here I will right click on the index.html file and open with Google Chrome. And now I'm gonna fill up the form again. Adil 1234 singing countries, I am Adil, then submit. You can see if I maximize the browser, there is no query string in the URL. So the password, username, and other informations are hidden from the URL box. So while submitting sensitive data, keep in mind that we should use the method post. Let's say someone is filling this form which we created in our previous videos. So in the username text box, he writes his name. Then in the password box, he writes a password. Then he selects his gender, his hobbies, his qualification, his country, and writes his biodata. And before submitting, he thought that he should first enter the details of his brother. So he have to rewrite this form. So he have to delete this data. He have to uncheck these boxes. He has to clear this text box manually. But we can create a button where the user can click and every field will be in its default condition. So we can build a reset button for this. So after this form and the submit button, I'm gonna create a button for resetting this form. So we can create a reset button in two ways. One is using the button tag, and another one is we can create a reset button with the input tag. So if I write input and give here type attribute, and the value would be reset. If I save the file, you can see the button with the text reset. I want to change the value of the button or the text of the button. For that, I'm gonna write the value attribute, and in between the double quotation, I'm gonna write reset in capital letters. Save the file. You can see now the button has different text. So now if someone fills the form, give a password, mail, singing, country, some biodata, and if he changes his mind and click on this reset button, you can see the values are cleared. So the value of this text box is empty, the value of this password box is empty. So why is this text boxes got empty? Because you can see that in our form, in the username text box, we gave the value attribute, and here we put this empty, and in the password box also we put the double quotation empty in the value attribute, and in the radio buttons we give the default checked value which is female, and in the checkboxes we checked the playing checkbox. It has a name which is user hobby, and in the select tag which has the name user qual, the MSC field is selected, and in the country's data list which has the name country, it has no value selected. In the bio it has no value given, so the value attribute here is empty. So whenever user clicks on this reset button, it will go to its default state, means what value we gave while writing the code. So if I select this PhD singing and click on this reset button, you can see the PhD turn into MSc and the singing checkbox got unchecked. So by this reset button, you can reset forms. So we saw how submit button works, how the image button works, and the reset button works. But these three type of buttons are related to forms. But let's say you want to create a normal button which does nothing, and you want to execute some JavaScript function by clicking on that button. For that, you can create a normal button outside of a form wherever you want in two ways. So the first way is using the input tag, and here you have to write the type attribute and the value would be button, and you can write the value attribute, and here you have to give the text which will be displayed on the button. So I'm gonna write button, save the file. You can see there is another button. If you click on this, nothing happens. It does not submit or reset the form. You can access this button in JavaScript and execute function when user clicks on this button. You can create normal button using the button tag also. So you have to write the button tag, and here let's write button, and the button type would be button. If you write that, even if you click on this button, this will do nothing. But if you click on the submit button or the reset button, those will do something. So those are related to forms. If you click on the submit button, it will submit the form. If you click on the reset button, it will reset the form. And these buttons are not related to form. These are just for accessing in JavaScript and doing some function execution on the basis of user clicks. While learning the select tag, I forgot to show you a very useful tag, which is the option group tag. So let's understand the option group tag in this video. So I'm gonna write the select tag. The name would be, let's say, laptops. The ID would be laptops also. And in the select tag, I'm gonna have some options. So I'm gonna write the option tag. The value would be ASUS 12FL. Here also I'm gonna write ASUS 12FL. Then I will have two more options. This will be 11FL. This will be 10FL. Let me change that here also. Save the file. You can see we have a drop down menu here. Before the select tag, I'm gonna write the paragraph tag, and here I'm gonna write laptop : save the file. You can see now this is more expressive to the user. Then I'm gonna have some more options. So the option tag, here I'm gonna write del 12GL. I'm gonna copy this, paste here. I'm gonna have two more options. Let's say 1 here also. This would be 10. This also. Save the file. You can see we have the laptop list here. So if the list is very big and there are too many options, we can group them with the option group tag. So I'm gonna group these three options. So before this option tags, I'm gonna write option group tag. So opening opt group stands for option group. Then I'm gonna cut this from here and paste here. So this is now a option group. Then I'm gonna create a group with these three also. So I'm gonna write opening opt group. Then after the options, I'm gonna write closing opt group. Save the file. Now if I expand the drop down menu, you can see these are now in group. We can give some label here with the label attribute. So I'm gonna write label. The label would be ASUS laptops, and in this option group the label would be Dell laptops. Save the file. You can see now the groups have some label. Let's say it is an online shop and the Dell laptops are not available at this moment, so you can use the disabled attribute. Save the file. You can see user can't select these options to buy these laptops. So this option group tag might be very useful in some use cases. So I thought I might show this tag to you. So that's all for now. See you in the next one. In this video, I'm gonna show you almost every input field type available in HTML. So I'm gonna create the form where I will be working with the input fields. So form, the action would be content.html. The method would be get. And in the form, I'm gonna create a paragraph. Inside the paragraph, I will write username : then I'm gonna write the input tag. The type would be text. I'm gonna give a name, which would be username. I'm gonna give an ID, which will be also username. Save the file. You can see we have the text username and the text box. Let me create a button with the input tag. So input, the type would be submit. Save the file. You can see the button. For the input tag, I'm gonna write a break tag. Let me add 2 more breaks so it looks nice. Okay. Now let's say user comes to your form, but if he does not write here anything and clicks on the submit button, the form gets submitted. But I want to prevent this. For that, I'm gonna write the required attribute. So if I write this attribute and save the file, now if user clicks on the submit button, the form does not get submitted. It shows a warning which is please fill out this field. So he has to write at least something. So if he writes A and clicks on submit, now the form gets submitted. So let's say you want that at least he should write minimum 3 characters. For that, you can write the min length attribute and here write 3. Save the file. Now if he writes A and try to submit, it shows an warning which says he must enter 3 characters. So now if he writes 3 characters, then click submit, the form gets submitted. Then let's say some users may type mumbo jumbo here. You want to prevent this. So you can write the max length attribute and give a value 12. Save the file. Now he won't be able to write more than 12 characters. If he writes, the text box won't allow him to write more than 12 characters. We can write the autofocus attribute. Autofocus. So whenever the page loads, this text box should be on focus. You can see the text box gets focused when the page loads. You can see when I try to write something, the browser tries to autocomplete with suggestions. If you want to turn this off, you can set the autocomplete attribute to off. Save the file. Now if you write something, browser won't try to autocomplete. You can give here many values. For example, you can help the user autocompleting billing, CC number, CC type, country name, and many other things. URL, work. For this moment, I'm gonna write off. We can give a placeholder here like enter your name. Save the file. You can see a gray text which says enter your name, and we can give the value attribute as well. And we can give the disabled attribute. If you want that user should not able to write here something, then we can make this field disabled. Let me remove this for this moment. Save the file. And if you are making a search box, you can make this type attributes value search. So this would indicate that this is a search box where user will enter his query. Let me make this text again. Save the file. Okay. Then let's say I'm gonna give a break tag and write a paragraph tag. Here I want the email of our users. So I'm gonna write the input tag again, input, and the type would be email. Save the file. We have another text box. We can use the other attributes available with respect to the input type text field. So we can use these attributes here also. So if we set the input type email, let's see what happens. If I fill the username Adil and write here something mumbo jumbo and try to submit, you can see there is a warning which says please include an @ and a valid email address. You can see the warning. So user must have to enter a valid email address, gmail.com. Then it will allow to submit the form. Let me copy this and paste this. Let's say we want number of our user, and here the input type would be tel. Save the file. Now user has to put a telephone number here, otherwise it will show warning. Then I'm gonna copy this, paste this again. Here I'm gonna write work experience, then the type would be number. Save the file. Here user won't able to write any letters. They must have to write numbers here. You can see, and by these up arrow and down arrow, they can reduce and increase the number. We can set a minimum or maximum value for the field. So I will write the minimum attribute, which is the mean. Let's say the minimum value should be 3 and the maximum would be 7. Save the file. Now user won't be able to write to 1. If he writes and try to submit, it will show warnings. If user writes here 2 and tries to submit, it will show a warning which will say value must be greater than or equal to 3. And if he writes here 8 and tries to submit, you can see value must be less than or equal to 7. So if he writes here 4 and clicks on submit, then the form will be get submitted. I'm gonna make this part comment also, and again in a paragraph tag I'm gonna write, let's say, birthday, and I'm gonna write the input tag and the type would be date. Save the file. You can see a date picker in our web page. Here user can select his birthday. We can add some validations here, like the minimum date we accept is 2000, month would be 01 and date would be 01. User born before this date won't be able to sign up, and we can give a maximum value, let's say 20230909. So users who are born after this date, they are not allowed to sign up. You can see we can't go after 2023 and we can't go before 2000 also. You can see is not allowed to go 1999. I'm gonna comment this out. Before that I'm gonna copy this, then comment this. After that I'm gonna paste this, and here I'm gonna write, let's say, color. I'm gonna remove these attributes, and in the input type I'm gonna write color. I save the file. You can see there is a color picker in our web page. From here user can pick colors like this. I'm gonna copy this, make this comment. After that I'm gonna paste this. Then we can create checkboxes. Checkbox. If we give the type here, which would be checkbox, you can see there is a checkbox. And one thing you should remember that I'm not giving any name or IDs to these fields, but you must have to give a name and an ID while working with input fields. I'm not giving any name or ID to save some time, but when you will work with input fields, you must have to give a name and an ID. Let me give a break tag. I'm gonna copy this and paste. The paragraph text would be date time local and the type would be date time local. Save the file. You can see here user can select a date and write a time also, like 12:30 AM or PM, like this. Then we can create hidden input fields. Hidden, I'm gonna write here hidden, and the type would be hidden. If I save the file, the input field is not visible. I'm gonna copy this, paste this. The paragraph text would be here, file, and the input type would be file as well, file. Save the file. You can see here is the option. User can select files from here. You can see user can select a video, pictures, and upload by clicking on this choose file option. I'm gonna add the accept attribute here and write the value, which is image/star. This means user will only able to upload images. So if I save the file and click on this option, which is choose file, you can see only images are shown, the videos are hidden. Users can't select videos. I'm gonna copy this, then paste. Let's create an image button. I'm gonna write image button. On the input type we will have image. Let's remove this accept attribute and give the attribute src, which accepts an image path. Let's give an width, which is 20 pixels. Save the file. Now you can see an image button here. Then copy this, again paste. The paragraph text would be select month. Let's remove these attributes and the type would be month. Save the file. Now you have an option to select months. Copy this, paste. This time let's say we have password field. The type would be also password. Save the file. If users write here anything, it will be shown in dotted format. You can use the attributes like required, min length, max length, all those attributes we used in the first input field. Those are supported here also in every text field. Basically, I'm gonna copy this, paste again. Then we have radio button. Save the file. The paragraph text should be radio. Save the file. You can see a radio button. I explained these radio and checkbox buttons in my previous videos. You can check those videos in my channel. I'm gonna copy this, paste this. Then we have a range. Save the file. Here the type would be range also. Save. You can see we have a range selector slider. We can give min attribute here. The min value would be 1. We can give the max attribute as well. Let's say it would be 10. We can give a value here. Let's say 3. Save the file. You can see this slider has 1 to 10 value and 3 is selected. We can give the slider interval with the step attribute. Let's say it would be 1. Save the file. Now it will increase 1, 1, 1. Means 1 by 1 will be increased when user will pull this slider. I'm gonna copy this, paste again. We can create a reset button. Let's remove these attributes. The type would be reset. The value would be reset. Save the file. You can see the reset button. I'm gonna cut this reset button and place it after the submit button. Let me delete this text. Save the file. You can see we have two buttons, submit button and a reset button. Let me copy this, paste again. Then we have time input field. So I'm gonna write the time. The type would be time as well. Save the file. You can see we can write time in this field, 12:30 p.m. like this. I'm gonna copy this. This time the text would be week and the input type would be week as well. Save the file. Now users will be able to select week from calendar. Then I'm gonna copy this, and this is the last one, which is type of URL. So I'm gonna write URL and the paragraph text would be link. Save the file. Here user have to enter a valid URL or link, otherwise he won't able to submit the form. So if he clicks on the form, it will show an warning that you must enter a valid URL to submit the form. So these are all the input types available in HTML. That's all for now. See you in the next one. Let's say you are creating a form like this, and the action attribute has the value which is content.html. This means when the user will submit the form, the data will be sent to this page for processing. And let's say it has a paragraph tag with the text which is username. Then we have an input box with the type text. If I save the file, you can see the text username, and there is a text box where user can write his name. Now if you want that around your form there should be a border or a box, you can add that using the field set tag. So before the opening form tag, I'm gonna write the opening field set tag. Then after the closing form tag, I'm gonna write the closing field set tag. If I save the file, you can see around our form there is a border or a box which looks nice, and we can add a legend tags to this field set. So for that we are gonna use the legend tag. So after the opening field set tag, I'm gonna write the opening legend tag, and in between the opening and closing legend tag, I'm gonna write sign up form. Save the file. You can see that in the border it has a text which is sign up form, which looks very beautiful because it has some empty space in the border and the text is located in that space. Now if you want that when user clicks on this username text, this box should be in focus. the user doesn't have to click on the box and start writing. If he clicks on the text, the box should be focused and he should able to start right away. For that, we can delete the paragraph tag. Instead of this paragraph tag, we are gonna write the label tag. So opening label before the username text, and after the username text, I'm gonna write the closing label. I'm gonna give an ID to this input box. So I'm gonna write the ID attribute, and the ID would be user name. Then in the label tag, I'm gonna write the for attribute, and here I'm gonna write the text, which is the ID of our text box. If I give the ID of our text box here as a value and save the file, look what happens. When I click on the username text, the text box gets focused and I can start writing right away. Let me add a break tag for a new line. Let me add another break tag. Then I'm gonna write the label tag again, and here in the for attribute, I'm gonna give the value which is user password, and in between the opening and closing label tag, I'm gonna write password colon, or let's say just password. And after the label tag, I'm gonna write the input tag, and the type would be password. And here I have to give an ID, and the ID should match this for attributes value. So I'm gonna copy this and paste this here. Save the file. Now if user clicks on the password text, the password box gets focused, and if the user clicks on the username text, the username text box gets focused. If user clicks on the password text, the password box gets focused. If user clicks on the username text, the username text box gets focused. So this is how we can make our forms better. With the field set tag, we can add border around our form. With the legend tag, we can add a title to our form in the field set border. And with the label tag, we can focus text boxes or input fields clicking on another content on the page. Let's understand the iframe tag, which stands for inline frame and is used to display multiple local web pages or remote web pages in the browser window. By local web pages, I mean the web pages available in the current website. And by remote web pages, I mean the web pages available in another website. So let's write the iframe tag. It is a paired tag, so it will have our opening and a closing tag. Let me save the file. You can see we got a frame where we can display a web page. In between the opening and closing iframe tag, we can give a fallback value. For example, this browser does not support iframe tag. So if user's browser does not support the iframe tag, then this fallback value or content will be shown to him. Save the file. You can see the output. In the opening iframe tag, we can write the source attribute, and here we can give a relative or absolute path of a web page. For that, I'm gonna create a web page first with the name page1.html, and with the VS Code shortcut, I'm gonna create a basic structure. The title would be page 1, and inside body I'm gonna write this is page 1. Save the file, and I'm gonna create another HTML file with the name page2.html, and again with the shortcut I'm gonna create a basic structure. The title would be page 2, and inside body I'm gonna write this is page 2. Save the file. Let's go back to the index.html file and close our file menu, and in the src attribute I'm gonna give the value which would be // and page1.html. Save the file. You can see in this frame the page1.html file got displayed. We can copy this iframe tag and paste this, and in the src attribute I'm gonna give the path of our page2.html file. Save the file. You can see we have another frame where page2.html file got displayed. Let me add some bgcolor to the pages so you can see in a better way. So in the page1.html file, to the body attribute, I'm gonna give the bgcolor attribute and the value would be sky blue. Save the file. You can see the page1.html file has background color sky blue, and in the page2.html file, to the body tag, I'm gonna give the bgcolor attribute with the value pink. Save the file. You can see the page2.html file has the background color pink. Let me go back to our index.html file and maximize the browser. You can see the iframe tag is an inline level tag. That's why both of the iframe tags are in side by side. They are not taking the full width of the browser window. Let me minimize the browser. We can control the width and height of the iframes using the height and width attribute. So in the second iframe tag, I'm gonna write the width attribute. It will have the value which is 500 pixel. Save the file, maximize the browser. You can see the width of the second frame got increased. Let me minimize the browser and give a height attribute with the value 100 pixel. Save the file. You can see the height of the second frame got decreased. Let me go to the page1.html file, and after this text, I'm gonna write a paragraph tag with 100 dummy words. Save the file, and if I maximize the browser, you can see there is a scroll bar in our first frame. Because the text is long, that's why it is giving a scroll bar, so we can scroll and read the next content. If you want, you can hide or disable the scroll bar. So let me go back to the index.html file, and in the first iframe tag, I'm gonna write the scrolling attribute, scrolling, and the value would be no. If I save the file and maximize the browser, you can see there is no scroll bar in the first frame, and we can scroll to see the next content. Minimize the browser, and other thing you can observe that our frames has border around them. We can control that as well using the frame border attribute. So in the second iframe tag, I'm gonna write the frame border attribute, and the value here would be 0. 0 means no border, and 1 means yes, it should have a border. So I'm gonna give 0 and save the file. You can see the second frame does not have any border. While learning anchor tag and forms, we understood that the name attribute is very important. We can give names to our iframes as well. So I'm gonna write the name attribute in the first iframe, and I'm gonna give a name which would be first frame, and save the file. And I will create another HTML file with the name page3.html, and with the VS Code shortcut, I'm gonna create a basic structure. It will have a title which would be page 3, and it will have a paragraph inside the body with the text this is page 3, and it will have an image with the src./ then pic.jpg. I'm gonna remove the alternative attribute for this moment and set the width to 100 pixel. Save the file and go back to the index.html file and close the file menu. So we gave a name to our first iframe tag, which is first frame, and now I'm gonna create a link with the anchor tag. So I'm gonna write the anchor tag with the href set to ./ then page3.html. Text in between the opening and closing anchor tag would be go to third page, and I'm gonna give the target attribute here also, but the value won't be _self or _blank. Instead of this, it will be the name of our first frame. So whatever we gave as a value to the name attribute in our first iframe tag, I'm gonna copy that and paste that in our target attribute as well. So these two are same. If I do this, what will happen? Let me show you. So I'm gonna save the file, Ctrl S. You can see a link here, go to third page. If users click on this link, then page3.html will be opened in the first frame. So in iframe tag, which has the name first frame, which is this one. So I'm gonna click on the go to third page link. You can see in our first frame, the page3.html file got displayed. How cool is that? So this is how we can work with iframe tag and add multiple pages to our browser window. In the next video, we will see that how we can add remote pages and remote page elements like YouTube video or Google Maps in our web page with the help of iframe tag. Let's see how we can add Google Maps to our web page with the help of the iframe tag. So I'm gonna maximize our browser and open a new tab, and here I'm gonna write maps.google.com, then hit enter. You can see Google Maps got opened. Let me change the language of Google Maps. So I'm gonna go to the settings, and the language would be English, United States. And here I'm gonna search an address, for example Los Angeles. You can see the city here, and you will have a share button. Click on that share button. Then there is the option which is embed a map. You can see we have a HTML code with the iframe tag. Let's copy this by clicking on this copy HTML button, then minimize the browser, and in our body I'm gonna paste that code. Save the file, and I'm gonna go back to our home page. You can see in our web page Google Maps got displayed. Here we have some attributes in the iframe tag. So there is a source where we have the Google Maps link. Then we have the width attribute, which is set to 600 pixel. The height is 450 pixel. It has some CSS styling which said that the border is 0, and there is an attribute which is allow full screen, and the loading attribute is set to lazy. This means the map will be loaded lazily in the browser. And this is a policy attribute which is not related to our topic in this video. So you can see how easily we can embed Google Map to our web page with the help of the iframe tag. Let's see how we can add YouTube videos to our web pages with the help of the iframe tag. So I'm gonna maximize the browser and create a new tab, and in the address bar I'm gonna write youtube.com, and here I'm gonna search programming with Adil. You can see here is my channel. I'm gonna open this and play a video, pause this, and then I'm gonna click on this share button. Then you have an option which is embed. Click on this. You will get a HTML code to add this video to your web page. So I'm gonna copy this, minimize the browser, go back to my code, and inside the body tag I'm gonna paste that. Let me go to our homepage output and save the index.html file. You can see in our web page the video got added. Let me minimize the browser. You can see in the src attribute we have the video URL. Then the width is set to 560 pixel. The height is set to 315 pixel. The title is set to YouTube video player. Then we have the frame border attribute which is set to 0. Then we have this allow full screen attribute, which means user can play the video in full screen. And in this allow attribute we have some playing permissions like accelerometer, autoplay, whether the player can autoplay the video, the clipboard write permission, then encrypted media, gyroscope, whether the video can be played in picture, whether it can be web shared. All the good stuff is added by YouTube in this iframe code. So this is how we can add YouTube videos in our web page with a snap of our finger. Let's understand the meter and progress tag, which are used to show graphical represents of data in our web page. So first I'm gonna write the meter tag. So opening meter and closing meter as it is a paired tag. Then in the opening meter tag I'm gonna write a value, and you have to keep in mind that the value would be between 0 and 1. So if I give here 0 and save the file, you can see a meter bar here with white fill color. And if I give here 1, you can see the meter bar is filled with green color. If I give here 0.5, save the file, you can see the meter bar half filled with green color and half filled with white color. But let's say you want to give values like 20, 30, 40 as you wish. For that, you can use the min and max attribute. So you can set the min attribute, and here you can give a value which is 0, and you can set the max attribute which will be 100. Now in the value attribute you can set values between 0 to 100. So you will be able to write here 30, save the file. You can see the 30% of the meter bar is filled with green color. Let's say here we are showing storage data of a device, for example phone or laptop. So I'm gonna write here storage colon, then save the file. Now this means 30% of the storage is filled. We can give other attributes like low and the value, let's say 20, save the file. You can see there is no change in the output. But in the value attribute, if I give a value which is less than 20, then let's see what happens. So I'm gonna write here 15 and save the file. You can see as it is lower than this value, that's why it is showing in yellow fill color. And if I write here 25, save the file, you can see now this has green fill color. We can give another attribute which is high, and here we can give a value, for example 80, save the file. There is no change. But let's say in the value attribute we give higher number than this 80, then let's see what happens. So I'm gonna write here 90 and save the file. You can see again the meter bar is filled with yellow color. And in between the opening and closing meter tag, you can write a fallback value. For example, I'm gonna write here 90% and save the file. You can see there is no output in the browser window because this 90% text will be shown to the user if his browser does not support this meter tag. So this meter bar won't be shown to him. Instead of the meter bar, this 90% text will be shown to him. We have another similar kind of tag in HTML, which is the progress tag, but with some different use cases. For example, you build a download system in your website and you want to show your user that, let's say, the percentage of download. In that case, we use the progress tag. Here I'm gonna write downloading colon and write the progress tag. It is also a paired tag, so I'm gonna write the closing part as well. And here we can give attribute, for example max, and the value would be 100. Save the file. You can see a progress bar displayed on the web page. Let me write a break tag so there are some new lines. Save the file. You can see the progress bar. We can give the value attribute here. The value would be, let's say 20. Save the file. Now you can see the progress bar has 20% of itself filled with blue color. So this is how we use the progress tag, but there are more to explore the progress tag. We have to do that after learning JavaScript, because with JavaScript we can continuously change the value of this progress tag and it will increase with the download status. So there are a lot more to explore about the progress tag, and we will do that after learning JavaScript. So I'm gonna have a tut in my JavaScript playlist about this topic. There are other cool tags in HTML like template tag, dialog tag. Those are very cool, and we can make some really cool features in our web page with the help of those tags, but they need help of JavaScript, so we can't understand them at this moment. While I will teach you JavaScript, I will keep these topics in my playlist. And before ending this video, I'm gonna tell you one more thing, that in between the opening and closing progress tag, we can give a fallback value. So here we can write downloading 20%. So if user's browser does not support the progress tag and unable to show this progress bar, then this text will be shown to the user. So let's understand how we can add JavaScript to our web page. For that, we have two methods. So we can write JavaScript in this HTML file with the help of the script tag, or we can link a different JavaScript file to this web page. So let's see those two methods. So it is recommended that we should write the script tag before the closing body tag. So before this closing body tag, I'm gonna write the script tag. It is a paired tag, so it will have opening and closing part, and in between these two tags we can write JavaScript. For example, I'm gonna write a JavaScript code which is alert, and here I'm gonna give a string which is this website is cool. Save the file. You can see when the website loads, it shows an alert with the text, this website is cool. User can click on this OK button to close this alert box. Let me refresh the page again. You can see again the alert box is shown to the user. Let me delete the script tag and show you another method, which is we can link a JavaScript file to this web page. For that, I'm gonna go to the file menu, and here I'm gonna create a file with the name app, and the extension would be .js. Hit enter to save the file. Then I'm gonna go back to my index.html file and write the script tag, and in the opening script tag I'm gonna write the src attribute, and here I'm gonna give the path of our JavaScript file, which is ./app.js. Save the file. Nothing happens. So let me go to our app.js file and write some JavaScript code. For example, alert, which will have a string hello user. Save the file. You can see after saving the file, now this time the web page shows a alert box with the text hello user. User can click on this OK button to close the alert box. So it is recommended to write the script tag right before the closing body tag, but you can write the script tag in the head portion as well. So I'm gonna cut this and paste this inside the head tag, but while you write the script tag in the head portion, make sure to write the defer attribute. This means after loading the HTML file, then it will try to load the JavaScript file. So it is important that first our index.html file should be loaded, then the JavaScript file should be loaded. So save the file. You can see the same behavior. And let's say user's browser does not support JavaScript, which is rare in this time, but let's assume that his browser does not support JavaScript, or he has disabled JavaScript from his settings. So I'm gonna go to my settings, then privacy and security, then go to this site settings and find the option JavaScript. So here it is. I hope you can see this, and open the JavaScript option, and for this moment disable the JavaScript in your browser. And after this video, enable JavaScript so your browsing experience stays okay. So as we have disabled JavaScript, I'm gonna close the settings, minimize the browser, and make some changes in my file. Save the file, refresh the page. You can see that though we have JavaScript in our web page which tells the browser to show an alert with the string hello user, the browser is not showing any alert. So why is that? Because the user has disabled JavaScript in his browser. In this case, we have to notify the user that he should enable the JavaScript to use the web page properly. So I'm gonna write the no script attribute, and in between the opening and closing no script attribute, I'm gonna write JavaScript is disabled in your browser. Please enable JavaScript to use the website properly. Save the file, refresh the page. You can see this warning is shown to the user because JavaScript is disabled in his browser, or in our case in our browser. That means while JavaScript is unable to load or disabled in the browser, show this warning to the user. So now the user knows that he has to enable JavaScript to use the website properly. So he will go to his settings in his browser, then again privacy and security, then in the site settings he will go to the JavaScript option and enable JavaScript and close the settings. And now if I refresh the page, you can see the JavaScript code which says to the browser to show an alert with the string hello user got executed. User can click on the OK button to close this alert box, and this text in between the opening and closing no script tag is ignored by the browser. So this is how we work with JavaScript in our web pages. So let's create a basic web page. So as we know that while creating layouts, we use the div tag. So I'm gonna write the div tag and I'm gonna give an ID which will be container. So it is the container of our elements. Then inside this div tag, we will have another div tag with the ID header. Every website should have a header. So this is our header. And inside the header, we will have a heading with the text a logo. Save the file. You can see logo displayed. We can use the font tag here. Font. After logo, I'm gonna write the closing font, and the face would be Cooper. Save the file. You can see it has a different font now. I'm gonna add a little bit of CSS which we have learned in our previous video while learning how we can add CSS to our web page. This is nothing critical CSS, so you can relax. I'm gonna write the style tag here. Inside the opening and closing style tag, I'm gonna select the body, and here I'm gonna set the margin to 0 and the padding to 0. Save the file. Let's say after this header we have a paragraph where we have some links. So I'm gonna write the anchor tag. It will have hash, that means navigate nowhere, and in between the opening and closing anchor tag, I'm gonna write home. Save the file. You can see we have one link. I'm gonna write another anchor tag with a mail option. The mail would be abs@gmail.com and the text would be mail me. By the way, it is a random email address. And then I will have another anchor tag with a call option, and here I'm gonna give the country code, then a number, and the text would be call me. Save the file. You can see we have another two hyperlinks. Let me zoom out our browser to 100%. So this is how our web page will look like to our users. Let me maximize the font size so you can see properly. And in the header div, I'm gonna write the style attribute, and here I'm gonna give background color which will be light gray. Save the file. You can see our header has the background color light gray. You can see there is a gap above our header. This is because some elements of HTML has default margin and padding. So to remove that, in between the opening and closing style tag, I'm gonna write star, then opening and closing curly braces. Then I'm gonna set the margin here 0 pixel. Save the file. Now you can see the gap has been removed. So this is our header. Then we will have another div tag. So I'm gonna write the div tag, and this will have the ID, which will be main content. And here I'm gonna give another div tag, and this will have an ID with the text content 1. And here inside the content 1 div, we are gonna have another div with the ID image part. And inside this image part div, I'm gonna create a h2 with the text my image. And after this h2, I'm gonna write the image tag. And in the src, I'm gonna give an image which is available in our first folder, you can see. So I'm gonna give the path of that image, // then pic.jpg. The alternative text would be my picture. The width would be 200 pixel. So we have done with the image part div. So inside this content 1 div, I'm gonna create another div, and it will have an ID table part. And inside this div, I'm gonna have a table which will have table row. And in this table row, I'm gonna have a table data cell with the text serial number. Then I'm gonna have another table data cell with the text month. Then I'm gonna have another table data cell with the text tuition fee. Save the file. You can see in the image part div, we have this heading. Then we have an image, and the table part div is here, which contains a table, but this does not feels like a table. So I'm gonna give a border of 1 pixel. Save the file. Now you can see it is a table. Then I'm gonna copy this table row and paste this, and it will have serial number 1, month would be January, fee would be $100. I'm gonna copy this, paste this, the serial would be 2, month February, and the fee would be $120. Save the file. You can see we have more data cells. So inside this main content div, we have this content 1 div. This content 1 div has 2 parts. One is image part and another one is table part. So after this content 1 div, I'm gonna create another div which will be content 2 div. So I'm gonna give the ID which will be content 2, or let's say the ID would be aside content. So in between this div tag, we will have some sidebar or Google ads maybe. So let's say we have a heading with the text Google ads. Save the file. We have another div where we will show Google ads. So we are done with the main content div. So I'm gonna go outside of the main content div and write another div tag with the ID footer, where we will add the copyright sign with the HTML entity which is $copy, then semicolon. Then in a span tag, I'm gonna write all rights reserved. Save the file. You can see we have the footer with the copyright sign and the text all rights reserved. In the footer, I'm gonna write the style attribute and give a background color light gray. Save the file. You can see our footer has the background color light gray. So creating a simple layout, you can see we have to use the div tag again and again. So this can be a little bit confusing because the div tag is a generic container tag and it has no semantic meaning. That's why in HTML5 some semantic tags were introduced. So while creating the headers, we can use the header tag. So I'm gonna delete the ID and the opening div, and instead of this I'm gonna write header, and I'm gonna close the header here. so it has a more meaning. It is a meaningful tag. So it is recommended to use these semantic tags instead of div. Use divs while you don't have any semantic tag. For example, here the container div, we don't have any container semantic tag. That's why we have to use the div tag. And here we have a div tag with the id main content. Instead of the div tag, we have a semantic tag in HTML5, which is the main tag. And all the way to the bottom, I'm gonna close the main tag here. Save the file. You can see everything is same, because under the hood these tags, header, main, does the same job what div tags does. The only difference is the div tag has no meaning. It is used to create divisions in our web page, but these main and header semantic tags does the same job, but these tags has some meaning. And here in the content1 div, we can replace this with the article tag. And I'm gonna close the article tag here. This article has two sections. One is image part, another one is table part. So instead of the image part div, I'm gonna write here the section tag, section. And I'm gonna close the section tag here. And I'm not gonna remove the id attribute from this section tag. I'm gonna make this table part div to a section as well, section, and I'm gonna close the section tag here. So you can see we reduced the use case of the div tag, and here we show aside content like Google Ads. So instead of the div tag, I'm gonna use the aside tag. I'm gonna close the aside tag here, and I have a footer. Instead of this footer div, I'm gonna use the semantic HTML tag, which is footer tag. You can give the footer tag here also. And we have another semantic tag, which is nav tag, and where we show some important navigation links of our web page. Here are our important navigation links, which are in between the opening and closing paragraph tag. So instead of the paragraph tags, I'm gonna write the nav tag, closing nav. Save the file, the same output, but the code is now more meaningful. If we don't use these semantic tags and just use the div tag, different developer will give the div tags different ID. So that can be a mess while working with a group. But while you use these semantic tags which have some meaning, then the code will be more readable and more maintainable. It will be a better code overall. So I have a JavaScript file. Let's not focus on that. I'm gonna delete that file. I have a favicon. I'm gonna add that favicon in our web page. So I'm gonna write the link tag favicon. Save the file. It's not showing the favicon. Let me close the browser and relaunch this on the browser. Now it is showing the favicon. So in this video, we saw how we can create a simple layout using the HTML semantic tags instead of just using the div tag. In our previous video, we created this website with one simple web page. In this video, I'm gonna show you how you can host or deploy your website so other people can visit this website. I'm gonna close the VS Code and close our output in Google Chrome. Let me open Google Chrome, maximize this, and to host our website, we are gonna use Netlify. It is a very popular and powerful free hosting for static sites. So in the address bar, I'm gonna write netlify.com, then hit enter. This page will be opened. If you don't have any account, click on the sign up icon. Then you can create an account with GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket. But the easiest one is signing up with email. So I'm gonna click on this option And here I'm gonna write a random email address, for example abc@gmail.com, and give a password. Then click on this sign up button. Then a verification link will be sent to this address, so you have to click on the verification link on your email inbox. Then your account will be created. Then you have to go back to the login page, and here again you have to write your email and password. So I'm gonna write my email and password. I'm not gonna show the email and password in the video. You write your own email and password. Then click on the login button. After logging in, it will ask some questions. Answer them. You can give a random answer, doesn't matter. And then click on this continue to deploy button and click on this skip this step for now. Then you will see this home page. Then you will get an option which is deploy manually, and you will see a text which is drag and drop your site output folder here or browse to folder. So you can click here and select your folder, which is first folder where we created our web page or website. You can select the folder and click on this upload button. And the other way is minimize the browser, go to that option and drag and drop the folder here, and it started uploading our web page or website. And deploy success. That means our website is hosted online. Let me dismiss this, and here you can see a link which is open production deploy. Click on that. You can see our website got opened, and this is the link of our website. You can share this link with your friends, and by clicking on this link they can visit this web page. But the link looks very horrible. You can see it is a mumbo jumbo link, but we can modify that. Here we have an option which is options, and if we expand this we get an option which is deploy settings. I'm gonna go there. Then I'm gonna click on this site configuration. Then here we have an option which is change site name. Click on this and you can see here is a name. Change this according to your wish. I'm gonna name this Adil-page. Then click on this save button. Now the name of our site is Adil-page, and we will get a new link which is adil-page.netlify.app. If I click on this link, you can see the link or domain of our website has been changed. Now you can share this link to your friends and they can click on this link and open this website. So this is how we deploy a website online. In our previous video, we hosted this one-page simple HTML website to netlify.com, and here is the URL of our web page or website, you can say. I'm gonna copy this, open a new tab in Google Chrome, and in the address bar I'm gonna write socialsharepreview.com. Hit enter. Then in this text box I'm gonna paste our website link and click on this arrow icon. So this website shows us that how it will look when someone will post or share our website link. So if someone post or share our website link to Facebook, then it will show the title of our web page and the URL of our web page, but it won't show any picture or image. If someone share this on Twitter or X, it will show only URL, but it won't show any picture. In LinkedIn, it also shows the title and the URL, but there is no image preview. Let me go back to the home page of this website, and here I'm gonna paste a YouTube link. And if I click on the arrow icon, you can see if someone shares a YouTube video link to LinkedIn, it shows the video title, URL, and a video thumbnail or image. In Twitter, it shows the link and image. In Facebook, it shows the title, URL, and picture. Let's say we want that if someone posts or shares our website link, there should be a preview like this one. So how will we do that? So in some of my previous videos, I told you about Open Graph protocol or Open Graph meta tags. So we are gonna create this card kind of shareable link with the help of Open Graph protocol or Open Graph meta tags. That's why I'm gonna minimize the browser, open VS Code, and in the head tag, I'm gonna write the meta tag. I'm gonna write the property attribute, property. The value would be OG, which stands for Open Graph title. Then I'm gonna write the content attribute, which will be the value for the OG title. Let's say this is title. I'm gonna write the meta tag again. The property would be OG description, and the content would be this is description. Then I'm gonna write the meta tag again. The property attribute, the value would be OG URL, and the content would be the domain of our website or web page. So it is https://adilhossain.netlify.app. I'm gonna write the meta tag again, then the property attribute, and it will be OG image, and the content would be an URL of an image or a picture. So I'm gonna paste an URL of a picture. So here is a picture URL. I'm gonna save the file. So we have made some changes in our website. So we have to deploy the website again on netlify.com. So I'm gonna close the VS Code and go to Google Chrome, and in a new tab I will open netlify.com and log in with my account. And here is our web page or website, which is Adil page. I'm gonna click on this. Then you can see an option which is production deploys. Click on this. You can see here we can post an update for our website. So I'm gonna minimize the browser. Here is our website, which is first folder. I'm gonna drag and drop the folder here. You can see it is uploading and the upload is successful. I'm gonna go to my website and refresh the page. You can see the website is live. Now I'm gonna copy this URL and go to that website, which is socialsharepreview.com, and in the text box I'm gonna paste the link of our website and click on this arrow icon. Now you can see if someone shares our website link, it will show an image preview with the URL, with the page title, and the OG description. So if I open VS Code, minimize this, open Google Chrome, minimize this, you can see the link, which is this. Then you can see the home page, which is the title of our page. Then you can see an image, which is this image. Then you can see a description, which is this is description. So here it is. So whatever you will write here, that will be shown here. And if someone shares our website to LinkedIn, it will look like this. There will be an image, the title, and the URL. For Twitter, we have to modify the meta tags a little bit. You can see still there is no card preview for Twitter and X. We have to modify the meta tags a little bit. You can do that on your own. This is an exercise, you can say, because it is kind of the last video of this HTML course. But let me tell you how will you do that. In Google Chrome, search for all meta tags, then hit enter. Go to this GitHub link and read these meta tags and Open Graph meta tags. And in this page, you can find how to create Twitter cards with meta tags. So search for Twitter and go through the page. You can see how to create Twitter cards as well. That is okay. I believe you can do this on your own. Let me close the browser, close the VS Code, and it's time for saying goodbye. I will meet you with new courses and new contents soon. So wait for that and keep eyes on this channel. So make sure to subscribe.